want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing.
See, their morals, their code. It's a bad joke. Dropped at the first sign of trouble. They're only as good as the world allows them to be. I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
Cruiser 5 to 50 be advised, County Police 1 advised they're trying to breach and get to the Capitol.
Publicists, when you talk to your publicists, you know the first thing they tell you? What? Stay away from religion, stay away from politics.
Okay.
You know why?
Why?
No matter what the you say, somebody passionately disagrees with you.
Absolutely.
No matter what religion, you believe in Allah, then you're saying that's not the right way. You believe in every Christianity, that's not it, because they're choosing something different. Your political party, the Democrat, Republican, the disagreement completely.
Yup.
So I stay away from it. When I get pulled into politics, I go,
Yeah.
and I have nothing to say. I'm
That's
just
the
looking.
same way we are. Well, no politics, none of
I'll
this.
with that. Like, I don't stay there because I'm still entertainment. If it's not music, then it's film and television, but it's still entertainment. So why would you turn someone off by saying that?
Right.
I want everybody to enjoy what I'm doing.
Right.
Not just a selective few amount of people. I focus on diversity because it's needed.
Right.
The boxing scholar is a lover, not a fighter, but he's also a fighter, so don't get any ideas. If he pats you on the back, you'll put it in your resume. His enemy. Have him listed as an emergency contact. The scholar has an inside joke with complete strangers. If he punched you in the face, you'd have to fight the urge not to thank him. Sharks have a week dedicated to him. He's the only man alive to is parallel park. A train is count to infinity twice. In Genesis, when God said, "Let there be light," the scholars said, "Say pretty please." He is the genius of all genius and master of all masters.
And that's the trick to life. You have to be wise enough to know when you were living in your dream. And you have to be humble enough to accept when you're in someone else's.
Yo, the Boxing Scholar's on. What's good people of America? Don King, only in America, only in America. What is good, man? It's I've been gone a while now. I know it feel like forever because y'all used to see me on a consistent basis. Well, what's good? What's cracking? I'm back. What's good? Let me hit my theme music. You know, every villain needs a theme song. No, but today, honestly, this was a hard episode. It's a hard episode to gather and get strength to do, mainly because I don't care about CoreyHolcomb. I did a live before, and I basically told everybody that I didn't care about CoreyHolcomb. So this one was hard to do because I don't care about Corey. I've been telling y'all this dude been weird for years. Like the man from way before this, like his comedy is like not edgy. It's not funny. It's not like it's horrible. And not only that, like I said, like he shows you exactly who he is, and he still has fans in the world. So that was why this was hard, because it's like this is basically like a I told you so episode. So it was hard to muster through these clips. Like when y'all see these clips, bro, if y'all leave today's show still being a Corey fan, man, hey, God be with you. God be with you. This man was talking about morality and how his fans rock with him because he's so real and he goes against the grain and he stands on morals and principles. But after the stuff surfaced about him talking about underage girls, it's like, morality, where? Like how, Sway? Like, what are you talking about? So yeah, that's why this episode was hard, because it's a difficult conversation. I think Corey speaks to a louder, broader sense of America's conscience. Like he doesn't see anything. He thinks he's a moral person because he thinks he stands up for what's right in every other area, but the area of women and children. You know what I mean? And he blurs the line between those. Remember when they did that interview with R. Kelly? So when you say teen, what are you talking about exactly? That's what Corey is in his head. R. Kelly asking that was funny to a lot of people, but it really ain't funny because what does it stem from? Why is he trying to blur the lines on that? Why is the president of the United States having them type of charges and nobody really cares? It speaks largely to a cultural thing, and that's why today I had to weave today's episode into what it is today. What's good, Vaughn? What's good, bro? So yeah, so without further ado, man, I was waiting for my co-host on Positive, but he over there watching the Spurs. I guess the Spurs is kicking butt, but he can come in and get in where he fit in. So if you don't know, Corey had Darlene, who's on his show, and he disrespected her in front of the entire world, right? And during the little whatever, the little thing that they had where they were going, Corey looked like he was hurt, like his feelings was hurting. Well, darling, you sure you're not gonna do this for me, darling? Like, I don't know, some emotional. It was like some emotional rant, and like I'm just like, bro, this is crazy to me that a dude that's 60 years old could be like this sensitive in life. But before we get into that, I want to show y'all this video. So me and AP ended an episode, and this is what I mean when I say Corey thought he was standing on some moral principles. Check this out. Check this video right here. I think it's this one.
Brother Charlemagne at the Breakfast Club, because I'm not hating on him. But what I'm saying, if you go get bitches off baddies and put it on your show, if you go get a motherfucker that takes from the community line saying he putting a school together and put it on your show, you are part of the system's intention toward bringing us down. So that's why. But if you put astute, moral blacks on your show, you will get nothing. If you speak from the heart, well, you ain't got to speak in code. There's a lot of brothers speaking code because they don't want to lose their YouTube money. Motherfucker, YouTube. I say what the fuck I'm going to say as best as I can say it. And I think my people at YouTube who like to watch somebody speak from the heart agrees. I don't want to disrespect YouTube guidelines because I agree to be on the motherfucker. But I'm saying, I live with a motherfucking dildo right at my ass with grease on it. I'm gonna get the fuck away from me, motherfucker.
Now, when that happened, me and APN was like, why is this dude so graphic with this visualization? Like, he even acted out in the chair as if he was fantasizing it. If you go back and look at when he got in a fight with Anton, he didn't get mad at nothing Anton said to him. You know what was the trigger point for him? When Anton started talking about him sucking up the black community. That's whenever Corey lost it. He was like, don't be saying that, I don't do that. Like he felt attacked as if he was saying that personally that he did that. And that right there is telling to me. That's telling to me in a lot of different ways. Like, not that he's homophobic or anything, but I just think that Corey's just DL. I think that's why that touched his soul like it did. I think he's a DL brother. I think that kind of got exposed in there. I mean, like if you don't need any more proof, you know what I mean? Like if we was in court, Exhibit A, look at how he was acting that out. They got dildo to their butt. It's just like, bro, what? And every single person that he's ever fell out with is always gay. Like always. What's good, Pittsburgh T?
Yeah, Corey. Corey is the prominent victim, bro. He's good at being a victim, and you got a bunch of people making excuses for some of the shit he do. And we aired this out kind of on Reg's show. You just with the age we in now, it ain't no group of people stop me from doing a whole bunch of nothing. Well, especially no comedian, because I mean, comedians write their own fucking material, so he don't need nobody to write a script for him. He can get in front of any camera he want. He can write his own whatever he want to do. He can write it and shoot it himself. So, like, if he got bad business practices, that's him. There's no secret people stopping him from doing anything. Like that shit he be on, man. That paranoia stuff he be on, that's kind of troubling, man. That could be a lot of different stuff. I don't know. I just don't support a lot of that stuff because that's victimhood 101 stuff he be on.
Wait a minute, T. You don't think that the super powerful Netflix, excuse me, not even Netflix, excuse me, TMZ is out there trying to stop this man from getting his bag?
They might have mistaken him for Eddie Murphy or somebody. They sent that report over there by accident, and they say, "Damn, you got the wrong person." I think that was all by accident. They got the wrong pictures. He should be out of there over there trying to take some pictures of him, man. Tell Negro ain't about that.
You know what the crazy part about this, T, is? Like Corey, like I said, I've never liked this comedy, never thought he was funny. But there are some people out there that do. But when I tell you, Pittsburgh T, this man has some of the sussiest stuff I've ever heard in my life. Not even just sus, it's like sus, and it's like sus on the rainbow side, but it's also sus is like, as far as kids, like they put together a compilation, Pittsburgh T, of all the stuff that he said. When I tell you, I was like, bro, what? And here's the crazy part about it, Pittsburgh T. A lot of people might not even know this. So CoreyHolcomb, it's sued, was coming after YouTubers a long time ago, right? See, a lot of people don't know this, right? They talk about Drake, they talk about all this stuff, right? Drake suing and stuff. A lot of people don't know CoreyHolcomb was suing internet guys. And it ain't even for the reasons people might think. CoreyHolcomb was suing internet guys, Pittsburgh T, because they showed a video of people walking out of his concert. Did you know this?
I did not know that.
And he was trying to take legal action. This was probably about 9 or 10 months ago. Like, I always see Corey popping up in the news for the wrong stuff. So that's why I've never really like rocked with him like that. But watch this, Pittsburgh T. I'm gonna show these videos. So the dude actually mentioned the guy on the show, Pittsburgh T. He was like, and that dude, guess what he said? His name is like Comedy Hype. He got like 1 million subs. He was like, that dude, Comedy Hype, comedy gay. I'm like, bro, dang, everybody that fall out with you is gay. Every single person that fall out with you is gay. It's the most wildest thing. But check this out. So here go Comedy Hype. Comedy Hype. Is this it right here? Yeah, this is it right here. So this is Comedy Hype video. All they did was show a live crowd walking out of Corey concert, and Corey got mad and tried to take legal action with them. It's the most craziest thing in the world, bro. And everybody was like, oh, Drake, you can't be out there suing people. This dude's coming out the regular YouTubers, suing them, talking about they was misrepresenting him. Here we go.
For Clubhouse in Atlanta, for Comedy Hype News, I'm John Apple. Now, some audience members were seen walking out of a recent We Then One's comedy show that took place in Hampton, Virginia over the weekend. The show, hosted by Mike Epps, features comedy sets from Country Wayne, Little Duval, Tony Roberts, Carlos Miller, Mojo Brooks, Haha Davis, Bubba Dub, and CoreyHolcomb. Now, it's been reported that Holcomb was the headliner for the Hampton show, and it looks like fans weren't pleased by his set, as some audience members were seen walking out while he was still on stage.
They don't want to believe me, though. I told my wife, and I see how they're getting fucked over. Oh, she left. I ain't gonna do nothing but fuck the shit out you and open the food truck in your name. Watch it. Some of these ladies who not married, you know you about to get dropped off after the show. I know you with a nigga tonight, but you don't live with that nigga. Some of you ladies ain't never got fucked in a house with a nigga you live with. Damn near 50, about to get dropped off tonight. You mosey your ass down there. In your telegram, I won't get pushed in here. If you breathe, it's gonna keep falling out. What's with you? Yeah.
One social media user would even post several clips of Holcomb.
Now, media is it media comedy hype? What comedy hype does is they report on news, breaking news, etc. Like the dude said, we get it wrong sometimes, but when we get it wrong, we'll redact or we'll say that we got it wrong. But the fact that Corey was trying to go after YouTubers and specifically them was absolutely mind blowing. Now, this girl who was actually at the concert probably went with her older parents, right? And she didn't even know Corey Holcomb's name, so she was just going. So she's not biased or compromised in any way. This is what she had to say about the climate of the show.
Holcomb's performance, along with a recap video of her own. On social media site X, she would write, "Corey Holcomb is a vile, miserable man. Sucked and everyone got up and left. The roles were emptying out. The women behind me are laughing at how many people are leaving, not his jokes." That same user will also break down some of the topics Holcomb talked about that weren't received well by the crowd.
Everybody was leaving during that guy's Corey set. I don't remember his last name. It's like Holcomb or something like that, like Honeycomb. I don't know. But his set, it was just weird. Like, it was misogynistic, but then he also just like kept talking about fucking young girls, and it was like the crowd wasn't really feeling it. Like, nobody was really feeling him. Then everybody just got up and started leaving. Like, the rows was emptying out in the middle of his set.
It appears as though others felt the same way. A social media user would take to threads to write, "So people walked out in the Corey Holcomb show in VA?" As Holcomb's set began to circulate on TikTok, one user would respond.
Now, this video of them just scouring the internet, Pittsburgh T, prompted Corey Holcomb to go after comedy hype. That ain't even that bad. That was not even that bad. You know what he cited? He said that they were hurting his brand. Isn't that literally what Drake tried to say about Kendrick Lamar and with UMG, and everybody made fun of them? Like the idea of people not liking PDF files was supposed to be like, we're not gonna support Drake. He not for our culture. He a PDF file. But like Corey Holcomb like has way more proof than Drake. Like he's an admitted one. Matter of fact, like there's a bunch of evidence out there of him liking underage girls. Like that's not up for debate. That is an actual fact. He talks about it. Pittsburgh T, when I show some of these videos today, bro, you're gonna be like, wow, bro, like I can't believe he said it, because I don't consume his content like that either. So I'm not an avid Corey Holcomb fan. So I wouldn't like, a lot of stuff didn't even make my radar. But when they did that breakdown, oh my God, it was so revealing. But besides that, the idea that he's some type of truth teller, he has thick skin and all these things that they try to portray Corey as having, and this guy is up there suing a YouTube media outlet for reporting that people walked out on his concert is absolutely mind-blowing. And one thing that was telling that the girl said in the video is that most of his comedy is geared towards underage girls. She didn't even know who he was. She called him Corey Honeycomb. And she said that a lot of his stuff was geared toward that. So that is a non-biased, non-compromised opinion. And she was spot on. Yes, a lot of his comedy is targeted towards that. And it's so crazy to me that ain't nobody ever spoke out about it.
I mean, you can do those kind of jokes. The problem is like if it's not funny, it's just not funny. Like if like the thing is like I'll say two things about it. We are in a very sensitive time where some people deem everything, they offended by every fucking thing. I don't think Corey is that good of a comedian. I think he's good at spots, right? I think he's good at spots, and some of the stuff he does, he overdoes it. So I don't think he can headline a show saying all that. I think he's probably a good secondary or somebody to fill in a spot, but I wouldn't think of Corey Holcomb and these other comedians coming with him. Like I wouldn't see him as a headline when people just show up to see it. Just listening to him on a 5150, it just wouldn't work. So I'll just say that part of it.
So yeah, Pittsburgh T, I would agree with you that edgy comedy, the First Amendment is for non-popular speech, but at some point I feel like it just let me show you what I mean. I think there's a fine line between cringe and what he does. He he advocates towards sickness. Like he leans more towards the sickness side. But before I get to that, somebody said PDF. Yeah, that means a pedo. So before I get to that, let me show you where he actually got into it with the comedy hype dude, because he actually mentioned him on the show. I think it's right here. Hold on. Because they responded to his response. So here we go. The idea that this man sued them is wild to me. Like, they ain't the toughest dude on the internet going after everybody has the nerve to sue. That's crazy.
It's a gossip page. It's called Homosexual Hype News.
This morning, I would receive an email showing a report filed by Holcomb on trying to have that very report removed and taken down.
Look at that, y'all. That's a whole nother group. You would think that I rewinded the video. That's a whole nother batch of people leaving the show.
Homosexual Hype went on the internet with some regular clothes, like he a regular man, with a whole bunch of gossip.
I haven't seen it yet, so this is my first time responding or reacting to it, but I pretty much expected that he was gonna say something.
Yeah, Corey tried to get a black man business shut down by telling them this, that, and the other. I thought you kept it real.
The mission of the journalist, or the person that says they are journalists or plays in media, is to extract information or is to push information. And along the road, yeah, we definitely have ruffled feathers because someone may not like the information that's being pushed.
Some dude, it's a gossip page. It's called Homosexual Hype.
The beef with Corey, it kind of came out of nowhere. It's one of those things where, you're just doing your job, is what I've always felt that we were doing, to the point where you look up and you're beefing with this veteran in entertainment. And how it started was, Corey has been doing this for a while, where he'll go call people gay, say names, diss them, whatever. And not a lot of people, to his credit, were smart enough to kind of build their own platforms, to be honest with you. And a lot of times he was getting these things off, and there was really no way for these comedians and other entertainers to respond. So as we came up documenting Black comedy in particular, we also started intersecting different people that had their own opinion about Corey and things that he said about them. So we became a platform where people were able to respond to Corey back. And because he has like a viralness about him on YouTube, a lot of those times when they would respond, it worked out really well. So we started kind of like looking for those different opportunities to, get people to give a response. That's the business of what we do. Now, of course, by default, it looked like we were kind of guilty by association. So these people that he were calling gay and saying names about them, we ultimately looked like we were in support of them. But really, it was like more of a business aspect that came from it instead,
Corey, okay. Homosexual hype. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever been penetrated by a man? That's what we really need to know.
Because this isn't our first beef, I kind of knew, but I ultimately was, prepared. And that's real slander. That's real defamation. What he's doing. And I don't have it in my energy to be like, let me go get some lawyers and all that. That's not how I get down personally. I understand the game of entertainment. I understand he's saying stuff to get his fans excited. And that's just part of the game. And it's unfortunate because it's like, he's going to have to stay. That's his career. This is his career. He's going to have to do this. He can't do nothing past what he's doing now. If anything, I'm the little guy coming up with no name and building a network. This journey started in 2009. I had an idea of what can I do as an entrepreneur?
Yeah, without getting too much into his story, Pittsburgh T, one of those dudes was moving like a man and the other just kept hurling insults. And it's the same insult that he hurls at everybody that he falls out with. Oh, you gay. Bro, God, Corey, at some point, bro, is it everybody's gay and you're the only straight one? At some point, that. Oh, my bad, Pittsburgh T. At some point, man, who gave you such good gaydar? Did God make Adam and Eve? You know what I mean? And you actually Adam reincarnated and everybody else is Steve? Like what's going on, Corey? Why are you the only heterosexual dude in the world?
I mean, the other problem with that is that his whole job is dealing with media. So he's not like a normal person. So if you can't deal with media and you a comedian, I would say you might have a problem. If you're gonna deem everybody to be a hater and you conduct yourself like that with just regular media, that I don't even know that the man, he never said exactly what he said that was so offensive for him to do all that crazy shit. So like the way that he move around very childish, bro. He just doesn't move. Like he got some very like teenage adolescent behavior that's not good and doesn't transcend good when you in those industries, when you got to make those relationships, and it shows. You can see it. Even the way he did that lady on his show was crazy as hell. Like it was some real adolescent shit. Just not normal.
It's funny you said that, Pittsburgh T, because that was the next clip that I was gonna move into. So, we got a guy out there, talking like a bunch of stuff. Like I said, his comedy is not even funny to me, in my opinion. His comedy is not funny. Is suspect. Like I said, he goes after YouTubers. He's suing YouTubers. He wants to take them down for reporting that people are walking out of his show. When he criticized Dave Chappelle for the same thing, he said Dave Chappelle's shows are whack because they become lectures and people walk up out the show. He said he's not a hater. It's just that when they say special guest and it's Dave Chappelle, he like, oh man, this dude, he said Dave Chappelle will bomb for 2 hours straight. So he up there talking Cash Money stuff. But the moment that somebody report or just show video evidence of people walking out of here, he's hurt. He's hurt. He's a sensitive guy. He's a very sensitive guy. And he like that's to me, and it's just my opinion of Corey. I think Corey has had some childhood trauma that he's never addressed. And it might involve sex because that's what he's obsessed with. And he has repressed fantasies. That's why he's always talking about everybody that beef with him is rainbow. And it's like, well, Jamie Foxx was a rainbow. Was he a rainbow when y'all were doing business deals? So you was around him, vulnerable around him, doing all this stuff around him. You didn't have no problem until the money fell out. Everything is the money. Anytime that somebody do Joe Buttons is suspect. Everybody that goes against Corey is all of a sudden suspect. And when he can't do that, I mean, like I said, when he can't do that, he just flat out disrespected. Like he punching on women, demeaning women. We already know the group of men that are overly aggressive to women, what they look like, what they sound like, and who they belong to. And it's no doubt in my mind that Corey is from that ilk. But without further ado, Pittsburgh T, what you said earlier, how he disrespected the girl, Darlene, right? So I'm going to show the video. I want y'all to notice, because I can't pause it. I can't pause it because I'm doing it from my phone. But I want y'all to notice, he talks about his crew. He says, I'll put my crew up against anybody. And the moment that Darlene refuses to put that Anton's t-shirt with his daughter on there, he becomes sensitive and enraged. And just watch how his facial expression changed. He looks like a little kid that was denied, late night TV or something. No, you got to go to bed right now. He looked like he about to cry. Check it out.
Somebody said, your army ain't nothing. I'm like, you crazy. I don't know what Beyonce army do. I heard it's a lot of them, but I put the 5150 army up against anybody. It has tamed some lames. The 5150 army taming the lames. Tames lames. We gotta turn that into a shirt. Ain't this a shirt, D? You gonna hold it up, D?
No, you can't. That's all you, brother.
Oh, you ain't gonna hold it up?
Why?
You ain't fucking with a nigga, D? And when I hold it up, I can't say my shit with the mic. You ain't gonna hold it up?
Your mic.
Oh, don't worry about it. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh.
I'll show that shirt next week.
Oh, wow. Look at this one.
No, I'll get somebody to hold it up.
Look at this one.
I'll get somebody to hold it up.
Look at this. I'm finishing it. Look
what time is it? We ain't got enough time.
And look what I was doing.
If we had enough time, I'll get somebody to come hold it up right now.
Look how he's... But you see what I was just doing right now?
Oh, it's all good. Don't matter. I'll get somebody to hold it up. Motherfuckers want a piece of you that they like, but they don't want the whole thing.
Did I just not say...
I'll get somebody to hold this shirt up next week. Watch.
You know what? Somebody just said something earlier that it might be. You're right.
You're right. Might be. Shit, I don't need nobody to do shit for me. I'll get somebody else to do it. As everybody who I deal with like that. If you won't do it, okay, I'll get somebody else to do it.
shit.
I'm over here trying to input the things because I had to go. You don't even know what I went through to even get that.
Yeah,
so, okay.
Don't worry about it. Somebody else will hold it up next week.
See how you can't even. Wow. Okay. I guess not.
Don't do whatever. Goddammit, somebody be doing that.
I guess not.
Shit, it don't stop.
There we go. Wow.
I'm just getting it to you. I'm telling you the
I
truth.
see. Hey, you see what I was doing? Why I said I wasn't gonna hold it? Okay.
We are about to. We gonna do the rap? You mean 5150 is a code for crazy to the police?
Now, he basically went on after that to talk about what 5150 mean. He said it was like a radio for the police and it meant crazy. I mean, he's like I said, it's not false advertisement. The man has a history of telling what he would do to underage girls. I'm not making this up. I'm gonna show it later on in the video. What's good, Charco? What's good, everybody in the chat? And has a history of doing that. And he basically like modeled the show after craziness. Like, what is that saying about the audience that he could, talk to that girl like that? The audience is a representation of Darlene. Mentally damaged woman. You see how she didn't even want to speak her opinion. She was uncomfortable with you talking about Anton's daughter. She did not want anything to do with it. And she didn't want to hold the t-shirt up. And the moment that she refused to do that for you, people want to be to you, but they don't want the whole thing. Like just crying like a little girl, like cannot take rejection. Like you can see, Darlene, you don't mess with me, Darlene. Like, bro, all of this, the high-pitched voice, all of that was signs of a dude that's not mentally right. He's not right. The dude is not right. And like I said, I'm surprised he still got consumers at this point. But what's your take on it, T?
You can tell he's childish, bro. Like even when she said she wasn't gonna do it, it was been a way professionally for him to just keep moving along. He got stuck there. He didn't know how to react, and he paramountly had a temper tantrum. He just kept going on and on and on about this damn shirt and what the lady was doing, and he'll get somebody else, and just a bunch of nonsense that he didn't have to do. If he felt like that, if he wasn't acting like a kid, that would have been a conversation for them to have off camera, and they could have had that conversation, and it wouldn't have been whatever. Wouldn't have been like that. You like adults, you can't embarrass adults like that and still be trying to work with them like that publicly. That don't usually go well with most people. I mean, there's some people that'll come back and they'll still work with you and whatever. Most people are going to say the hell with you and they're going to go on about their business. A lot of people are. And on top of that, on the way out the door, they're going to flip over all the desks. They're going to pull out all the pictures. They're going to air out all the documents. They're going to do all that because you publicly shamed that person. So like, he just does not have the, he don't carry stuff like an adult to me, bro. He just don't. He ain't like a little teenager. There's no response, and teenagers don't actually think things through. They're very reactionary and very emotional, and that's how he acts to me.
Facts. You want to see some impulsive behavior after that, Pittsburgh T? That might not caught your radar. Check this out. And this after she refused, after he came back.
Few moments later. If you want to do it, get another bitch to do it. Hey. If you don't want to do it, get another bitch to do it. Hey. If you don't want to do it, get another.
Bro, this guy is a grown bro. When DJ Academic said 10-year citizens, this guy is literally 60. You know what I mean? Round up. Somebody like, oh, he's 50. Round up. He ain't going backwards. He only gonna go up. Time only go. Let's round up. The dude is 60 years old, bro. He's only a couple years away from the Social Security age, and he's acting like this. When DJ Academic said 10-year citizens, if he don't get that trademark, because you got people out there like Corey behaving the way he's behaving. Absolutely insane, unacceptable. Like that makes me question the IQ of the people that actually support Corey. I don't even wonder anymore. I know what the type of person that would enjoy this type of content, what their IQ would be. And guess what? It ain't room temperature. You know what I mean? But Darlene, after that episode, came out with a response, and this is just it makes the rabbit hole go even deeper, and it's more sickening. Check this out, Pittsburgh T.
Something called misplaced or displaced anger. This is when someone is genuinely angry or hurt about something or someone, but instead of directing that anger at the real source, they unconsciously aim it somewhere safer, easier, or less risky. For example, right? Someone might feel powerless, rejected, or disrespected by a boss or coworker, a partner, children, or even life itself. But they don't feel safe expressing that anger there. So it leaks out all over the place toward loved ones, strangers, or even themselves. The anger is real, the pain is real, but the direction is off. Understanding this helps us stop taking everything personally, and it also helps us ask better questions. Like, what is this really about? Or what might be underneath this reaction? It doesn't excuse harmful behavior, but it does explain it. And that awareness gives us more emotional clarity, healthier boundaries, and a lot more compassion for ourselves and others. Here's what it often looks like. Snapping at a loved one after a bad day with the boss or work. Being irritated at strangers when you're actually grieving, you're hurt or scared. Getting angry about small things when something big is unresolved elsewhere. Or criticizing others for traits that actually mirror our own pain or insecurity. We're all carrying more than people realize, and most of us are doing the best we can with what we were taught or not taught, right? A little awareness goes a long way. So be gentle with yourself and mindful with others. When someone is consistently dissatisfied about things like cleanliness, routines, or not getting their way, the issue usually isn't the surface complaint. What's often underneath is a need for control when they feel powerless somewhere else, chronic frustration, resentment, or entitlement, anxiety that shows up as rigidity, emotional immaturity or poor coping skills, a belief that their discomfort is other people's responsibility. So instead of managing their own feelings, they offload them onto people around them. Now, here's why understanding it matters. Because when you recognize displaced anger, you stop taking things personally that aren't actually about you. You can pause and ask, what is this really about? You gain more compassion for yourself and for others without excusing harmful behavior. So if this message helped you understand someone else better, great. If it helped you understand yourself better, even greater. Just remember, empathy doesn't require self-sacrifice, and understanding doesn't mean tolerating behavior that harms you. You're allowed to be compassionate and protected.
What you think of that, Pittsburgh T?
Now that's a well-balanced woman right there. Like you can tell the lady got responsibilities and she able to separate it. I'll say this part about all these niggas running around with podcasts that act like Corey. You'll soon see a lot of these niggas going to end up with a lot of sexual harassment lawsuits, and they're going to lose horribly because it's going to be documented. Because that's not just one incident. I'm positive with that dude that he did all kind of shit, and those ladies can seriously create damage to the little brands that they do have. And they think like, see, people with Corey, they only respond when it's consequences. He just think he can say and do whatever he want. And that's not, you just can't do that, especially in the work environment when you're the superior. You just can't do that, especially when you're dealing with the opposite sex. There's certain guidelines and things you just can't do. Sexual harassment is a big thing, and I don't even think people even understand or know what that actually is. That ain't actually you touching somebody or you actually cornering somebody. So I wouldn't be surprised that lawsuits started coming down on him from her and probably some other previous people. And it's a couple other people that do stupid shit like him. So I just don't think he's professional.
So I looked at that video, Pittsburgh T. I felt like that's a person that definitely has some type of form of therapy, that takes care of our mental health, and like she's older, she's matured, she's learned a lot of lessons. Well, that's what I thought on first glance until I received a phone call in the middle of the night and they told me that this girl is standing on principles and she's boycotting Corey Holcomb. And she never, I'm just joking. She was back on the show. She was back on the show, of course. She said all of that, did all of that, and went right back to Corey Holcomb running to his arms. And you know all he had to say to get her back on the show, Pittsburgh T?
What
they after me, you know. TMZ.
She probably just needed money though, Scholar. That's probably all it is. She just probably needed money.
At some point, money ain't enough, bro. Money ain't enough to be disrespected. Like he called her on like even that on the show. If you don't want to do it, get another bitch. That shit. That's so disrespectful to me. Like, bro, I wouldn't. A woman that didn't like me, I wouldn't even want her to put up with anything like that at the job. You know, I wouldn't say any. I don't have enemies, but somebody who didn't favor me or don't like me, doesn't like me because always one sided. But I wouldn't even want her to put up with anything like that. That's insane.
I mean, I get it, Scholar, but I done seen grown men get disrespected all kind of ways, and them niggas walk out of the office, be me, them, and the manager, and them niggas walk out and shoot a Tyler Perry movie about the whole situation. They done rearranged the whole shit. And they just made a whole other story of that. I done seen these niggas in there crying, slinging snot. They come up out of there saying, I agree. And it'd be the ones that say they gonna buck the system the most. I know exactly what you're talking about. I wouldn't be surprised. That's saying all of that. I'm not surprised that this young lady did. Well, I'm kind of late, but I'm not surprised she did that because people do it all the time. Scholar, everybody isn't equipped to do everything. Like some people are equipped to mentally prepare themselves to brace themselves for the boss because they know he's a fucking asshole. But like getting up and going and get another career, doing another job, people ain't all equipped for that. Some people scared out of their fucking mind to change careers, even though if they are super qualified, they just won't do it.
This is kind of different because she got a name. Like the same way we expect Corey to have a grind because he's on the internet, I expect her to have a grind because she's on the internet too as well.
Everybody don't got that though, Scholar. Everybody that's like the tender. That's like remember the tenderoni or whatever the guy named tenderism guy. Yeah, it's the same shit. Just because you could do one thing good, don't mean you can do the other part of it good, and don't mean you capable of doing. Everybody not ready to jump out there. Like comfortable is comfortable for people. People like comfortable. People don't like change, even if it's fucked up. They like the fucked up because it's familiar. Like that's all this is paramount to. When she finally gets somewhere, she gonna sue the shit out of this dude for whatever he got left. Because he just paid that lawsuit when he got into that fist fight with that comedian. I think he just cleared that lawsuit.
And that's the thing. It like in the background, I had it playing because Corey for a long time was talking about this girl, slandering her, saying she was a drug addict and that he didn't touch her. He just big faced her. And in the video, you could clearly see Corey walking up on her and putting like slapping her. You know what I mean? Like he was
talking about that one. Oh
yeah.
But that girl was a drug addict though. Yeah, but that chick that's a different thing, Skylar. Like Corey should hold on, Skylar. He shouldn't have put his hands on her no matter what. He should have never, because you could tell that chick's aggressive as fuck, like in person. She even when she told her version of the story, she was saying how she was climbing and she's super aggressive, bro. Like that's not normal for a woman to be like that. And as a man, you don't want to get in playing a dozens with a woman like that. Like, what do you benefit? You can't win. Like, so that shows his lack of immaturity for him to even participate in that. That woman is super aggressive. That don't mean he should have did what he did. I'm saying he should have had enough common sense to walk the fuck away. And she did get arrested for drugs.
There's no amount of aggression that a woman could do verbally to make me put my hands on her.
No, I never said that, Scholar. I never said that. I said he should have never put his hands on her.
Yeah,
I said he should have never got himself. Yeah, he should have never got himself in that situation because I know, like certain people, that's an aggressive ass woman, bro. She is. He should have never been around her, and he know he's super sensitive. Put it like this: this is the formula. An aggressive woman who could tell jokes, who's gonna talk shit about you, and you super sensitive. What that formula gonna lead to? We know what's gonna happen. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know, Pittsburgh. It sounded like you was trying to justify Corey's actions.
No, hell no. He had no business doing that. You don't put your hands on nobody, period. Like you keep your hands to yourself as an adult. You don't put your hands on nobody.
The shocking part about me, Pittsburgh T, it was probably at least a good 20 feet between them. maybe 10 feet. It was a lot. I might be hyperbole, but it was some great distance. You know what I mean? Like if
She
she
was a
spit, it
drug.
wouldn't
She
reach.
was on drugs. She did sell drugs. She did get arrested and some other shit for drugs. So that part of that ain't it, but it's irrelevant to the fact. Like it's
Yeah,
germane
how we
to the
know
fact.
Corey not on drugs? Like
Yeah,
he around
yeah.
all the drug addicts and
I
what do you
didn't
call
say
them,
he
fruity
wasn't.
booties. He might be
Yeah,
partaking. He
he
might
probably
be on drugs.
is. He probably is, Scholar. But what I'm saying is that I'm looking into her, and if you listen to her interviews, you can tell she ain't no fit. She's aggressive, bro. She's fucking aggressive. Me looking at that as an adult male past 30, and that man about 50, he know goddamn well how this lady is, bro. You don't get into no verbal altercation with this lady. And she done got into it with other people because Corey brought some people up that she done got into it with their show on the show, on his show, to kind of prove his point, and she was going after them doing the same shit. And you know what the other dudes did, Scholar? They
Walked away.
walked the fuck away.
That's what you
Yeah.
do. When somebody
Yeah.
getting like that, it's only one
You walk the
solution.
fuck away.
Leave. It's
Yeah.
gonna end badly for you, especially if you got something to lose and you famous. Like what are you gaining by
Walked away.
staying there? It's like you got
Yes.
too much to lose. It ain't just
Yeah,
you, it's a lot of people depending on you. So like and that goes to that lack of emotional intelligence, that
yeah.
go to that lack of self-awareness, and him being a kid. Like he's a 10-year citizen. Like that's what you expect a little boy to do. You know what I mean? Not no dude that's close to 60 that already know what he dealing with. If he's saying she's a drug addict and she all these things, he knew that before he got in that altercation. So why did that altercation even happen? Why is he even in a situation where this could? And then he tried to blame it on TMZ. This the funniest part about all this Pittsburgh T is Corey did a video addressing this situation, and the way he told it was completely different than what we're watching on the screen. He talked about him big facing the girl. He said the girl ran up on him. He said that he painted the girl as the aggressor, but the video tells a completely different story. And he said this about a year ago, standing her name and all this other stuff, and said that basically she was incredible. Then after this video came out, oh, it's TMZ trying to ruin my life. They're trying to ruin my career. The powers to be, and all of his dumb, low IQ fans are sitting up there in full support. Yeah, Corey, we're with you, Corey. It's the man. The man is trying to get you, Corey. The man.
Well, I mean, I say this, like again, like if you look at the actual show, he brought some other comedians because that's clearly wherever that place is, there's some location outside of the club where they sit out there and shine on each other and talk trash about each other. She's come up there a couple times and they said, and she made like real personal attacks on people. But those guys say that she go too far and they just know who she is and they walk the fuck away. So like that's her personality and it's kind of known at this point. He even alluded to that when he said that. So for him to get himself in that particular situation with that person that is known to do that is kind of wild. Like for him to even sit there and play the dozens with her, it's crazy because he already know what it is with her, man. And that is just crazy that he even get himself in a situation and play victim. Like he just didn't know what was going on. You know, this broad is aggressive, bro. Like you can't. Like what did you think? I don't know. He just don't have no control over his faculties that he should have at that age because he's not a kid, man. You just would expect more out of an adult male for him doing that type of shit. It just don't make a lot of sense. And a lot of the things he does, they're very impulsive. They don't make a lot of sense. And he don't even have the wherewithal to say, hey, after it's over, to say, hey, you know what? I fucked up. I shouldn't have did that. I extend my apology. He won't even do that. Now then he starts spinning into the conspiracy theory. That's what makes people throw their hands away and just walk away. Like, well, fuck it, dog. You got it.
Facts. Yo, hold on. Let me put this video up. So this is Corey Holcomb on the show. On the show, let me find this video. So this is all it took Pittsburgh T to get her to drop her guards down. This is crazy work. When women be out there talking about, not feeling protected and people kissing black men's butt, I'm like, man, that's cap. Corey is one of those dudes. He's one of those sympathy rag dudes. This all it took for him to get Darlene back on the show.
Greg will be here in a little bit. Everybody is called a media firestorm. My voice, I'm shocked. I didn't know. My voice got so powerful that the not fat girls with YouTubes, not busters who buy cigarettes 1, 2, 3 at a time. We ain't worried about them. They weren't never the problem. What it is, we have mass media trying to shut down the voice of Corey Holcomb and the 5150 show, and of course, the bloggers who are envious of what we do are going to join in. Ever since TMZ has gave a one-sided version of what happened, it then got to the point where even a man like me, who I don't walk around living in fear, but I fear for my life now because I see what has been said about me, and they are desperate to bring me down because
he a victim now. He a victim now. Now the powers to be is trying to bring the big bad wolf down. The one that was supposed to huff and puff and blow everybody, the three little pigs' house down. Now he a victim. He wasn't a victim. He wasn't a victim when he was out there, making fun of Anton's daughter, and Darlene didn't want no parts of it, and he told her this.
A few moments later. If you don't want to do it, get another bitch to do it. Hey. If you don't want to do it, get another bitch to do it. Hey. If you don't want to do it, get another.
He wasn't a victim then, but now all of a sudden, Darlene, come back. This is not a good time for me, Darlene. They're after me. Darlene, please. Somebody please save me. I'm innocent. I ain't ever did nothing to nobody. Except beef with every single person in the world, even the people that's close to you. Sever ties with people, burn bridges, talk about people's kids, whether you're beefing with them or not. Except for those things, you're right, Corey. You've done absolutely nothing. And who are these powers to be that's coming to get you? Because in the video that I showed earlier, Pittsburgh T, I don't know if you was here, he basically said, F YouTube money. He don't give a damn about no YouTube guidelines. He said all of these things, that he not selling his butt. He even got real graphic, talk about, get the dildo away from my butt and all this old weird stuff that he was talking about. Matter of fact, I'll play it. It's only a minute. Here it is right here.
My brother Charlemagne at the Breakfast Club, because I'm not hating on him. But what I'm saying, if you go get bitches off baddies and put it on your show, if you go get a motherfucker that takes from the community line saying he putting a school together and put it on your show, you are part of the system's intention toward bringing us down. So that's why. But if you put astute, moral blacks on your show, you will get nothing. If you speak from the heart, well, you ain't got to speak in code. There's a lot of brothers speaking code because they don't want to lose their YouTube money. Motherfucker YouTube. I say what the fuck I'm going to say as best as I can say it. And I think my people at YouTube who like to watch somebody speak from the heart agrees. I don't want to disrespect YouTube guidelines because I agree to be on the motherfucker. But I'm saying, I live with a motherfucking dildo right at my ass with grease on it. I'm gonna get the fuck away from me, motherfucker.
Too graphic, too detailed. That man is definitely, he has repressed homosexuality. I mean, let's call it what it is. That dude is definitely weird in regard to that. But you don't need YouTube. You don't need donations. You good without them. YouTube needs you more than you need them. And then all of a sudden, when Darlene left, y'all help me out, please. The powers to be, like, bro, all this old crybaby stuff, save it.
The word pedophile has been thrown in the mix. Now, they have something online, once again, about this pedophile thing, and it's going too far. So my lawyer said, you don't even have to really talk about that for real, but just make sure everybody knows this. I'm no pedophile, never been accused before in my life of being a pedophile. I despise a pedophile. Anybody who would do anything physically.
Okay, we'll go back to that video, Pittsburgh. Do you want to address the first half of that about the powers to be coming to get Corey?
Yeah, but Why would they have to come and get him? Like he on YouTube. He got a channel on YouTube, and he's got a show that he more than likely than not, if I had to take some money and put on it, he don't completely own. So like he ain't nobody to get. He ain't really rocking and shaking nothing on YouTube. And most of them dudes that's on there, they on Kick, they on all this other stuff, and they got sponsors. I don't see no sponsors on this show. He ain't really moving nothing like that, bro. He got a nice little audience. I ain't gonna take nothing away from him, but it's not to the point of what he's saying. And YouTube don't really work like that. Like the stuff that Corey be complaining about, and like he's on the thing that you don't need the people. Like the thing that you need the people is the movies and the TV shows. YouTube is not that. Country Wayne ain't got no damn people behind him.
Yep.
Big Jaw ain't got no he ain't got no movie. Like you don't need that stuff no more. So like the stuff he's still whining about is like, bro, yeah, in the 90s, you needed that. Not in 2026.
I don't even watch Corey's show. You know, it was a video of him going ham on Anton's daughter, who was a minor. And a lot of people said, well, you know, he deserved the right to do that because, you know, Anton. And I'm like, bro, there ain't a lot of people. It was me and Queen was having this debate. And I was basically saying the daughter ain't got nothing to do with it. It would be different if the daughter was on the show like, yeah, get him, Anton. Like, bro, what I do shouldn't affect.
Is she a minor?
Yeah,
is she a minor?
And she's a minor.
Oh, no,
but look, I'm not even a huge fan of Corey. It took me 3 seconds to find this right here. Check this out.
Looks like when she was younger. I saw one where she looks a lot. I don't know if it's the same
one. You saw one without the makeup
on?
What is that, Marky? Huh? Wet arm jism, not nepism.
Oh,
wet
God.
arm jism.
Oh God. Yeah.
Bernstein Burrs. Look them up.
I have a picture.
Birthday.
Idris Elba's daughter. Oh, you can look that up, right, Nail?
You wrong for what you did to
daughter.
Goldilocks, nigga.
And it's the oldest one.
That's his daughter?
She read for the part, yeah.
That's her.
So it came up in conversation that Idris Elba has a movie out with the lion. I don't remember what it's called. And the daughter tried out for the part, and he didn't use his power to get his daughter the part. And instead of focusing on that, he focused on her looks.
That actually looks like when she was younger. I saw one where she looks a lot. I don't know if it's the same one.
You saw one without the makeup
on? She looked quite different than that, but I
she looked like a Down syndrome Brandy.
Oh, Lord.
I want to be Down syndrome.
He is just the worst. Oh, yeah, no, yeah.
I saw Idris Elba one time going in the gas station on motherfucking in Hollywood. That motherfucker was musty than a motherfucker.
So Idris Elba's musty and his daughter look like she got down. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is not even somebody that's an enemy of his. Idris Elba ain't never did nothing to Corey Holcomb on record. He's never said, oh, this guy did something to me. But he's still talking about his daughter. Like, this is a sick like that clip BVO got. This is a sick Negro. Like, this dude's sick. Like, there's no reason to be talking about Idris Elba's daughter, but he still felt the need to attack her, and it was not funny. That is the craziest thing about it. None of the people ever around him would be like, hey, Corey, man, that's not funny, live on air. And if they do it off of air, guess what? Guess what his attitude is?
A few moments later.
If you don't want to do it, get another bitch to do it. Hey. If you don't want to do it, get another bitch to do it. Hey. If you don't want to do it, get another.
That's his attitude. If you don't want to do it, get another B to do it. And that's just like, that is weird behavior to me. Like, Corey's a weirdo. He's a weirdo. I can't believe he still has support like in 2026. That's crazy to me. From black people, nonetheless. Black people supporting it. Y'all rocking with this? This what y'all want?
Yeah, we support all kind of illicit stuff. I mean, and then I'll say this too. Like, Idris Elba's daughter's a little bit different because she's not a minor. I mean, obviously, he still didn't have no. I mean, it was a stupid attack. They didn't have nothing to do with it. But at least she's a young lady. This other Anton, a minor, like, come on, bro. And Anton's his own enemy too. Like, he got his own set of fucking bullshit going on too. That he's like that interview that they thought they was gonna blow up and make all this money. That's the self-sabotage of the joke is it didn't mess both of their little followings up.
It did, like, bro.
Corey
it did. They both came out worse.
Fucked up. Yeah,
that's a fact. It came out worse. Like, a lot of people was criticizing Anton for saying, you know, what do you say? I'm an American. What I'm a Christian first before I'm black.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that did hurt both of them. And you know what? Pittsburgh T, the laws and society norms are not set up as they're not geared towards morality. What ends up happening is these people are miserable in their real life and they always end up self-sabotaging themselves. Corey does not know how to concede victory. I think he would have came out the better part of that had he just let it go and continued his show. People had moved on past him punching the girl. Like, they had put up with a lot. His fans, his male groupie fans, they support Corey no matter what. And they were still supporting Corey. But he does not know how to win because he's a loser. And because of that, guess what? He's everything's coming full circle. All the enemies that he went out there and made, all the people he talked about, all the bridges. Right now, we are witnessing Corey Holcomb's inauguration. He was campaigning, he got elected, and he's swearing in right now. Right now, everything that he's getting is he went out and planted seeds for. It's coming around full circle, and he should embrace every single bit of it because he's not no victim. He caused this.
Well, I mean, I'll say this: 2026 seem to be taking all these dudes. Anton look like he's sliding on down with the way that he didn't try to progress himself into this fictional person. Corey sliding on down, like, and they can't be protected because you know what happens? They get online, they get these huge followings, and their head get big, and they become a whole different person. Like, and that's a dangerous spot because it's an echo chamber. Whatever they say, it is what it is. And Anton, when he has his show, he's only talking to people he paid. So why would they ever really give him some real pushback? At best, they just get mad and rage quit and come back the next day because he's paying them. Corey's even worse. He's just the guy that everybody just sit in the corner and don't say nothing about. That's just the boss that everybody you can't say nothing to him. And he's got hit and miss stuff that he does that some people tune in for. I don't know how much people actually watch Corey, but the more people get exposed to Corey and get exposed to Anton, you start seeing the flaws of some of the stuff they're doing. And that's the problem when you want to be on the internet like this and you're not authentic and you're playing characters. It comes off that way. People can see through these things. You cannot play a character all the time. Either you are or you aren't. Because when you play a character, you'll forget your lines and it'll come up.
Hey, Rob G called you Preachburg T the other day. You preaching that brother right there spit. But let me show this. Let me show this clip right here because this is the clip. I blurred the face of the minor out because we understand that minors don't have to pay for the sins of their parents, right? And she is underage, and we don't bully nobody. You know, this is for context purposes, and this is basically to show the shitty human being that Corey is. Much like when Martin Luther King allowed kids to go to these protests, young minors to go to these protests because he wanted to show the cruelness of people sicking dogs on these people, and all they were saying that they want equal rights and stuff like that. And if you'll do this to a minor, you'll do this to anybody, and you have no morality, no moral leg to stand on. That's why I'm showing this just for context purposes. Because I completely 100% disagree with everything in this video. It's only for context. So here we go.
Ugly ass boy, you brag on having no children out of wedlock. You got a picture of his daughter? I'm a dirtbag. You got a picture of his daughter? That nigga got a picture. This motherfucker brag on not having no children out of wedlock. What happened to you? It crashed. That's the broad. Y'all can get the broad off. That's his daughter. This man said he ain't got no children out of wedlock. Nigga.
That's Cool Mo daughter.
That's who?
Not Cool Mo D, Cool Mo daughter.
That's the air up there, nigga. Look, nigga, let me tell you something. Don't make no more kids, nigga. That bitch gonna be buying pussy like you after a while. If you don't know, nigga, don't ever brag on no motherfucking what you ain't got. Don't nobody want no kids with you, nigga. Don't nobody want no kids with you. Your prime years, you was a scammer, nigga. You was doing scams. Now that you older and found a way to manipulate, get dude off the screen. Get dude off the screen, man. Who the fuck is that, nigga? This motherfucker cat. I'm the captain now. Look at it. Hey, look. Let me tell you something. Don't make no more daughters, dog. You gotta make it where your shit come out with a boy, so he can make excuses for him. But you ain't got no kids out of wedlock, cause ain't no bitches fucking with you. He was on the internet bragging, I always got a bad bitch with me. No, you pay a bitch to be with you, nigga. You ain't no nigga who got bitches. You buy bitches like the little bitch you had with you, goddammit, who motherfucking made that story sound like she wanted to sound. I got to town Tuesday. Did you get to town Tuesday? Or was you in Vegas with him? I don't know. Did you get to town Tuesday, really? So you let that man lie to you, bring you up here, talking about you on the show, and you ain't mad at that nigga? I seen you on that show when he said something about now.
So kept calling that daughter repeatedly a dude, and it's just like, bro, what does she have to do with anything? The mere fact, like, bro, these people be acting like they really be at war. Like, and listen, I'm not from the project. Like, you know what I mean? Like, make no mistake about it, I'm not from the, I don't live by street rules or any of that stuff. But at some point, man, like, real beef is real beef. You know what I mean? Like YouTube beef, it's like, why do you go into somebody's family? Even when people look at street dudes, when street dudes have a problem with somebody and they end up shooting up everybody in the house except for the person they got a problem with, we deem them as mad or crazy. Why is Corey going after somebody who ain't got nothing to do with anything, not viewed it the same way? That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm glad you said that, Chaco. Every person that Corey goes in at and can't help himself to criticize or make fun of, looks wise, is always dark. It's just Elba's daughter, this daughter, and anytime he brag about having a bad bitch, it's always something that's the opposite of black. Like the dude, not only is he not pro-black like he claims to be, but you know, he hates his blackness. We know he hates himself. Look at, like, you can look at Corey and tell that this is an unkept, depressed dude. He's a functionally depressed dude. He's a guy that, because you know some people get like bed rot when they get depressed, they don't go anywhere. He's a guy that goes out and still functions while he's depressed. He probably has some type of substance abuse, whether it be alcohol, some type of drug. I 100% guarantee, I'll bet anybody that he abuses. He could not pass a test, sobriety test or a drug test. I 100% guarantee that. You could just look at his comedy. That's why he's so miserable. That's why he attacks everybody, right? Self-hate. You know, like there's rumors that he don't shower. You know what I mean? What's crazy is he was beefing with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, talking about how she was a lesbian, she's not a real doctor, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. And all these dudes like, you know, Arsenio Hall style. Get him, Corey. Get him, Corey. All these dudes. Get him, Corey. Yeah, we love you, Corey. You know what I mean? And she brought up the fact that he's depressed and don't bathe, and she just left it at that. When he was beefing with Darlene brought up those same things. And people ain't connected the dots. When you're depressed, you don't want to bathe. And you don't brush your teeth. You don't want to have your upkeep. Corey looks like an unkept person. He's depressed.
Yeah, but hold up, Stella. That lady ain't no real daughter, bro. Like that Corey got his flaws, bro. But and then the other thing with Corey too, when I hate these dudes on the internet, they do this shit. They all like to act like they got all these women out here, bro. Like, stop it, man. You is not getting women like that, bro. It ain't that many dudes that's able to just roll up and get women like that. Most dudes get one woman at a time. Maybe they in between getting another one, but dudes really don't be getting women like that. Cause we ain't them kind of, like, most dudes are just average dudes, man. I hate when dudes get on the internet be selling these wolf tickets out like that. And then when you see dudes like Corey, he always by himself. Like, so where all these damn women at? Like, stop it, man. You ain't doing that. Even the shit, like, I just hate that. Like, you could just tell people are immature when they do that, because there's no need for that. You're an adult. I would assume that you have some kind of woman somewhere, and it don't really benefit me to know that the type of fucking woman you are. It just, again, that just showed the lack of maturity when you do stuff like that.
So Pittsburgh T, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant she's not a doctor as far as a surgeon, but when I looked it up, she does have her doctorates. Like, she has
got a doctor's degree, but she's not a psychiatrist that she was saying. Yeah, you can get a doctor's
Bertie,
degree. She's not a psychiatrist.
we might have to fact check that, brother. Because I asked AI. Because I was curious too. Because
Yeah,
I
she can
heard
get a
Corey
doctor's
going
degree.
back and forth. But bro, Corey's not a doc. Like, so okay. Let me ask you this, Bertie. We just talked about emotional intelligence, bro. If you had to take advice from two people and they were the last two people on the earth, who do you think is more qualified to give you advice? Dr. Cheyenne Bryant or CoreyHolcomb?
Neither one of them. I would listen to neither one of them fools.
I'm just saying. I have an open ear to Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
Nah, that lady.
Corey,
and then you look at her
yes.
personal life as a wreck. Like, first of all, she's not a real doctor. She a doctor. She has a doctor's degree. She doesn't have. She's like Umar. She's not a practicing doctor in the field that she at. She ain't that. So like that's the problem with her. And then her personal life, for her to be this relationship person is all kind of screwed up, and they ain't gonna even get in that. So that lady ain't who she present herself to be. Corey he just messy and clownish with the stuff he do. Because the way he go about stuff is just fucked up the way he do it. And he spend too much time on petty bullshit. And the problem is with him, he should be shooting his own fucking little skits. That's what he should be doing, writing skits, writing little movies. He should have had his own little fucking comedy stand-up, went to the local little club, shot his own stand-up and sent that shit to the Netflix or Hulu and shot it over there and tried to, if he was that guy, he just sit there and make himself miserable because he ain't got no opportunities because he not really doing it. He done got real comfortable. He old fucking dude. He ain't doing that shit no more like he used to be doing it. And his comedy don't be hitting like that all the time. Oh, Queen got beef in the chat. Oh, come on, Queen. We ain't got to do all that, Queen. We want peace, Queen. We want peace, Queen. Scholar got kicked out for a second. But Corey is doing what he doing, man. I don't. That dude, he got some growing to do when it comes to this stuff. This internet stuff, just some of these dudes, they don't know. And on top of that, they don't know moderation. Corey just get up there and say everything, man. He don't have to say all of this stuff. Cat Williams, when he does those interviews, is so good because not only does he say stuff, he leave a lot for the imagination. Like nobody really wants to know how everything is cooked in the back. They don't need to see the whole process. You don't need to tell people every fucking detail of shit. That makes people lose the attention value of stuff. Corey just hasn't figured that out. Amongst the other people haven't figured it out. So you don't need to say all that stuff. You got to learn how to reserve some stuff. There you go.
So T, you was right. You was right. You was 100% right. She's like Dr. Umar. They took the classes and they got all the way to the end, but they never fulfilled the hours and they never did their clinicals. So that was a perfect example you gave. She's just like Dr. Umar. So she is familiar with the work, like Freud and stuff like that. So they have a basic, like the reason why Umar is such a good speaker is because he has the knowledge of psychology. You know what I mean? He just didn't go practice and fulfill his hours, but that's why he's such a good public speaker. Same thing with her. Like when she says stuff like, let me unpack this, that's how therapists be talking, psychologists. So she does have an understanding of it at least. And if there was anybody I was going to get advice from, out of the two, Corey or her, it definitely wouldn't be a guy that's unkept, has no knowledge about anything and is suspect on a lot of different things. So one of the things I wanted to show you, Pittsburgh T. So let me show you his statement, and then I'm gonna show you why people might think what they think about him, because this is some pretty interesting stuff. There's some pretty interesting stuff, Pittsburgh T. Watch this. So you heard what he said in the second half where I paused it, right? Where he was talking about the allegations that was coming on and the powers that be. The reason why he got so serious and why he probably got Darlene to jump back on board with him is probably because he said that they're trying to put these charges on him, and she probably was sympathetic to him because she felt like he's not what they're claiming that he is. So here we go.
Something online once again about this pedophile thing, and it's going too far. So my lawyer said you don't even have to really talk about that for real, but just make sure everybody knows this. I'm no pedophile, never been accused before in my life of being a pedophile. I despise a pedophile. Anybody who would do anything physically, I think it's a person who sexually abuses children. Am I right with that? That's what a pedophile is, right? I ain't living like that. And I've never lived like that. But I understand the media firestorm that's happening to CoreyHolcomb because, These people know I have evidence against them that's going to bring them down, so they have to destroy my credibility first. They have to destroy my credibility like I'm a villain. But I want to say to TMZ, who I know is watching, I've already given the evidence to my lawyer and a few other people. So it's out of my hands. So if you guys want to come at me, there's nothing I can do. You know the case is coming. You know the case is coming. Sean Hawley, TMZ, and of course the drug addict woman. I mean, she has nothing to lose, so she'll do whatever you guys want her to do. She'll say whatever you guys want her to say. But my day in court is coming. And I don't even have time for court because I live a glorious life. I work and perform. It's just my voice got too powerful for some power.
He live a glorious life. I thought he was going to say, I live a life of morality. That's what somebody would say that was innocent. I live a glorious life. I'm too rich for this stuff. What if Diddy had got up there to testify, you know, in the Cassie case and said, I live a glorious life. I ain't putting no sperm on my nipple. Like, what kind of... He was getting too powerful, Pittsburgh T. That's why the powers to be came to get Corey. Corey, like, what power? Like, am I missing something? Is Corey out there turning water to wine?
Why even address this, bro? Why do you have to make a statement about
Oh,
that?
no, he got to. Obvious. He got to, Pittsburgh T. We gonna get to that. I got the clips, bro. He gotta address it.
I'm not familiar with him unless you said some crazy shit.
Yes,
that's not some shit crazy. You had to. Yeah, you had to have said some crazy shit because that's not normal for a man to feel like I got to take this time to fucking address that. He had to say some real wild ass shit. That's that, man. Again, that's him just talking. He don't think before he talk. He's not measured, and he got to show and he don't know this. This is crazy. This is exactly why his career is the way it is. I can only imagine what he does when people walk up to him and get him in meetings. The way he fucking talks. If he talk like this on air, I can only imagine the shit he say.
Here we go. T. Let me finish playing this. What I tell you, Pittsburgh T. This is why he answered. He had to answer this, but check this out.
People, and they're sending this media firestorm at me, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. I showed everything I need to show because they said this is an innocent woman. This woman, since I had the incident with her, she stabbed a man. So all you guys.
So what Corey is suggesting here is that woman is not innocent because she stabbed somebody after she got in an incident with him. So because she acted one way in another incident, and we don't know the details of that. You know, what if the dude was trying to essay her? Don't know the details of it. But because of that, you know, we should have presumed guilt because of her past situations. And I'm glad Corey thinks like that. I'm extremely happy Corey thinks like that because judging by Corey, you know, Corey's past statements, one might suggest that he might be what they saying he is. You know, he only needs a little bit of proof with Joe Budden. He called Joe Budden Fruit Booty Buttons. I know about you. They told me about you. He can't confirm anything. It's what somebody told him. You know, so in his case, you know, I'm glad he thinks like that because we're going to judge him by them same standards. So here we go. Here we go right here. Hilarious. Oh my God. Sexualizing children. I mean, oh my God. It reminds me of the good old days when we were just like I said on Marky Dan's show, where we would gather around the campfire and Grandpa would just make these inappropriate jokes about my classmates at the time, and I was only 12. You know, it just brings back good memory. That is sick. And the people in the shack, everybody in the audience, oh, like that is crazy to me that everybody thought that was a permissible joke. But it's comedy. It's comedy. Like I said, you know, they consider Corey to be this edgy guy. But like even with Donald Trump and all this other stuff, at what point are people gonna be like, yeah, you probably shouldn't say this. Like, this is not funny. Like the idea that Corey presents himself as a wise dude, right? A good comedian. Good comedians don't only tell jokes, they make points. They do satire. You know, they teach. They're polarizing. You know, otherwise it's just a TED talk or a lecture. you know, but they add jokes and humor in it and set it up and give you different angles or get your mind to think in a way that it wouldn't normally think in. At least a great comedian, and he's saying he's at the top. So what thinking process did you have to go to sexualize a kid as a comedian, huh? Because we know what Richard Pryor, we know why Richard Pryor's comedy was so dark. We seen it. Like if Richard Pryor actually gave fellatios to a man, like that's in his book, right? We know about his upbringing and drugs and all this other stuff. We know, we're aware of Richard Pryor's past and his history. We're aware of all these things, right? And why his humor was sick and dark. What is Corey's excuse? And what is everybody's excuse for still continuing to support that? And that ain't even the tip of the iceberg. Listen, like he tell y'all for his comedy, buckle up. I want y'all to buckle up because a lot of stuff, like I said, this was even a hard episode for me to do because I don't like talking about stuff like this. I don't like talking about stuff like this because it's uncomfortable, because it makes me have to face the reality that this is a societal norm. This is if they didn't have the age of consent, what it is, if they didn't have the definition of a minor and all this stuff, people would do whatever the hell they wanted to do. And that is a sick reality that I don't want to have to come to terms with, because then I'm going to look at every male or person as a predator. You know what I mean? Till they show otherwise. So that's why I try to stay away from these type of conversations, but it's a reality. And I want to have difficult conversations like this over here. And this is what I truly believe. And this is what I'm shown. There wasn't one person in the audience that was like, yeah, let me get up and walk up out of here, like they did earlier when Corey was telling them jokes. That the coverage of CoreyHolcomb's what do you call it? CoreyHolcomb's comedy set, a person got up and walked out. And when they walked out, you know what they said? They said, we walked out and took a stand because he was talking about having sex with underage people. And this girl didn't even know who CoreyHolcomb was. She called him Corey Honeycomb. And she was able to realize that in real time and have the balls to stand up to it. But the people that Shaq age, that stuff is normalized for them. Like if you go look at the music, the exploitation of them, all that stuff was normalized. You know what I mean? Like they didn't think anything about this stuff. Like they was actually rapping about this stuff. The same stuff that CoreyHolcomb is joking about, they were actually rapping about. So it was culture to them. So with that being said, you know, wasn't one brave soul in the audience that was like, yeah, we're not going to stand for this. So let me show you this. Like I said, buckle up, because this finna get crazy. So this is Corey. This is clips what I found where Corey just going full-fledged, whatever you want to call it. Because I don't want to say it, because you know he will sue YouTubers, but going full-fledged that in that direction. And because he don't got no pushback or no breaks or anything. So this is what I want to show you, you know, right here. Here we go. Look at this right here.
It was 13, maybe 14.
Yeah.
That's a grunt. The vagina been on this planet 14 years. I've said this before on the show also. Do you know if a woman 16 years old?
Do you notice how Corey turned? And said, I said this on the show also. Oh, thank God, Corey. You said it on your show. So you've tested this with your audience. So, okay, I won't give you any pushback. That's what he was saying that for. That's why he said that. And look, I said this on the show before. You know what I mean? That's why he was getting permission. He was making it permissible to say the statement that he about to say. You know you about to say some foul, effed up stuff where you got to turn and say, I said this on the show before. Don't be mad at me. I said this on the show before.
Gives you a baby, that is going to be 16, 17, 18, 19. That is going to be one of the healthiest babies possible. At that age, they've been on the planet long enough. They're in their prime developmental-wise to create a life.
Developmental-wise, what do you say, 13 and 14-year-olds are in their prime at that time. Yikes. That's what we dealing with here. This is what Pittsburgh T said earlier. Why did he come out and defend this? That's why. It almost reminds me of, I don't know if y'all remember this, but Joe Rogan do like 4-hour podcasts. Joe Rogan is the number one. He's the podcast everybody looked up to, right? Because as far as information, flow, they don't plan anything. Joe Rogan show was dope. You know what I mean? They didn't. It's corporatized now, but somebody made a clip of all of Joe Rogan's sets where he said the N-word, and it was nasty. It was so grotesque that Joe Rogan was like, "Dang, I talk like that." He was like, "I'm gonna have to. I'm not gonna say that word anymore." You know, I don't know if he says at the dinner table, but he said he wasn't going to say it live on air anymore because it was gross. You know what I mean? Like hearing it back. Corey's the type of person, well, I said it on the show before, you know what I mean? And double down on BS and everybody show up and support it.
America, something different.
Those eggs are buoyant. You could dribble them eggs. They got bounce back.
I'm just saying, in America.
Those eggs are boy, man. You can dribble them eggs. Dudes close to their 60s. These are 10-year citizens. 10-year citizens. DJ Academics. If he ain't trademarked that, I'm going to go trademark it now. 10-year citizens. Because the group of famous people are from that era. Like the people that they follow online, even the podcasters in basketball, the Gilbert Arenases and stuff like that, they're all around Corey's age. The Floyd Mayweathers, they're all around the same age. You know what I mean? The people that you would deem as leaders of society, Umars and all that, they're all around the same age. They all think alike. They're all impulsive. They all, you know what I mean, have problems with their kids. CoreyHolcomb has talked stuff about his own daughter on his own show. Like that is the most insane thing ever. It talked about how he'll make another one, all this old weird stuff. But you get an idea of the character that you're dealing with by this video of him making these statements. 13 and 14 is their prime years. For who? R. Kelly? Like, bro, even when R. Kelly's ex-wife I did an interview, she basically said that R. Kelly started to lose interest in her once she got to a certain age. Corey gives me those same vibes.
America, most people only know what they know in America, but I've been to other countries, and in Iceland, I think the legal age to get with a girl.
So CoreyHolcomb visit Iceland for context.
Is 13 years old. Oh my God! Right, it blows people around.
And when in America has laws. America have laws against what the actual definition of a minor is, and you know what young is. But you know, in Iceland, 13 is technically okay, Corey. You know, because you know your statement earlier was that you never mess with underage girls, and you're not a PDF file, right? And then you even said, what is the definition of PDF file? Does anybody who's not a PDF file have to ask what is the definition of what? That sounds like I said when they asked R. Kelly, what do you mess with underage girls? Well, what is a minor really? Like the people that need clarity on stuff like that are the people that are tiptoeing around legal verbiage because they might have protect. But that's neither here nor there. Let's get back to this Iceland story that Corey's about to tell.
They hear it, but in Iceland, R. Kelly is not a criminal. He's a normal guy in Iceland. I went to Iceland, and you just can't offer him money and gifts. And I thought that was so unfair that you couldn't give him nothing after you was done with him. It's too crazy. I'm not going to Iceland.
So I assume you've been to Iceland and you took advantage of the laws. Is that what you're saying?
I had a great time in Iceland. Wait.
He had a great time in Iceland with the underage girls, and the only problem that he has is that he felt like you should be able to pay the underage girls because, you know, hey, they need to get something. You know, they need to get something. Like, bro, what are we doing? What are we talking about? There used to be a time. There used to be, and you know what? The amazing Lucas said this. I got to give him a ton of credit. He's a smart brother. I don't agree with everything, but it's one of the things he said that really got me thinking. We talk about black, I ain't gonna say we because I don't. Black people talk about immigrants coming over, black immigrants mainly, and tethering to them, but they tether themselves to MLK. They don't have anything to do with MLK. They're tethering themselves to the lineage of MLK. Now let's stop there. That is a very great point that he made. But even more important, these black people now are not even the same mentality-wise as the people that they tether themselves to, the MLKs and stuff like that. Case in point, you have people out there right now that online denigrating MLK's name, talking about, you know, him in a derogatory way. He was this, he was that, he was having orgies, he was doing, and they follow CoreyHolcomb. CoreyHolcomb talking about messing with 13-year-olds in Iceland. They follow Umar Johnson. who is morally bankrupt, will do anything for a dollar, misappropriating the funds, ain't open no school. Look at the people that they follow while criticizing MLK. Those people back then had better morals. That's why the leaders did not care about dying rich. They died broke. They sacrificed for the movement. MLK won the Nobel Peace Prize, got a bunch of money for the Nobel Peace Prize, and donated it back to his cause because his concern for being rich was not that. Capitalism has corrupted people's minds to where they think everything is okay and will justify bullshit. Will not call wrong wrong and right. Will justify it because they follow a person or because they might like their comedy or whatever the case may be. Inappropriateness is inappropriateness. Sickness is sickness. This is not locker room talk. Donald Trump saying grab him by the pee is not locker room talk. That's assault. And when you're having locker room talk and someone brings up assault, there should be a pause there and either walking away, checking and walking away, something. It should not be a laugh and tell us more, Corey. Corey, give us more on the details about this story, Corey. What happened? What happened, Corey? What happened with bro, they turned into Greece. What was it like? What was it like? Did she put up a fight? Like, what kind of weird stuff? What society is, oh my God, it's crazy, morally bankrupt. And the black people now are nothing like the black people of yesteryear. They got to stop this stuff. They got to stop tethering themselves.
I saw this little girl. She had a Welch's grape juice bottle in.
Here we go. Another joke about a kid. So not once. He told that other one on Shaq's All-Star Comedy. So this one, he's on the show. And this time it's a different infant, right? A different child. This one's 5, right? And he's telling a story about this one. And different situations because the stories are slightly different, but he just pays a hell of a lot of detail to kids. Here we go.
Her mouth. And she was about 5.
She had a bottle in her mouth. She had would you believe she had a pacifier? Yes, Corey, this is what kids do. They suck on bottles and pacifiers. It's nothing uncommon about that, Corey. I don't know if it's you and your sexual deviancy or any of that can control your sexual urges or whatever's going on, Mr. Epstein, but hey, that's normal.
She had the whole bottle as far as it'll go, just sucking on it. Walking with.
Is that funny to anybody in the chat? Y'all, if y'all was with somebody and they was talking like in this manner, would y'all correct them? Would y'all shout at them? What would happen after that? Would it be any correction, or would it just be like, hey, hey, it is what it is. It's comedy. Like what would happen? Well, I want to know what would be the mental process of somebody that was around somebody like this, because this shit wouldn't fly with me, and that's an absolute fact. I've cutting people off for less, and that you know what I mean. That's a fact. That's crazy that this dude keep making jokes about children. And like I said, I'm not a comedian, but I do study and admire the best comedians that we have. A lot of people think Dave Chappelle, is the best right now. He is. He's at the top. But I think Jon Stewart and Colbert and people that do satirical news, to me, is at the top. You know what I mean? And underrated. But I know that the process they take, doing comedy is harder than what people think. People think, oh, you just make people laugh. This is why T.I. is getting booed every second off stage, because it's not just that. You could be the funniest dude at the party, and still get booed off the stage. Like, comedy is really hard. That's why people like Godfrey and stuff like that, they get mad at people like T.I. that think they could just come into comedy and it's going to be easy. And then they get the headline with the big names, stuff they worked their entire career for, because it's hard. It's hard to take something through a process, you know what I mean? Be polarizing at the same time, educate. That's why, because I understand how difficult that is, I always respect comedians that do those things, because I know it's not easy. It's actually harder than just being the funny guy, the class clown, or things like that. But it's a process. What process keeps leading Corey to make jokes about kids? You've already done this on the Shaq thing. Move on from it. Why are you revisiting a separate situation with dramatic details, the attention to details, and making it seem like the baby was the weird person in the situation instead of you? Sick. It's sick. But let's get some more of this.
Her mama. Somebody said, get that out her mouth. When they took it out her mouth, that baby said, you know when she stopped crying? When a man.
When somebody took a baby bottle out, he still, what does Corey do? Who is allowing their kids around Corey to just, with these notes, because he like the crocodile hunter, and on a safari, taking notes, writing down names, checking them twice, attention to detail, very detailed, paying attention to everything that's going on, listening to somebody, a random person say, get that bottle out of her mouth, you know what I mean? And then it's funny because he paused right here and he was waiting for like the giggle for the setup for the punchline. To watch it. Well, notice he paused after he said, the baby started crying.
You know when she stopped crying?
That was the pause. That was supposed to be like and this was supposed to be the grand finale right here.
When a man picked her up and put her in her lap and started bouncing with her. Then she stopped crying and was looking like this. I say, that's a...
I can't be sometimes I feel like the country is going insane and I'm one of the last sane ones left because that cannot be like, what are we doing? This is appropriateness. So I'm in the minority, not the majority. Clearly, right? Because he had 14,000 people watching this show, so they all approve of it. And then after these things were resurfaced and him punching the girl resurfaced, he was compensated. He was rewarded for it. Hey, y'all, the powers that be are out to get me. Donate. And the same thing worked for Umar Johnson. Umar says the powers that be are out to get me. The exact same excuse. And they froze all my accounts. They froze my Cash App. So now y'all have to donate to me a different way. We can't let the powers that be win. And that's enough to get people to still donate. Listen, I don't know if it was COVID. I don't know what it is, but people definitely are a couple fries short of a Happy Meal. Yo, what's good, T?
Man, this Corey guy, bro. This guy here.
Yo, you see
I ain't know he did all that crazy shit. I ain't know he did all that, bro. That's a lot. No wonder he was trying to defend that if he was like, yeah, I see why he said what he said now.
It make perfect sense. You gotta speak on this. Like, you gonna let this just like rock like that? Like, nah, Corey, you might listen. I'm pretty sure his lawyer, everybody was like, yeah, Corey, you gotta address this. This ain't something that's just gonna go away because like that video is wild. Like, why he always over sexualizing children, 5-year-olds? Like it just, I don't know, it's sick, man. It's sick. Like, that's not even funny. That ain't funny. Like when Chappelle be going after the trans people, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I be laughing. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I be laughing my ass off sometimes. Not.
Yeah, but why not? Yeah, but that's funny though. Like, and that's the other thing. Comedy's supposed to be edgy, bro. Like, it ain't nothing wrong with that. Like all this stuff that people do where they act like comedians can't be comedians, man. That's crazy. And you know what you want to see? So you want to see some edgy comedy? Get like 8 dudes together and don't turn no cameras on and watch how we talk to each other. You will see some shit. You gonna hear some shit there.
Hey, but you know what though, T? Even within that realm, if we was all clowning or saying some crazy stuff, and then somebody popped out with, "Yeah, I put the pill in the drink," we'd be like, "Whoa, who said that?" Yeah, stay away from me, brother. Like, no, I don't want none of that.
Nah,
you know what I mean?
We doing that.
Yeah, and I feel like that's where Corey is going with it. It's like, it's like with the Dave Chappelle stuff, with the transgender stuff. I remember, bro, this is when I first became suspect of TYT, bro. I was like, yeah, they just be talking, bro. Because TYT didn't even watch Dave Chappelle stand up, but they was angry about it. I'm like, wait a minute, how you angry about a special you didn't even watch? They was like, yeah, he's just attacking trans. He dedicated that whole show to the trans that he took on the road that passed away. So only the people that watched it would have known that. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, if you just going with the crowd and saying, yeah, Dave Chappelle's doing this, and I don't like Dave Chappelle because of so-and-so, well, then you would miss out on the fact that Dave Chappelle actually dedicated that to that transgender, and the jokes, she could take a joke. He said she laughed harder than anybody at the transgender jokes. You know what I mean? So like, you would have to watch that to know it. And like I said, Dave Chappelle is a little dark at times, but like I said, it's educational. You know what I mean? And the edginess has a end goal. What is the purpose of this? This is like, it ain't got no end goal. It's just pure sickness. The end goal, I think, personally, is grooming, especially if Corey just gave us an argument to why he believes that Joe Budden's is suspect, that why he believes the powers to be is trying to get him, you know, just needed a little bit of proof, you know, or the woman that he punched was worthy of getting punched because you don't understand. She had a situation right after me. Okay. So we judging a person based off their character and based off of consistency. So if we holding you by them same standards that you judging somebody else on, then guess what one is to conclude about you, Mr. Corey Holcomb? I don't know. Nah, I know that you're a sick individual and you might be in them files. You might be on that island. You know, let's call it what it is, Mr. Truth Teller. Mr. The powers that be is out to get me. You know, let's call it what it is. You know, it is what it is. That's why he made that video saying that. Well, I ain't did nothing. I ain't been guilty of nothing.
Well, I mean, the difference between him and Chappelle stuff, even the gay stuff he do, that people was all outraged. It was very polished what he did. It wasn't no random stuff. Number one, and that community is super sensitive. People are like super running to the gates to protect them. Even in which when you talk about them, they call you homophobic. And phobia means you got a fear, and they loosely just throw that around just as clearly as Corey does. So like that stuff, some of that stuff is unwarranted and you can kind of filter it out. The stuff that Corey do with the kids and all that, it's just wild, man. Like I don't even know how you get to that place. That's just not normal. Like you said, if it was 8 dudes sitting around, they did this, you'd be like, wait a minute, what the
We'll move away from that dude so fast, bro. We'll be like, what? Like, bro, we'll probably just hit a nigga with like, bro, you weird, bro. Like, man, I hope you ain't got no kids in there, and just move around, bro. Like, that's crazy work right there,
normal, bro. That's not normal for a dude to do that.
What's crazy, T, is it get worse. It get worse. Let me show you.
Get worse.
I think he tell the joke all over again where he don't get the response that he want, like a toddler.
That's a little growing right there. And everybody will say, Corey, what are you talking about? Corey, you crazy. Get the out of here. This girl was in her bliss with her mouth wide open. She was just saying, had the cap on it and everything.
Bro, this is wild, bro. This is one of those things that like I'm uncomfortable reacting to it, bro. It's so wild. That's crazy to me, bro. When I seen this, I was like, bro, these clips exist. These are from his show 5150. So he said this live and nobody flinched. Nobody was outraged at any of that. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy, bro. This is one of the things you gotta laugh to keep from crying.
They took it out of her mouth. Then a man picked her up and started shaking her on his knee. And she was like, I said, that's a little, it's just Corey Holcomb crazy. I almost want to go back and ask about that little girl and do a documentary on her life. So one day I can show I know what I'm talking about. But in this society, I'm a bad guy. For real, one day I was living with this lady and her.
So Pittsburgh T, he wants to do Where They Are Now with the 5-year-old to prove that he can recognize when a 5-year-old is going to grow up and be promiscuous. Bro, you can't make this up, man. And Pittsburgh T, it only get worse from here. When I tell you this dude's sick, man, He got a problem. So let's check this one out, Pittsburgh T. Like, it get worse. It's story after story.
My daughters crawled in the bed and I ain't have on shit. Yeah. I was up under the cover. Wow. And I was like, oh, and one of her daughters was like, her daughter was.
So he was in bed naked, and somebody who was talking to daughters crawled in the bed while he was butt naked up under the covers. Bro, this is crazy, bro.
Crazy. Who's saying yeah? Who the heck is the dude saying yeah? Who's that dude?
I don't know who that is, bro. I don't know who it is. Whoever made the video, they cropped them out, so I don't know who it is. But you right, that dude up there co-signing stuff. But you know what's crazy? I just watched everybody pretend like the culture is the culture, Black unity, and that we don't like PDF files, right? That's the whole thing with Drake. Like, you could take all of Kendrick Lamar's comments and apply them to Corey, and they would still fit. Whoever Corey you in love, just make sure you had your little sister from. Like, you can literally apply that to Corey, and ain't nobody batting an eye at this stuff. It's only one person I seen even reporting on this stuff in a negative way. Like, everybody else is just complacent. Nobody's really saying anything. Well, on the male side, male content creators specifically. I don't know everybody's channel or everybody's content. So let me not say, ain't nobody doing it. But that's still crazy to me. I'm blown away, Pittsburgh T. That dude, and then, bro, and that's how I know he has a substance abuse problem. He put a camera in front of me, just start talking. Like, this is one of those things that Corey should have got help for, because he's clearly sick, but he out there just, bragging about the stuff, like, I don't know, just weird.
She was in high school. I think she was 15. Still not legal. You just can't tell your true thoughts.
So, okay, let's stop it there. So the person that got into the bed with him was 15 at the time. He was a freshman. And he was like, 15. And, I'm going to leave it there because you can't tell your true thoughts. What are your true thoughts about being naked in the bed, and a 15-year-old getting in the bed? What are your true thoughts? What is something that you're hiding from the public that you just absolutely cannot disclose? That's why I say it get worse. It get worse because the video that he said earlier, when you was like, Pittsburgh T, you like, why is he over explaining? Why is he overdoing? And that's why, because he knows his inner thoughts. He knows his true thoughts. You know what I mean? Like, he got to hide them because he know they're inappropriate. Same situation with the Iceland chick. Same situation where in Iceland, you could date them when they're 13 years old. That guy would be a hero in Iceland, not in America, but in Iceland, a place that he had just been to. Bro, you can't make this up. Like I said, this is one of the things where you just gotta laugh to keep from crying, bro, because this is sick. It's sad, bro, that this is normalized. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I knew her daughter was a bust down. She got pregnant like a year after I moved out. She was 16. I knew she was gonna get pregnant, goddamn, because she used to do shit. She used to do shit.
And he knew the daughter was going to be pregnant, and she knew she was going to be a bust down because she got pregnant after he moved out. So not only was he watching the 15-year-old and had inappropriate thoughts that he can't say because he knows that they're inappropriate, but he actually kept a tab on her like a predator would, right? Still eyed her or whatever the case may be, worried about her. I probably still talk to the mama just to keep tabs on the daughter, right? And this is his response to that.
Oh, let me know. Damn, this is trying to get me in trouble. Her name was Tiffany.
Okay. Let's not let my commentary skip through what he just said. So he said the daughter would do stuff that would get him in trouble, like teasing him, is what he was insinuating. So
her name was Tiffany. Right. All of you kids.
Yeah, she has a.
Nope. Let's go back.
I knew her daughter was a bust down. She got pregnant like a year after I moved out. She was 16. I knew she was gonna get pregnant, goddamn, because she used to do shit. She used to do shit to let me know. Damn, this is trying to get me in trouble. Her name was Tiffany.
So she used to do stuff to let Corey know that she's trying to get him in trouble, tease him. Bro, oh man, golly. Listen, he always say with his stand-up, you're not gonna make it through the show. This is one of those things where I gotta take deep breaths just to make it through the clips. Like, this is crazy. If I leave this show, and I'm gonna leave it up, and there's still people out here there that rock with Corey, just know I'm gonna look at y'all sideways. You know what I mean? Just know that, because everybody claimed that they didn't want to rock with Drake, and there's less proof. Drake ain't out there, clip after clip after clip saying creepy stuff, right? Even though he has said stuff in the past where people are like, whoa, what? Corey has more, and Corey is the guy that y'all rooting for, So it would show me that guys are weird. You guys are weird, and that stuff is culture now. That stuff is culture, and in the same way that people are still fighting to say the N-word, a certain group of people, white people, that PDF files are fighting to lower the age and make and normalize and groom everybody to be in a PDF. Because that's what I'm witnessing right here. Complacency, laughing, nobody checking anybody, constant statements. And then, we're going to play this again, and we're going to go back to Corey's statements and unpack it again, once again.
Huh? Right. All of y'all kids.
Yeah, she has a documentary.
Kid pussy, that's the best. I'm saying, watch are you kids?
So that right there, and this is what I mean by it's not funny. He just said, Kid P is the best, and watch people around your kids. Bro, what? You don't even need the context for that. There is no context that's appropriate for that statement, and it's not even funny. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, is there, like, the people that watch this show, would y'all laugh if y'all was around Corey and he said that statement? Just curious, And if you would laugh at that, you probably need your head checked out as well. You need to be on some type of medication, you need to be sedated. Something needs to happen to you, because you're not a normal functioning human being. You're a human being that, is a sexual deviant, and the sexual thoughts that you have are inappropriate and not acceptable. And society create laws for you. It's to keep you away from children. If you still a supporter after this, it's crazy.
I want some type real bad. Jesus Christ. Can you get charged if you spoon a child?
Can you get charged if you spoon a child? Like, it just gets worse. This entire video is absolutely insane. It just went from damn to what the F to goddamn again. Like, it was just constant, just repeated, just sickness.
Can you get charged if you spoon a child? Get behind him, make him take all his clothes off, and you hug him like that.
I'm pretty sure. Yes, Graham.
What is that?
Sure.
Not no penetration. Just
doesn't have to be penetration. It's you can't
that's
be
love.
You can. Okay.
Can you spoon a child without penetration? That's love. Bro, what are we doing? What are we talking about? This is insane to me. Like, I don't know if y'all noticing the energy drop off, but it's because it's like the clips speak for themselves. You don't even need me to react. If you're listening to this stuff and this is not appalling to you, then God be with you. You need hot tea and therapy, and a bunch of prayer at that. Like, something's wrong. You're a sick individual. Like I said, I'm not a supporter of Corey. I don't like Corey. All the things that were revealed in this video, I knew beforehand. You could look at Corey and tell he's not right. Me being a parent, I would never allow that person around, because without these statements, he looks like a weird guy. He looks unkept. He looks like a predator. You know what I mean? Like he looks like a person that hates themselves. He looks like a he looks like all of those things. None of these things surprised me beforehand. Like when we were having a conversation about him versus Anton, I covered their fight, but I also talked about how I wasn't a fan of his comedy because of the joke that he made on Shaq's All-Star Comedy a long time ago. I want to say this is like 2013, 2012, whenever I seen this documentary. I don't know if it was that year of the Shaq's All-Star, but what got me on Shaq's All-Star Comedy was Lavelle Crawford, because he killed it on Shaq's, and I watched it every year. But I want to say 2013 is when he made that inappropriate joke. And that's when I was like, this guy's not funny. Like, he even made a joke about abortion and how fleshing it down the toilet. All the kind of, it's like, bro, this guy's sick. I knew that then. I had enough sense to know that then. The crowd loved it. The audience loved it. The people on YouTube love it. And that's why he had 14,000 people watching his chat in real time, But some stuff is not defendable. And that's the stuff that we're focusing on now, because this ain't got nothing to do with comedy. You know what I mean? These clips it's a trend there. In the words of Corey, you know what I mean? We're focusing on character. We're focusing on past history and past statements, or future, future actions or whatever they got. Present actions, because he made the girl that he big faced guilty because she had actually she had actually stabbed somebody after their incident. Okay, so she's an aggressor because of what she did in that situation. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make you trying to be careful too, because I know you like to sue YouTubers, but we're gonna make you your behavior and character highly questionable and uncredible because of your past statements. How about that?
What if it's a stepchild?
Okay, I don't know where we're going with this, but
I'm just asking. They got these charges. I'm trying to see what the charges gonna be.
The wedding ring.
Somebody call me Corey Kelly because I said spoon.
Oh, good one.
I would never
Or Corey Epstein.
spoon a child. I'm asking what happens if you do it. It's called
I would never do it. I'm just asking what would happen when you do it. It's called research.
research.
Why would you research something that you never wanted to do? You remember that what was that? It's a Netflix documentary going around where a black lady was unalived by this racist neighbor. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. But before the racist neighbor was picked up, they looked at her search history and she was in Florida, right? And she was in a stand your ground state, right? And she was researching the laws before she actually went and unalived that lady, which is why people believed it was premeditated. And it's like, Corey, people look up crimes and want information on crimes that they might think about committing in the future. Like that's like you doing this is not helping your case to saying that you're not that guy. They need to stop painting you as that guy. It's crazy.
Please keep this piece of tape for future references. I'm telling you now, when they go after me, they get dirt like a.
You're right about that. You're right about. And who is they going at you? Like the dirt that you see that they have is just basically, what you've been saying over the years. In context, you talked about the illegal age of Iceland and you participating in activities over there and say you had a great time in Iceland. The implication was that you partaked because you how would you have information about what you can and cannot do in Iceland? So the age there, right? Okay, people might just know that just by whatever, osmosis. They got that information. But then you went on to later say, well, I just felt bad because they can't even receive anything. So how do you know that? Right? And then after that, I had a good time in Iceland. Oh, okay. Okay. Context clues, it doesn't for sure for a fact say you partake in these activities, but I mean, the implication was kind of that you did because you laughed about it. But hey, it is what it is.
I'm here to tell you, if they go through my computer, they're gonna be like, Corey, like, what else can I put out there?
Snacks.
I mean, them a big in the child. I'm gonna check my browser, goddamn. 16, 17.
Hold up, let's go back to that. Let's go back to that. Check his browser. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to that, to the person in the chat that's still defending Corey. So here we go.
I'm here to tell you, if they go through my computer, they're gonna be like, Corey, like, what else can I put out?
Corey, like, what did they blur out? Boys? What did they blur out? He said, if they go to his computer, they're going to say, Corey, like, well, I hope that wasn't the C word.
What else can I put out there?
Snacks.
I mean, them a big in the child.
Nope. Let's go back.
I'm here to tell you, if they go through my computer, they're going to be like, Corey, like, what else can I put out there?
Snacks.
I mean, them a big in the child.
If they go, hold up, we don't even have to speculate anymore. Like the clip that I played earlier where Corey was talking about his morals and the clip came off suspect because he was, was actually, really detailed about his fantasy. This clip right here, he did, read his lips. He said, boys, but look at this right.
My brother Charlemagne at the Breakfast Club, because I'm not hating on him. But what I'm saying, if you go get bitches off baddies and put it on your show, if you go get a motherfucker that takes from the community line saying he putting a school together and put it on your show, you are part of the system's intention toward bringing us down. So that's why. But if you put astute moral blacks on your show, you will get nothing. If you speak from the heart, well, you ain't got to speak in code. There's a lot of brothers speaking code because they don't want to lose their YouTube money. Motherfucker, YouTube. I don't want to. I say what the fuck I'm going to say as best as I can say it. And I think my people at YouTube who like to watch somebody speak from the heart agrees. I don't want to disrespect YouTube guidelines because I agree to be on the motherfucker. But I'm saying, I live with a motherfucking dildo right at my ass with grease on it. I'm gonna get the fuck away from me, motherfucker.
Too detailed, that's crazy. Like, that's like, Beyonce, man, shaking her booty. You know what I mean? And lesbians. Don't get me started on lesbians. You know what I mean? Licking on each other, kissing each other in sensual ways. Nasty. Like, come on, bro. What's good, Ms. Rosetta? Yeah, Corey, you definitely repressed rainbow guy. Would you call them booty bandits? Because everybody that beef with you is always gay, and let's go back. Let me know if I'm tripping. Is he saying boys? Is he saying if you go through his history, you'll see boys? Or am I tripping? They go
after me, they get dirt like a I'm here to tell you, if they go through my computer, they gonna be like, Corey, like, what else can I put out there? Snacks.
Yo, did he say? So is this what he said? I just put it on the screen. I hope that ain't what he said. Yeah, that dude's disgusting. But anyway, let's keep on going. It gets worse. We don't have to speculate on that person, that part of the clip. Corey's gonna do all the burying himself.
I'm a big in the child. Check my browser. Got 16, 17, 18.
Hold up, did y'all catch that? Did y'all catch that at the end?
I'm here to tell you, they go through my computer, they gonna be like, Corey, like.
I'm gonna let it play all the way through without no pauses. Listen what the description that he gave about what they're gonna find in his browser history.
What else can I put out there? Snacks. I'm a big in the child. Check my browser. Got 16, 17.
Yeah, that guy's sick. That guy is sick. Make no mistake about it. If y'all still supporting Corey after these clips, man, hey, God be with you. May God have mercy on your soul. You are morally bankrupt. Like I said, these are the same people that say MLK was a plant. That he was in wild orgies with no proof, little to no proof that MLK was in any orgies other than the guy Hoover, who was Rainbow, who made MLK and Malcolm X an enemy of the United States. Other than that guy who had no business to look at this guy in a positive light, but didn't even release these things when they were at their height, and then was responsible for unaliving one of them. Other than believing that guy, you have no proof. But we have this guy on video saying these horrendous things, and people still follow him. That is absolutely insane. Some things you just can't wrap your mind around. And me, I would consider myself a smart person. This is one of those things that I just can't wrap my mind around. I can't understand why somebody would support a dude like this. I just can't. Like, not funny. This is not dark humor. This is sick. It's not even humor. Take humor out of it. Humor is the medicine that they use to inject it into to groom people, to normalize this type of behavior. It's not humor. It's sick. This is a sickness.
18, 19, 20. That woman is like at a point in her life where she is. What?
So, to the people in the chat, when Corey was on this show, and he was saying, let's go through the ages again. Let's get Corey to tell you, so we're not speculating.
I'm a big in the child. Check my browser. Got 16.
Okay, 16. So starting at 16. So that's the starting age. Let's see the stopping age.
17, 18, 19, 20.
So 16 through 20. those are the ripest and maturest years for Corey Holcomb, you know, and that's his mindset. So when he said this on the show, I'm just curious, what was the reaction and the acceptance of the people that were listening? Did they listen to this and say, oh my God, like what the hell, this is sick? Or were they listening and complacent and just laugh it off like the people I hear in the background? Oh, it's no big deal. That's just Corey being Corey.
That woman is like at a point in her life where she is. It's just nobody likes to say shit like that in America because you can get in trouble for that. Now, I don't want no woman that's 16, 17, 18 because of the law.
Oh my God, this is horrible. This is horrible. So he lets you have a peek inside his brain. So 16 to 20, you know, is a ripe age for a woman. But hey, you guys don't have to worry about any of these things because I don't want no girl because she's not emotionally mature at them ages. And plus, let me add the bonus in, the real reason why he's trying to give a disclaimer after saying his real feelings.
And because of the mental state she's in. Epstein Island, that'd be a great.
So he basically said because of the laws, and because of the mental state he's in. That's the only thing that's keeping Corey away from kids that age, except for the 15-year-old that was the daughter of the woman that he used to date, that used to get in the bed with him. And one of the times, by his own account, he wasn't wearing clothes during that time, you know, and he knew she was a jump off because she got pregnant right after he broke up with her, which means he was keeping tabs on her too, which is what people who pray do. They pay attention to detail. They're always eyeing. They're doing these things. So he's having all the symptoms and characteristics of a predator while saying he ain't a predator. The only thing that's keeping him from praying is the mental mindset and the laws. The laws that are into place for consent and age and all of that stuff is the only thing that's keeping Corey away. That's why he went to Iceland, where the legal age is 13 years old. Like, this is stuff that he's revealing throughout the years. Like, it's like you don't have to speculate or guess. He's saying it. He's saying it.
It's just nobody likes to say shit like that in America because you can get in trouble for that. Now, I don't want no woman that's 16, 17, 18 because of the laws and because of the mental state she's in. Epstein Island, that'd be a great movie.
Crazy, bro. That is crazy, man. You can't make this up, bro. What's good? What's good, Reg? That's crazy, man. I can't believe. Like I said, it's one thing. Those things, man. You gotta laugh to keep from crying, bro. So whoever watched this show, bro, hey, like I said, God be with y'all.
Yeah. What was happening on Epstein Island? So you telling me?
Oh my God, they weren't children.
Okay. So the person who did it, they took Corey's statement and put it into slow motion. And the reason that they put it into slow motion is because he was talking about that's violation of YouTube guidelines. But he basically said this. So without me violating YouTube guidelines, let me give you context. He said that if Jeffrey Epstein had a tape out there of the crimes that he was never convicted of, but that he know that he committed, that you wouldn't watch it. And he thought that was just a stomping question that somebody was going to be like, yeah, oh no, I'm going to watch the tapes. Bro, you like, what is wrong with you? What's wrong with him? Somebody, please, what's wrong with him?
What do you mean? I said no, and I said
you wouldn't watch it if it was a movie. It ain't real.
I ain't watching.
So that dude basically told him, like, no, bro, like, I ain't watching nothing that got anything to do with kids. That wasn't a stumping question. This is not like one of those scenario questions that they give you, like, you know, you died. The last two people on earth is Oprah Winfrey and Gail. Which one you going for? Like, this ain't something like that. Whereas you got to give thought to. He don't think like you, Corey. You're not a predator. Corey's a predator.
Asking you, would you watch it? No.
And no. There you go.
You won't watch it.
That's ridiculous. He knows what he's doing.
I know he knows. I know he knows what he's doing.
What is he doing? Like Corey, he know what he doing. Like that's not, like we were talking earlier about the shock content. That's not even shocking to me. Like that's not something that somebody would click on and have to watch. Like he insinuated earlier that his show is like a car wreck and that he has to, so he does do shock value stuff. But bro, at what point? I thought you was one of them moral people, that don't sell your booty.
My brother Charlemagne at the Breakfast Club, because I'm not hating on him. But what I'm saying, if you go get bitches off baddies and put it on your show, if you go get a motherfucker that takes from the community line saying he putting a school together and put it on your show, you are part of the system's intention toward bringing us down. So that's why. But if you put astute, moral blacks on your show, you will get nothing. If you speak from the heart, well, you ain't got to speak in code. There's a lot of brothers speaking code because they don't want to lose their.
So he's in his mind, he's an astute black that speaks the truth and has moral character. The idea that, and this speaks to Corey's characters more than anything, right? Other than the PDF stuff, right? 'Cause that's a big thing. It's a big thing. Like it's a big thing, right? But other than that, another character flaw that he possesses, hating on everybody and everything around him. The reason why Charlemagne is under fire by him, the reason why Dave Chappelle, it's all the time, every time that they get a big announcement that they've made a lot of money, he comes with player haters ball, suit on that Dave Chappelle, hate. I hate you. I hate the soda. I hope somebody spit in your soda. I don't even know you. And I wish all the bad things in life would happen to you and nobody. Like that's what he starts coming with, right? The reason why he's talking about Charlemagne is because Charlemagne got a $200 million deal with iHeart Radio for the Breakfast Club. That's why Charlemagne made it on his radar. The reason why he's talking about Dave Chappelle is because Dave Chappelle had those specials that came out where he was making about $25 million a piece, and then they flew him out to Saudi Arabia. And they didn't think enough to fly CoreyHolcomb out to Saudi Arabia because they simply don't think that he's funny, right? And it's just as simple as that. So, that's why he's criticizing. But the crazy part about that is he's moral grandstanding, right? Well, look, I'm at a place of morality. And the reason why I'm not successful is because I won't leave this island of morality. And the island of morality that he exists on is him consistently making jokes and having a natural curiosity towards children. You can't make this up. But he can't be famous because of his stance that he takes in morality. But when it comes to children, all bets are off. If anything, one would make the argument that you should have been famous a long time ago. Look at all these people in the Epstein files. You know what I mean? What you doing is normalized. You ain't nothing moral about you. You don't have no standards. You ain't got none of the things that you trying to grandstand with. That is the most craziest part about this. And then they just made a compilation at the end with all of, Corey. And I don't know if you can see the picture on this. Look at the picture on the screen. Does that look like a guy that's mentally right? First off, his eyes are kind of yellow. He might got some jaundice going on there, but he definitely, like I said, abused some type of substance. I don't know if it's alcoholism or something. He got something going on. Like that's why the things that he say is not just because they put a camera in front of his face, but it's because he's abusing some type of substance, and that's the truth coming out because he's under the influence. And you want to know something more interesting? You know how I talked earlier about the amazing Lucas and how he talked about us tethering ourselves to the lineage of the people that came before us, Martin Luther King, because we don't got nothing to do with him. And I agree with him. I agree with that statement. And I'm glad he said it because it gave me a different way of thinking about things. Because the people nowadays, even black people, will attack MLK, attack him and attack his character and attack all these things. Meanwhile, the people that they follow are more like Corey, substance abusers. Like you can't make this up. Substance abusers. And they will attack MLK while tethering themselves to his legacy and then champion people like this who claim the moral grandstand. MLK was talking about the church, children of God, God's children, and going out there and actually living it and was willing to die for that cause. Meanwhile, Corey's grandstanding is, I'm not going to take the money. That's why I'm not famous. I ain't taking the money. But then gave a sympathy speech about how the TMZ is messing up his shows and messing up his money and putting these allegations on him and how he's going to start suing people. You can't make this up. You can't make a YouTuber makes a video about Corey and people walking out of his show because of this type of behavior, this type of comedy that he has. They took a stand, and he says it's messing up the brand. Not because the girl walked out and said that Corey was making jokes about underage people. That wasn't messing up the brand. You know what he claimed was messing up the brand? The fact that people are walking out of his shows. You can't make this up. And the reason why he doesn't want that narrative out of there is because he does not want people to take a stand to, you know, the underage jokes that he seems to have on his mind all the time. The 5-year-olds with the bottles, the whatever the case may be. He doesn't want people to take a stand on because he wants to be freely, you know, to express these type of thoughts. And that's not what's popping. It's not what's popping, Pimp. You got to give it up sometime.
My baby, happy 16th birthday. Hell, she ain't yours, so this is easy. She turning sweet 16 Saturday. Hey, what's up? Make sure. Hey, look, I don't know her name. Isabella. What is her name? Dita 605? Dita 605? Listen, I want to wish your daughter a happy birthday. Her sweet 16 is a beautiful age, and you make sure you and your daughter have counseling so that if she's broke, cat daddies like me ain't in that by the time she's 21 through 30.
Can you imagine being a fan of Corey and writing him and telling him to wish your daughter? Look, this is why I say you can't even trust your virtual daughters around Corey. Hide your kids, hide your wife. Hide your kids, hide your wife. You can't even trust your virtual daughters around this guy. His thing is, can you wish my daughter a happy birthday? He automatically in his mind went to age. Automatically. He can't even help himself at this point. And his thing was, hopefully you raise your daughter right so she don't run into a guy like me. Bro, oh my God, bro. This is crazy, man. This is crazy work, man. I cannot believe it, bro. Hey, it is what it is. Listen, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this with extreme prejudice. If I'm with somebody and they tell me that they a fan of Corey, I'm going to just have to make you one of them dudes. I'm going to have to put you in the files, put you on that island. But you know, and I lost my point earlier. I was going to say this. When I talked about us, they talk about us tethering to the legacy of MLK. I basically was saying that to say that those people had different morals, right? And say what you want about the Black community, like they do have their problems, but for the most part, there would not be one church pew, where everybody would condone this type of behavior. One Black person would at least stand up, right? And that's because of culturally what's accepted for us. This is not something that's culturally acceptable for us. This and the rainbow stuff, we don't support that type of stuff. Like somebody would have stood up by now, and that's why I brought up the stuff from MLK and stuff like that, because culturally this ain't our culture. Like you go look at all the people that's like I'm just being honest. The Epstein files is white only. Let's be honest. Like I ain't heard one Black person. If it is, it's way more white people in there than Black people. So I mean, it's culture for them. So with that being said, like Corey got to stop trying to groom the Black community to make this culture, because this ain't our culture. What's good, T?
Man, this dude right here too. He look, the problem with people like him, and some of this stuff, we excuse away some stuff that's just completely bad behavior. And now what we've made it is that people can't talk bad about people when they do ridiculous shit because they just call it hating. You should be able to correct people, man. Like everything ain't hate. When you do some dumb shit, people need to be able to call you out. Because if not, you end up with the Umars. You end up with the Jay Morrisons. Like Umar been running this scam for like fucking 15 years now. Some crazy shit. Because every time somebody say something, it's like, why are you talking about the brother like that? You can't talk about the brother like that. Like that you got to be able to call out bad behavior. And that we just can't do it, unfortunately, because people are too busy trying to defend foolishness.
Yo, APN, have you been in the room, bro?
No, man, just finally got that little girl to sleep, man.
Oh man, you done missed the whole episode. Shout out to All Positive for being Pee Wee from House Party, always coming to the
Oh
party late.
man, all positive, man. What's up? All positive. New year, new all positive. What's up, brother?
I feel all positive. I normally don't do this all positive. I make people do the playback, but you know you a special guest here. So I'm finna show you Corey Holcomb's greatest hits. I'm gonna restart it just for you. You ready?
Yeah.
Here we go.
I've said this before on the show also. Do you know if a woman 16 years old gives you a baby, that is going to be 16, 17, 18, 19? That is going to be one of the healthiest babies possible. At that age, they've been on the planet long enough. They're in their prime developmental wise to create a life. America, something different.
Okay, APN.
Yeah, 16-year-old was in her prime.
That's what he said. That's what he said. He said she was in her prime developmentally. What is he? Did he try to get signed to developmentally? Like, bro, what?
Man, it ain't no chick 16 years old that is developed mentally in her brain.
Her toenails ain't even all the way developed.
It ain't no 16-year-old chick that is developed mentally. Not one 16-year-old female.
He called her a woman too. You notice how he slyly tried to say a 16-year-old woman? Like, what are you talking about? Shit don't exist.
Trying to groom the public to make it acceptable. I caught that too, Pittsburgh T. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm trying to think when I was 15. When I was 15, bro, I don't even think I had a beard yet.
I didn't grow facial hair until I was 21. My face was bald.
What grade is 16? What grade is 16? 9th grade, 10th grade? Is that 10th grade?
I think I was, as a freshman, I was 15, so it might be a sophomore.
It's 11th grade because
10th grade? 10th, 11th?
Because I graduated high school. I graduated high school at 17. So it's
yeah, you're right. Because some people graduate 17. I graduated 17. That's your birthday.
Early. Maybe I was slow.
Yeah, it's your birthday.
Slow class. I don't know.
No.
It's your birthday. It's where your birthday roll. Yeah. Yeah, it's where your birthday is. I was born in May.
I started school.
Yeah, I was born in May.
17.
Yeah, I was born in May.
Okay, yes, she said 10th grade. She said 10th grade. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, all positive. And like I said, what's crazy is all these clips, like he talking about the powers that be trying to get him. All them clips came from his show. Like it wasn't like, bro, it wasn't like these are.
That's the thing. Like you can't say someone's trying to set you up if they're using your words. They're using the stuff you said. That's crazy, man.
Exactly. And it's always the powers that be. That always work. Anytime anybody get in trouble, and to the people listening, if you cheat on your spouse, just say the powers to be is trying to get you. That seems to work for everybody else. So maybe it'll work on your spouse or your girl, whoever the case may be, girlfriend, boyfriend, because that seemed to work for Corey. You know, and Umar, they froze my bank accounts. Don't let the powers to be get me, and it worked. But it get worse, all positive. So let's get to the next clip. Here we go.
Those eggs are buoyant. You could dribble them eggs.
Mind you, all positive. I said DJ Academics, if he ain't trademarked 10-year citizen, I'm for the trademark it because these would be 10-year citizens right here. Like these dudes is pushing 60.
Okay, I know you're saying, yeah. They like Nas said, Nas like you're in your second childhood. Like these dudes in their fourth and fifth childhood, man.
Facts.
They got bounced back.
I'm just saying, in America, most people only know what they know in America, but I've been to other countries, and in Iceland, I think the legal age to get...
Okay, this is the worst one. This is the worst clip out of all of them, all positive. Because he admitted the wrongdoing. Here we go.
And in Iceland, I think the legal age to get with a girl is 13 years old. Oh, my God. Right, it blows people's mind when they hear it. But in Iceland, I'll tell you, it's not a criminal. He's trying to get extradited. He's a normal guy in Iceland. I went to Iceland, and you just can't offer him money and gifts. And I thought that was so unfair that you couldn't give him nothing after you was done with him. This feels crazy.
I'm not going to Iceland. So I assume you've been to Iceland and you took advantage of the laws. Is that what you're saying?
I had a great time in Iceland.
Wait, we're not going to go.
That's one of them things, APN and Pittsburgh T, that you ain't even got. Like the clips speak for itself. That's a thing that I could have put that as a short and not even said anything. That's his own words. Like he said it himself. He's been to Iceland. He knows the legal age in Iceland. and he had a great time in Iceland. And the only thing that he feels bad about in Iceland is not messing that the age is 13, but that you can't give them gifts, like solicit them. I guess that would be a better word.
I don't want to be that guy, man, because I've talked about it on many forums, but I talked about it on forums. I don't want to name names, but some of my favorite rappers. I've been to a lot of concerts, man, including the concerts of that I've been involved with, you know. But I've probably in my lifetime, I've probably been in 300 to 400 concerts total, like, you know, all like even across the globe. So I lived in Europe for 5 years. You know, I was in the military. I lived in Europe for 5 years, and you will see some of your favorite rappers go over there, and after the show, they be talking to underage girls. I don't want to say no names of who were doing this, but I was very disappointed in a lot of guys that I actually listened to and bought their records, because, like you said, you can get away with it over there. But the point is, because you can get away with it, don't mean you should do it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just leave it at that.
And you know what I brought up that? Go ahead, T.
But we saw with Aaliyah, bro. Aaliyah was the most clear-cut, like, example of what you're talking about, positive. We synced it. Them dudes was literally fighting over an underage girl. That's what they was doing. And then when she got of age, they act like they wasn't. Like, oh, no, she of age now. Yeah, but you Negroes was fighting over her when she was underage. Y'all was mad not that R. Kelly got her. You mad that he got her before you got her.
And the
like, these dudes are sick.
Aaliyah was really being passed around the industry like that. I don't want to throw dirt on her name because it's not her fault, because she was a minor and they were taking advantage of a minor. But once again, I read a lot of books. I read a lot of rappers' autobiographies, and I read all the Wu-Tang biographies. So Raekwon, in his biography, he was talking about when Wu-Tang was recording the not his third, it was Wu-Tang Forever, their second album. They was recording it it was released in 97, so they were recording it in 96, late 96. And he said he went downstairs one day in the mansion and he saw Aaliyah laying on the couch with Ghostface. Now I started doing the math. I'm like, okay, you're recording Wu-Tang Forever. That means Aaliyah was 17 years old and Ghostface was born in 68. So that means Ghostface was about 27 years old. I'm like, okay. But I mean, he wrote in his book. I mean, it's not some rumor I'm putting out. You can get the book and read what he said. I'm like, but you know, it is what it is, man. You know, it was happening a lot.
So let me ask you this, all positive, because I was talking about culture, and I was talking about, you know, would you say that this was normalized in the rap culture? Because we know who owned the rap culture. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it ain't black people. You know,
in the 90s.
You think that's the trickle down?
A lot of guys had these underage girls, because even Gloria Velez, she said when she was 15, and I don't want to say the rapper's name, but she said, you look at him, she said she was dating a rapper. He was like 25, 27. Famous rapper.
No, I got a question for you and Pittsburgh team, because I thought about this the other day. So there's this sexual like education, I guess that will be her proper name. And she has a channel and she be getting a lot of views. I'm talking about like millions of views, but she gives like experiences of different countries and stuff. And she kind of gave me CoreyHolcomb vibes, right? So she basically said that her and her husband had went to Thailand, right? Because, you know, Thailand be having weird stuff like this going on, right? So she went to Thailand and she was like that her and her husband basically went to a BJ bar. And she was like, a BJ bar.
What the heck is that?
It's exactly how it sounds.
Oh my God.
And she was giving details about what happens there. And while she's telling the story, I'm thinking like, you know what? Nobody ever really think about is like, when I see the videos of like Thailand and stuff like that, or what she was describing, all you see is white people in the streets. And you're like, what are these white people doing way over in Thailand? Oh, they're thinking like Corey. If you go over there, like they're circumventing the laws of America. They're going over there because like, if you mess with somebody from Thailand at a BJ bar, they've been trafficked. Make no mistake about it. You're just circumventing the laws. And it speaks to a bigger point to me that the laws is the only thing protecting people like Corey, the rappers, or whatever the case may be, away from the children. Because them children, culture at one time, like you said in the rap community. That was normalized. Like when I was younger, I can remember even the older kids would come back to the high school and try to pick up chicks.
Hold on. I hear something.
I mean, but it's different in different countries, though, Scholar. Because some of them young girls, man, they get groomed at like 13, 14, and it's like it's a crazy, sick thing that happens. And you have to remember two things are happening. We're a developed country, so all of our kids, we automatically get pissed off at somebody for not taking their kids to public school because that's a rite of passage, right? And it's a public thing that you don't have to pay for. Some of these countries, you have to pay to take your kids to school. Mexico's like that. Some of the Asian countries are like that. Some of the European countries are like that. Some of the places in Europe are like that. Like everybody don't have that. So if you got kids walking around with no job, no school to go to, and then the families in poverty, and you got a young girl, that's part of their culture. Of course, there's trafficking going on, but then there's part of their culture. But then you got fools like the travel bros and all these other weird dudes running around doing all this old weird stuff. So it's all different levels, from the millionaire all the way down to the guy who sold his car and he's traveling over to Thailand just so he can go over there and do that. So it's all different levels of that, from the Epsteins all the way down to the 25-year-old that sold his car and got 10 grand in his pocket and he's over there. So it's all different levels of that craziness over there.
My stance is this, T. If you go to another country and you mess with a woman whose job is sex, you're participating in trafficking. There's no way around that. You know, we don't know how long she's been doing it. Chances are she didn't get trafficked when she was an older age. So you can imagine that she's been doing it her entire life and she's involved in trafficking. And there's no way to get around that type of stuff. It just is what it is. Like, and that's why I look at the people sick. Like one of the boxing YouTube content creators, I'm not gonna say no names. Shout out to All Positive for making me a positive person. I'm not gonna say any names, but they went over to Thailand and everybody was looking at them weird, like, bro, wait a minute.
I know.
And he was supposed to be a pro-black channel. How you run and leave us to fight these systemic racism and stuff that you say we experience, but you done ran to Thailand to go, do whatever the case may be.
Talking about too, but I ain't gonna say no names. I know
exactly. But that's crazy to me. Like stuff like that is sick, man. But people gotta, bro. We gotta be more disciplined as human beings, bro. And I ain't talking like this, bro. We ain't talking about no cheat. That's something you should be disciplined in. That's something that you and your partner got to work out and can potentially move past. This stuff is like times 80. This is stuff where you just like going to Iceland. Like Corey probably heard through the grapevine what the age there was, went over there to circumvent the laws in America. Because he later say in the clips that the reason why he don't do this is not because it's wrong. He's supposed to be a moral person. He didn't say, I'm not doing that because that's wrong. That's nasty. I ain't looking at no young person. He said he's not doing it because her mental development, nothing physical, right? And you think about girls that age, they're not physically developed, but he's not talking about that. He's talking about mental and the laws were the two reasons that he gave to why he could never do anything like this. Says a lot about Corey, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the other part too is that remember the new revelation too is now everybody can go everywhere and be seen, right? So you got a lot of people that they weren't seen, and most people like they keep reflecting back to high school and they keep trying to one up high school where they weren't seen. So now they older. You get later in your 30s, your 40s, you kind of hit the other end of the curve where you got a couple dollars in your pocket. Those are the dudes that are flashing around doing this stuff. They probably got a divorce, got some extra money in their pocket, and they're tricking. And they're trying to equate it to some other stuff. And unfortunately, people don't know the difference between tricking and prostitution and actually dating somebody because they done kind of blurred the lines. Now you got a whole group of people that's saying that if you do anything for a woman, that's tricking. That is not tricking. Tricking is when you go and pay a woman to do sexual acts and she's only doing that because you're giving her money. And it could be whatever the age is. She don't know you from a can of paint, but she's only doing that because of that. That's that whole culture and that underbelly of what you're talking about. And that's anywhere from out of the country to these little backwood hole places. Remember Lawrence Taylor? Wasn't it Lawrence Taylor all positive? Who got caught up with that? Wasn't it Lawrence Taylor got caught up with the underage girl that they brought him? He called
Lawrence
the
Taylor got caught.
was Lawrence Taylor?
Lawrence Taylor got caught with everything. Man. We need to pick something.
Nah, but I mean, he was retiring and everything. This was like 10 years, like 8-9 years ago.
I know who did get caught and it was swept up under the rug. The owner for the Patriots, Robert Kraft.
Oh yeah, you know.
Oh yeah. He got caught. Yeah, you never heard nothing else about that either. He got caught red-handed. Him and a group of people.
Yeah, you know they like to.
Yeah, you never heard nothing about that. Yeah, that's long standing where he got caught at. That's down here in South Florida. I know exactly where he got caught at, and you never heard nothing else about that. So like that kind of stuff goes on, bro. It's not gonna stop because sex is always gonna sell. People are always gonna be in desperate times, and that's just what it is. It's not gonna go anywhere, and there's always gonna be a customer that's gonna be willing to pay for that kind of stuff.
Queen
and Robert
sister,
Kraft ain't getting no backlash. Robert
feel like
Kraft ain't getting no backlash. He got no backlash.
Of course not.
And you know why? That's what I was talking about. It's a culture. It's a culture, bro. If you go back, like we don't even have to go through the Epstein like stuff and the files and look at all them names that's in there. And like I said, it's white only. We could just go through slavery. Let's go to something like that. Like the first case, all positive. It's Black History Month. You're gonna have to help me on this. Let's do a little education. What was that? What was the name of that lady that was 13 years old? That was like the first murder case in America. It was a Black lady. And the reason why it was popular is because they actually didn't lynch her. Like they actually took her to trial. Does anybody in the chat know all positive Pittsburgh Tea? Does anybody on the panel know? Y'all familiar with that lady?
Yeah, I know you're talking about. I don't know her name though.
I'll look her name up. Let me get a story before I say that. Before I look up the name, because Black History Month, we got to get education, right? So,
like she was murdered, she was tried. She was executed or something. What you trying to say?
Yes, she was tried. She was one of the first Black cases, and this is like, I want to say it was the 1800s where they were
I thought you were talking about somebody like. Now I do remember a case of a special needs woman. Like there was a whole TV special of that happened. Like she was. She had murdered some people, and they were like it was a whole case, and Jesse Jackson got involved, but she got executed. I remember that case, but yeah, this ain't her.
Okay, so the story I'm talking about was I want to say she was 13 or 14. She might have been younger than that, might have been 12. I'm gonna pull a picture up too. So this lady was being essayed by the slave master, right? And of course they were in an outhouse, right? And he was going to visit her every night, right? But she had a boyfriend. The boyfriend got mad and said, like, basically, I'm not going to continue to be with you if this is going to continue to happen. And he was her age too, a kid, young. Maybe if he was an adult, he would have made better decisions. Whatever the case, I don't know. Maybe he would have helped her in this case. But she did that, so the little girl was like, no. So she goes to the white dude, tells the white dude, basically, this can't happen anymore. This can't continue. He looked at her like, man, look, I'm gonna be back tonight. Let's wait, So he comes back later on that night, and she takes what is that thing that you poke the fire with?
Fire poker.
Like I don't know. They can't be called no fire.
Yeah,
poker.
that's what it's called. Yeah, that's what it's called.
Fire poker.
Yeah.
So she grabbed that and hit him across the head. Ended up unaliving the dude. So she panics and she throws his remains in the furnace, buries some, or she disposes of his remains because she panics, right? So, so the wife knows that he's missing because he ain't came back, which is crazy to me because he probably had for them to wait that long to go. It just shows that he had a pattern of. He probably was staying there for days at a time, right? And they knew exactly where he was because they went to the little girl and questioned her, like, "Hey, what's going on? Do you know what's so I don't know." So she played dumb, but after interrogating her for a long time, she finally admit that she had unalived the dude or whatever the case may be. And this case is famous because that case actually went to trial, and this is during the days where they would just get the problem over with, whatever. Like they would go ahead and lynch them. They were really brutal about it. Lynch them, hang them upside down, cut their babies out of stuff. This is during those times. So that was the first case of something like that happened. But the point I'm making with that and what y'all see, the connection I'm making is what y'all see on TV. You look at people like Pam Bondi, you look at people like that. Those people will say anything. Remember Megyn Kelly? What is a kid literally? She's up there trying to justify Jeffrey Epstein because it's culture to one person. You don't have to go back that far in history to see it. Like, you look at situations like I said, slavery, where, you know, they were having sex with them and then sending their kids off into actual slavery. This is documented. You don't have to take my word for it. This is documented. And you look and you can only conclude one thing: it's culture.
And you know, and this is my problem. I know a lot of people it's like frowned on to talk about this, but this was my problem with the NOI. This is what got Malcolm assassinated. That and this is documented. This is not some rumors. I know people gonna try to come for me and come for your channel for them, but if they want to debate me about this, whether you the NOI or whoever, I'm open for it. But Elijah Muhammad was having sex with his underage secretaries, getting them pregnant, and then he was reprimanding them for getting pregnant. This actually happened. This is not a rumor. These things were happening. He was getting these young girls pregnant, and then they were getting in trouble for getting pregnant by him. And then Farrakhan, to this day, they still defend that. That's why I have no respect for Farrakhan or any of these guys, these high-ranking officials. There's nothing honorable about a man doing that to a young girl or anyone.
I mean, remember, what was the other one? All positive. Remember the one, the black preacher up there, I think it was Detroit, was it Turner? Where they was being investigated by Congress for the same thing? It was like about the same, it was a big time preacher.
Yeah,
big time.
I know.
Like, he was big time. I'm going to look him up as soon as we get, I'm going to look him up.
They was running the whole cult with stuff like that. Yeah, I know. I forgot.
Yeah.
It wasn't Yahweh, was it?
Nah, he was a Baptist preacher, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if you know the story, Scholar, but this guy was like, he was the biggest of the big back then, right? And his name happened to be Turner. I'm pretty sure it's Turner because I related him to Tina Turner, but they have no relation. But he was a product of that. I think his mother molested him or something crazy. And then he did the same thing to his daughter. And then they had like a whole ring of just having orgies, basically. And they were being investigated by Congress at one point. It was so crazy. And they just abruptly stopped investigating them. Like, the investigator had a plane crash or something crazy, and they stopped investigating them. Point being, like, all of this stuff that be going on with sex and religion and like our history of America, like you saying, all the way from the beginning, we've just been a sick here when it comes to sex. And even on the rainbow stuff, rainbow came from the men who was taking the black men from over there, and the ones that was here, and enslaving them and buck breaking them and doing it in front of their women. They weren't just buck breaking them in the corner and taking them in the corner. They was doing that right in front of their women just to demasculate them. So like that whole culture of sex is just crazy when you start looking in the history of a lot of these things. They've been going on for a long time, and it's not respect of person or group that's been in America. It's an American thing. Like, you can't really find like the sickness of it where unwilling people are doing this outside of America. Like the Romans and the Greeks, they were willing participants of that foolishness that they was doing. And that's another thing. They paint them up like they was all straight and they was all warriors and they was mighty warriors and they was running around eating bananas and apples all day. Like stop it, man. Them dudes was all with the broken wrists, man. And they had a little twist in their hips, man. All of them dudes. Even that movie, The 300, I don't even know if people know this. That movie, The 300, that was all fugazi. You can look that up. I think it's Davis or something like that. I had to look up the group. But those 300, they was hand selected, and that was a man and his lover that was fighting. That wasn't like this. That was an elite group of people that were fighting that were lovers. That's what that was. But Hollywood has tricked us into believing some other stuff. Like, we all believe this nonsense, and we don't even know the things that we're doing. And I'll lastly say the biggest problem that we had that promotes most of this stuff at this point is the colleges with the sororities and their rituals that they do to get the people in when they pledge to those sororities. Those rituals are mostly sexual. They're mostly for the men. They're mostly rainbow. And they're mostly really outrageous if you look at them.
Look, man, I've never pledged anything because By the time I got in college, I was in my 30s, and I was like, I'm way too old for this. I wouldn't have done it anyway if I wasn't. But I don't have a problem with anybody that's a frat, sorority, all that, any of that. But I will tell you this: a lot of the guys that pledged, I know personally, and I've known these guys. They grew up. I remember these guys as babies, and I've known a lot of my friends. But they often tell us, like, I can't tell you what we went through, but sometimes eventually there's some people that was in it and got out, like, I'm not a part of it anymore. And then they have to tell you, and they like to spill some rumors. And I don't know how true it is, but some guys talk about the elephant walks and stuff like that. I don't know if you heard of that. Exactly what it sounds like. And and I seen YouTube videos of guys talking about passing eggs from one mouth to the other. And I don't know how true that is, but I wouldn't doubt it, man. Like, a lot of that stuff is definitely fruity. I mean, that's what you into. I ain't got no problem with it, but I'm not into that, homeboy. I am not into that. Can do it.
Yeah, that. I mean, it's a lengthy history. We participated in it too.
Have you seen some of the dances that they be doing on stage when they all connect to each other?
Yep.
All right.
I'm like, I ain't got no problem with this. What you do, if you're a frat, you listen to this. Don't come at me. I ain't got no problem with what you do. But some of that stuff, these guys, when they connect to
that stuff wrong. Now, positive. What?
I'm not doing
that stuff wrong.
I left
that
y'all
stuff
5
wrong.
seconds. Came back. Y'all on some CoreyHolcomb stuff. We listen. The girl's name was Celia. They refer to her as Celia the slave, right? If you want to be familiar with the story, but that's an actual picture of Celia. And when I asked AI said that she was 19. I'm like, AI, look at that picture and tell me that's not a 19-year-old girl. I said, do you think that maybe records got lost transcribing them? And they was like, that's a possibility. Because I was like, there is no way. They said that the abuse started when she was way younger, until 19, and that's when she was fed up. I'm like, that looks like a 12-year-old.
Yeah,
There's no way that's a 19-year-old person. But that's the story. If you want to get some for historical context, get some more context on the story. Celia the slave is the name, and that's the story of the slave master actually, taking advantage of her, and then she ended up actually killing him. But the reason why I bring her up is culture. Like, look at this. Like even with Corey, mentally they're not developed in the lobes and all this stuff. It's like, children are, to me especially, right, I can't even, like I said, I remember being 15 years old and not even like I said, having a beard. Like, I look at pictures of me when I was younger, I'm not even recognizable to myself. And like the mindset that I had back then, I can't believe these senior citizens. And that has a lot to do with it. It's always the people who aren't mature minded that look at them, can see themselves in younger people. And I don't mean like in some boys will be boys type stuff. I mean like they look at themselves on the same wavelength type stuff, and I will always do, and going forward, I'm going to always do this. I'm going to always shame, especially going forward, people that give me stories about going to brothels and stuff like that. I'm going to always shame it. I'm going to always shame that, because now knowing that those people are trafficked, you're bypassing a lot of kids.
Not all of them, Scholar.
There is no way. There is no way possible.
So some women,
no, it's not all of them. Yeah, some women want to do that. Yeah, they do.
Stop it.
They do.
There is no way in the world. Okay, let me ask you this. So the women in Thailand, you don't think they traffic?
No, some of them may be.
Some of them are. Yeah, some of them are. Yeah, not all of them.
They leave and come as they please.
Yeah, not all of them are traffic. Yeah, not all of them are traffic.
You come in and come and go as you please.
So let me ask y'all this:
yeah.
What happens to prostitutes out there in the streets in America when they try to sell their body and they messing around on the block that a pimp has already established?
Well, they're gonna get messed up, because
that's the game of trafficking. There's no way. There is no rogue person out there selling their body and willfully at a consenting age.
Yeah, it is. Scholar, you never heard of back pages? Bro, you never heard of back pages?
Back pages exist in America, Pittsburgh, T. And even those women are suspect.
No, bro, they got websites similar to back pages. Even though they took that site down, they have sites that they still do that kind of stuff. Like in those, like you can't stop that. So there's always going to be a certain set of women that are going to sell their body. Now, what percentage of it is, I don't know, but all women ain't trafficked. There's a large percentage of people that are trafficked. I don't know what the number is, and we all know that people get trafficked, but there's also a group of women who that's what they want to do.
It sound like some justification, Pittsburgh T. And I'm gonna say it
Nah,
again, bro. I'm
nah,
gonna say it again, bro.
nah.
I'm gonna say it again. Anybody who go to Thailand, anybody who go to some places that outside of America to get happy endings, I'm gonna look at them as like Epstein. In the words of the lady that was talking about Jeffrey Epstein loves his massages. Like, that's weird shit to me. To go all the way to another country to buy pussy makes me believe you're trying to circumvent the legal age laws here. And I'm gonna always look at those people as suspicious. There's no way around that. My mind's made up. That's one of the.
You gotta be careful when you're in Thailand too, because you might get something that ain't a woman.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's what we call poetic justice.
Them lady boys.
You know what? That's
Yeah,
what we call.
but all them countries, like when you start going to strip clubs and those adult establishments like that, and you start bouncing around at night, and you start going to certain places, you can get yourself in a lot of trouble, man. Because you're not really familiar with the area. They know you ain't got no weapon because you got off a plane to get there, so you don't have no weapon or nothing on you. And you're going there, and there's alcohol there. You're there by yourself. So that can be a different type of thing. So they have those places that what you're talking about, Scholar, that are on the other end of town that they pay more money to do that kind of stuff. And that's all a different kind of thing that they got set up. Now, there's still going to be traffic people there, and there's still going to be people that fly into there, but that's a whole thing. There's certain islands that are set up just to do that thing right there. And it's crazy that they do it, but that's what they do. I mean, it's completely insane.
Said back pages, you have to confirm your age on there. So they saying that it's
yeah, by clicking a button. Like, what else you gonna do? They're gonna ask you a question.
Well, Backpage wasn't a black market. It wasn't a black market for legalized prostitution amongst the world. But like when I heard about Backpages, it was like for Americans. I don't think that they were doing. And even then, like the Backpages was like I said, women that had been abused already. You know what I mean? Like people that had ran away. Absolutely, people that ran away. Like the only.
Bro, you never been in school. Bro, you never been in school. I'll give you an example. You never been in school and seen a good girl who just getting a train run on her or something like that, and she came from a good family. All people make decisions. Now, are abused people doing that? Absolutely. But there are people who just make that decision for whatever like defect they have in their brain. If they're doing that, they're doing that. And they ain't coming from abused places all the time.
Example is Montana Fishburne with millionaire parents, but chose to be a rebel and be a.
So what do we find out? What do we find out that Montana was sexually assaulted? I don't think that this is normal behavior out of a woman. I think if you take women and they're participating in stuff like this, you can find abuse somewhere down the line, whether it be physical or emotional abuse. This is not normal behavior. Now you're talking about is them actually selling their body for cash. Once you've gotten to that point, we're not talking about people who just like have sexual fantasies and go and act them out. We're not talking about when you got to the point where you're saying, hey, cash for me sleeping with you. At that point, especially, listen, if we're gonna go to the red pill mindset of women and what do they call it? Binding and soul ties and all the stuff that they try to use. Well, then if you're going to use that argument, if a woman is aware of these type of things, is not choosing them, and she's choosing just, profit for her body, well, then you got to say that woman is not functioning normal if that's how you've accepted how society is. And if she's not functioning normal, then there's something deep rooted there. Absolutely.
But that starts when they're teenagers, though, Scholar. Like me and All Positive grew up in the 90s. In the 90s, we didn't have OnlyFans. We had strip clubs. And he's going to tell you the same thing when I tell you the story. There's plenty of young girls that were in high school that were sneaking off into the strip clubs with fake IDs, and they were stripping. Now, what portion of them is abused, not abused? I don't know, but that's still sex work. And they were doing it. A lot of them were doing it. It wasn't like a rarity to know that there was a couple girls from every high school that's going and sneaking off to these strip clubs and dancing and getting money thrown at them and taking their clothes off. And then you would have to assume that the owners knew that this was happening. So it's a whole string of things. Like the sex work doesn't stop. It's just the way that they bring you it changes, but it never stops.
And you know what? That speaks to the larger point of what I was saying about culture. And that's why I put Corey up and I said, you know, do we live in a PDF culture? Because you and our positive age group, our positive talked about Ghostface Killer. You talked about Aaliyah and them, they fighting over a kid and these people in their 30s and stuff like that. That was a culture then. You know what I mean? And it was normalized, like them going back to the high schools and messing with the young girls, kids. You know, I mean, so that kind of proved Pittsburgh T that y'all generation was y'all generation. It was kind of culture.
That was terrible.
Yeah, of course. We're not denying that. And it was normal for the pretty girl in high school to have a guy come pick her up at lunch and pick her up after school and had a car with the bang in it, with the music in it and all that. Like, that's not abnormal. And that probably still goes on now. And you still got the PE teacher trying to touch on a little girl that he ain't got no business being there. You got you got a lot of weird stuff happening with young girls in society. And it comes to certain people, they're going to try to take advantage because they think they're going to get away with it. And it's just different levels of that. Because back then, they weren't prosecuting those young men that was coming picking up those teenage girls. They weren't really prosecuting them. They do it now. That wasn't a thing back then. And then on top of that, not only did dudes do it, they was blowing them up, getting them pregnant, and then acting like they didn't know who they was. That was the other crazy thing that they was doing back then. There was a lot of that crazy stuff going on. And they weren't getting prosecuted like they are now.
So, yeah, I mean, I asked the question. Large majority is not trafficking. Yo, Frank, what's good? What's good, Bruce? Let them make it. Did you put him in timeout? Don't block him. Don't block him. Let him make it because he's gonna add to the conversation today. But what's good, Bruce? But yeah, man. Pittsburgh T. I ain't gonna lie. I talked about how one of the dudes who I watched, his name is amazing. Luke, he made a good ass point, bro. He was talking about like the tethers, what y'all call them, the tethers, and he was basically saying that we tethered to a legacy that ain't us with MLK. And like I said, I think there's a big gap between them people and y'all, because y'all will be the generation that came after them. So there's like a big gap. I feel like in morality, like I don't feel like they would have dated somebody that was.
Which group you saying is a gap between MLK and the 90s?
Yeah, the people who were obviously not born in the 90s, because I would be in that group. I mean, the people who was around the
70s. We be 70s babies. 70s babies. Go ahead, I'll pause. You cook on it. They'd be 70s babies. Was born in the 70s.
Y'all would be the next generation,
adolescents
right?
Yeah. Well, no, it's a generation movement. In between MLK and us was another generation. It was our parents' generations. Our parents weren't around for MLK. So it was another generation in between that. So either this generation after MLK. Might have been two, depending on how old your parents are.
My mom was 12 when Martin Luther King got assassinated.
Oh man, my bad. I thought y'all was older than that. My bad. You know.
No, we ain't that old. Goddamn.
It's in 68.
My bad. I thought y'all. My bad, brother.
Ain't that old?
I thought y'all was older than that, brother. But bro, what happened to my video? Did my video cut off? Oh man.
Yes.
Oh man, they coming for me. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. I wouldn't be surprised if I woke up and Corey had complained to YouTube about this episode. I'll pause. I showed a YouTuber earlier that he tried to sue. He tried to sue a YouTuber for showing a video of people walking out of his shows, and he said it was wrongfully portraying the brand. So let me start over. Okay, here we go. Yo, what happened? APN, I'm gonna blame you. Now here we is. I got it. Am I on the video? Y'all see it?
I see the video.
No, we can't see it. No, we just see the thumbnail.
As he's talking about, he's not moving.
Oh, okay. That's why. Okay, I got it.
I saw this little girl. She had a Welch's grape juice bottle in her mouth. And she was about 5. She had the whole bottle as far as it'll go, just sucking on it, walking with her mama. Somebody said, get that out her mouth. When they took it out her mouth, that baby said, you know what?
Bro, this dude's sick, bro. This dude's sick. You know what's crazy? It was probably awkward silence in that room, and nobody was speaking because he's sick. and he doubled down on it. Like he was waiting for the laugh right here.
When she stopped crying, when a man picked her up and put her in her lap and started bouncing with it, then she stopped crying and was looking like this. I said, that's a little growing right there. And everybody will say, Corey, what are you talking about? Corey, you crazy. Get the out of here. This little girl was in her bliss with her mouth wide open. She was just, it had the cap on it and everything. They took it out of her mouth. Then a man picked her up and started shaking her on his knee. And she was like, I said, that's a little, it's just CoreyHolcomb crazy. I almost want to go back and ask about that little girl and do a documentary on her life. So one day I can show I know what I'm talking about. But in this society, I'm a bad guy. For real, one day I was living with this lady.
Okay, thoughts about that. That's crazy, man.
Well,
Man, he done made the panel awkward. He done took the energy from the panel, bro.
yeah, I don't know what to say about it.
Yeah, that's crazy work. All positive. All right. Hello. So, Queen, I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna let you know now. I ain't arguing today. If I hear you arguing, or you start going crazy, I'm gonna let you know. So we finna hit that. We finna hear Ray J. Take us home. But hold on, I'm gonna drop the link on the community tab. Give me a second. But hold on, y'all cook up on that clip before I finish.
I mean, I don't know what made him feel comfortable to even say that. I mean, maybe he really did witness it. But like, why would you feel comfortable to say that, tell that story? I mean, I don't know. Maybe he was thinking it wasn't that bad. Tell that.
What? I'm positive. What?
I said maybe he was thinking it wasn't that bad to tell. I don't know what was going through his head.
Man, you okay? I get it. You can't find ain't no reason. You're still shocked about what he said. Now look at this story. All positive. This is the most. I ain't gonna say the most sick because all of it's sick. But this is one of the things where you like, bro, hide your kids out your way.
And her daughters crawled in the bed, and I ain't have on shit. Yeah, I was up under the cover. Wow. And I was like, oh. And one of her daughters was like, rest in peace. Her daughter was she was in high school. I think she was 15. Still not legal. You just can't tell your true thoughts. I knew her daughter was a bust down.
What's his true thoughts? Because she's still not legal. Just can't tell your true thoughts. What is his intrusive thoughts telling them all positive? When a 15-year-old crawled in the bed with him and he ain't got no clothes on.
All the 15-year-old be crawling in the bed with him.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the hell she was even in the room. I don't know why he was naked in the room with the mom. None of that stuff makes sense to me. But hey, I mean, this is a sick guy we talking about. You know, he later revealed that she would do stuff to try to get him in trouble, and it's like, tease you? She was teasing you?
Well,
That's sick.
That's what what's his name? Brother Polite. He got in trouble for, but you know he was basically messing around with his girlfriend's daughter. I mean, booking hotel rooms. Yep. I'm like, yo, I mean, you really have to be a sick individual to do some stuff like that.
Polite had some other stuff. I'll positive. Did you see the other stuff he was doing when he was giving massages and he had like this weird sex rituals that he was doing? Like Polite had a lot of crazy stuff going on, bro. He had got way past himself, man. He was doing some way out there stuff.
Nah, Bruce, you thinking about Ari Spears did that inappropriate skit with a kid, but he another one that's weird. It's always the people that have identity crisis as a black person that be the most weird. Like it's a mirror reflection of what's the internal conflict they have within themselves. They always be sexual deviants. There's a story of I watch a girl called Only for the Fans. I don't know if y'all familiar with her, but one of the people went on there and she's like a porn star or OnlyFans model. She said that she had sex with Ari Spears and he tried to rip the condom off. And I'm like, yeah, not shocking at all.
You do that.
He's a weird guy.
Why would
He
you want
comes
to
off as weird. But go ahead, Sister Queen. You wanted to cook. You've been trying to cook for about an hour now.
Well, I ain't trying to cook. I'm just saying Corey came into comedy that way. Those have always been the type of jokes that he's told, and he got an audience for that.
So what's that say about the
as
audience?
related to Aaron Spears and the skit he did. I didn't like it, but I don't think he's weird doing it, because how do you approach a topic like that that's not gonna make people uncomfortable? And I think comedians bring awareness to certain things. So I don't necessarily think he was being weird when he did it. I just think
that's like saying Bill Cosby brought awareness to the pharmaceutical
but
company.
Corey always been that way. That's why I'm like, I don't know what the outrage is. That man built an audience. There's some people that like that crass ass shit that he does. It's always been his comedy. I'm not defending Corey. I don't like Corey's comedy. I'm not a Corey fan, but that's who he's always been.
But they might not know that part, Queen, because I didn't know that. I listen to Corey like sparingly. I'm not like listening to his show all the damn time. I didn't know he said all this crazy ass shit about little kids and stuff.
He's not a new guy. Like I told my Scott, like, look, even since I was in high school, CoreyHolcomb's been around since I was in high school.
Yeah.
So he's not a new guy.
Yeah, we just didn't know he said all this crazy shit.
So many things like that. So the first. Can you hear me, Queen? Can you hear me? Let me say this thing. I'm gonna give you. I want Queen to directly respond to these two things. So the first thing first, you said we gonna the comedians bring light, and I do agree with that. But that, like, at some point, it's just sickness. What if Bill Cosby said, "You guys don't understand. I was trying to shed light on the pharmaceutical companies by drugging these women." You would be like, "Wait a minute, that's not right." Like him, like this is not even comedy. A girl crawled into the bed with me whenever I was butt naked up under the covers. Yikes.
Well, no, I'm not talking about Corey. Corey just say fucked up shit. The only reason why I know about Corey is my mama used to watch a lot of comedy, stand-up comedy and stuff like that, and that's how I became aware of Corey. Corey has always said raggedy shit, and he has an audience because he says those things. I've never been a fan of Corey. Aaron Spears, I don't really find him funny either. And I did see that skit, the little pedo skit he did. It was very strange. It was very odd. But at the same time, I do understand, like, how do you bring that type of awareness? And you do need to pay attention to who the hell you leave your children with, because that shit could be happening. You think your children in safe hands, and this motherfucker over here looking at your kid like this. So I kind of got what Aries was trying to do. But Corey just always been, he said he was a dirtbag. He's not lying.
And going forward, the Aries Spears stuff, I get what you're saying. We don't need comedians to bring awareness to PDFs to know that there's PDFs. Like, that's an area they're normally doing social commentary or whatever the case may be. And like sometimes, like I said, I don't know. They're not even that type of comedian to make political statements or do satire. So why choose it for a weird skit? It didn't make any sense to me. But okay, I will give Aries that it was a skit. You know what I mean? Like you said, but Corey, it's like this dude admitted to going to Iceland, knowing the age of appropriateness was 13 years old. He had a good time in Iceland. All that stuff is that's beyond comedy. That's the thing where it's like, well, this guy, he has a problem.
Corey just always been very, you know what, I think personally, as a individual, I don't think he do the shit that he says. I think he just says fucked up shit because he got an audience for it.
I mean, but
I
that's
wouldn't.
why he can't do the victim shit. Like, but then he can't do that and say all that crazy shit that he was saying, and then be acting like Hollywood is against him and they trying to. I'm in fear of my life. I've never been in all that crazy stuff he be doing after he do all that old weirdo shit that he do. Like he does a
Yeah,
lot of
now
like
I don't
really
agree.
strange shit for a man, for
Yeah,
an adult man past 50 to be acting the way that he acts. It's really he does some weirdo shit for a 50-year-old man. Like I don't know no 50-year-old man to act like that. That's really
50?
strange the shit he
He ain't 50.
does.
Yo, no, he's about 60. He ain't no 50.
Yeah, he's
He's 60
58.
almost even
He's about to
worse.
turn 60.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was looking at this guy when I was in high school, and I'm almost 50. So
yeah,
Well, it's even
yeah.
worse.
he's older than me.
Even worse. That's even worse. Because we don't know no men that act like that. Men are like, most people evolve, even if they have fucked up thoughts. You kind of go in line with society, and you don't say like he got too many instances of saying weird shit with kids. Like it don't make no sense. It's very off-putting and it's strange, and it be out of nowhere. It's not a skit where somebody wrote the shit down and he's acting out a skit. This is out of his mouth. He's trying to convey some experience, be it fake or not, that he's conveying that he decided to do this weird shit. It's just really strange. It just don't make sense for somebody of his age to be doing that kind of crazy shit.
I
Somebody in the
mean, I don't agree with the shit that he's doing. I'm just saying that man always been that way. Always. And my thing is, I'm more concerned about the people that give him audience because he been that way. And he's always had an audience. And I think that's what's crazy. Like he
Somebody
hasn't
said he
lost
turned
any of his.
57. Yeah, somebody said he
Huh?
turned 57 in the chat. Somebody said in the chat he turned 57 this year. That's crazy, man.
Oh,
He gotta be at least 10 years older than me. Because like I said, I'm 48, so I mean he's 9 years. Well, he turned 57, 50, and I turned 49, so he's 8 years older than me. So yeah, he's got it by years older. Yeah, it was like that.
See, and this is what
That's insane.
this is what I don't agree with. So somebody in the chat said Corey's been saying this for decades. More men say stupid, sick stuff than stuff like that. So justifying it. No, people
that's
don't
what
talk
I'm
like this
saying.
normally. They do not. Like Corey has an audience.
It is some people that talk like this. That's why Corey has an audience. Corey has not lost his audience in all the years he's been saying this type of shit.
And
It
you know
is
what?
people that are okay with the shit that's coming out of his mouth.
And the same people that still did business with Jeffrey Epstein and is in them files and was still going to his island. The only type of people that
But
would
I
be
don't know because
comfortable.
I don't know too many black folk in the Epstein file, so
But the
hey.
only people that would be comfortable with Corey Holcomb's behavior is people that agree with him. And I'm one of the people who have never liked him and think he's stupid, don't like his humor, and I think that he's a sick individual. We wouldn't be friends in real life. I would consume his content. I think he's absolutely sick. And the people that consume it, like I said, this day forward, I'm trying to line in the sand. If I walk up on my supervisor watching a Corey Holcomb video, that'll probably be the last day I work. That's how serious I am with this. That's the stance I'm taking.
Maybe.
So you wouldn't hold a show.
Well, I mean,
it's the same thing
everybody
with
got
Corey
their
that is
line, I
Anton.
suppose.
Yo, you got a girl in the chat. You got a girl in the chat talk about men talk like that. How you know how men talk?
No,
in the
they
locker
don't.
room?
I
You in the
they
locker
don't.
room?
No, they
I
don't.
don't do
She in the locker
I've
room?
never heard that.
I've
Never heard that
done
before.
underage jokes.
Never. Yeah,
Never
men don't talk like that. Never. Even
I
a
talk about
teenage
a lot
boy
of
don't
stuff.
talk like
I
that.
don't
Yeah,
talk about no underage girls. I don't do that.
yeah. Teenage. See, this is the weird thing. Teenage boys talk about getting women, and then older men talk about still getting women. Nobody goes in the reverse talking about getting children. Nobody does that. That's of sound mind, not a man.
Those
And
are
then the
colors.
man can't do that around other men because more likely, if he don't get cussed out, turned off, he might get punched in his nose, depending on what that other man dealing with. Men don't really deal with that kind of stuff like that. Like it's very off-putting. Like you're not gonna do certain things to a guy with kids because he's automatically gonna assume that I had your stupid ass around my fucking kids. So it's gonna be a problem. Men don't let men talk like that around them. That's just not gonna happen. I don't know what that woman's talking about.
I agree. Yeah, you don't do that. You can't be around no man with kids talking about jokes about wanting to be with a minor. Nah, man. We don't allow no stuff like that.
And then it get worse. It get worse. Like I said, I don't know if people seen the full context. Let's go.
Got pregnant like a year after I moved out. She was 16. I knew she was gonna get pregnant because she used to do. She used to do to let me know. Damn, this is trying to get me in trouble. Her name was Tiffany. Huh? Right. All of you kids.
Yeah, she has a documentary.
Kid pussy. That's the best. I'm saying. Watch your kids.
That's not a joke. Like that right there. Kid pee is the best. So watch people around your kids. What? That's crazy.
Man, it's not a normal conversation though. You can't even justify. Like it throws us off because I never heard no man talk like this in public like this. This is crazy. I didn't even know this fool said that. That's the other thing, Clean. Like I think people listen to him, but it's casual because he's not a big star like that. Like people probably guess him in passing if he's got somebody on they want to see, but like consuming his content like that, nah. Now that a lot of shit came out, he lost a lot of people behind his stuff. Him and that clown Anton, they lost a lot of people behind people actually digging into figuring out who these people are. Like that's the problem with these people. They don't realize when you go viral and stuff, people start consuming your content and going through it. And then they got to get a feel for it. And when they find some crazy stuff, they go the other direction. They don't have to tune into the stuff that you subscribing to. And I think that's what Corey gonna find out. Anton definitely figuring that out right now. There's a lot of people leaving him, and he's got like subscriptions and what do you call that stuff? The bag chaser or whatever, the little subscription he got. People getting out of that. Like, I don't really fool with none of them dudes.
But that's what I'm saying though. As far as Corey goes, Corey has always had his core audience that listens to this. So he might lose new people, but he's not gonna lose that cult following that he has. Because it's not like he just gradually turned to doing this type of shit. Corey has always said this kind of shit. You can go dig forever and you gonna continue to find stuff because this is the stuff that has always come out of his mouth as a comedian. I never thought Corey was funny. I didn't understand people's appeal in watching him, but clearly it is people that enjoy that shit.
You know what?
And that's what I find scary. And it ain't necessarily what's coming out of his mouth. It's the people that's okay with the shit that's coming out of his mouth.
I think he uses the shield of comedian to hide in the same way that Jeffrey Epstein used blackmail to hide. I think he knows he's sick and that's his cover up. You know, he always, well, I'm just a comedian and I do edgy comedy. This is not edgy comedy. These are confessions. These are the Corey Holcomb files, you know, and listening to him in real time, this stuff is sick as the Epstein files, in my opinion. Like this stuff is like was hard to cipher through and edit. Like what? Like I could not believe that this guy has been saying this for years and has a following, like you said. It make me look at them sideways. Like in the same way that the people that are now coming out in the files that are in Congress and everybody is like, these guys are sick. That's how I'm starting looking at the people who have said that he's a fan of theirs because they were privy to this information before I edited the clips. So that means that they was in the chats when he's saying this type of stuff and still supported him. So I'm gonna just look at them sideways too.
Like Gene Deal.
What you mean?
Man, Gene Deal been. You believe Gene Deal? You believe Gene Deal positive, bro? Because he done said a bunch of stuff, bro.
He talks about all the stuff he seen Diddy was doing, and he was his bodyguard for I get what you're saying. All those years, and then after he stopped working for him, now he wants to come out. I'm like, dude, why are you gonna come out like, I seen him punch in the face.
Tell all bullshit.
I'm like, why?
Yeah, I don't believe Gene Deal.
You witnessed him breaking chicks' nose, punching them in the face. Now you got books talking about it.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I might get flagged for this episode. I don't know. I'm because Corey do too much cussing. I think it's gonna make it YouTube's radar, and I think I might get flagged for this show. I might put this private afterwards. I might.
Yeah, you probably better put it private
because this. Remember, he's saying too much crazy stuff.
Yeah, you probably need to put it private. But Gene Deal, remember when they had the Puffy trial? He went down there to the courthouse outside, and somebody basically confronted him with that, saying, "Hey, you were there." And he flipped out on the guy and made this big ass scene. Then he jumped on Vlad like, "Oh, I wasn't there when those things happened. I wasn't okay with that." Like, wait a minute, you just
but the thing, he said
like
he was there. He said he was there for
yeah,
all of
that's what I'm saying. I'm positive. He says so much crap. I don't even think he can keep up with the nonsense that he says. Because if you look at that thing he did with Puffy trial, he literally flipped out on somebody, threatening to beat the guy up. It was basically a YouTuber behind him saying, "Hey man, you was there. What did you see?" Like, I wasn't there. Don't be putting me in that. I wasn't there. He just completely flipped out. Then he ran on Vlad like he didn't say all those things. Like that's why you can't. I don't really believe half of the stuff these dudes be saying. They just be talking.
That's crazy, but I just thought about that. I'm like, yeah, I might have to put this private afterwards because
yeah, you have to.
It's a lot. It's a lot, and then he repeated the stuff. So we reacted to this in real time. Going forward, I don't think there will be a replay. I don't know. I might play the same live over like that, and then just put it private again. But yeah, I think they might get me for this because he didn't say a lot of stuff that are just like trigger words and stuff like that, and. Like, I don't know. I might leave it up. I might just take this. I don't know. I might just take the story. It is what it is. I don't know. I'll think about it. But let's get some more of this video.
Want some type real bad. Jesus Christ. Can you get charged if you spoon a child?
What?
Can you?
Yeah, he said that. He said that. He said that with a natural curiosity for, what's the limits of the law and what you can be charged with. Exactly.
Why would you want to know that?
Exactly. How's that useful information? Yeah, that's crazy work. That's crazy.
And that's not funny either. So I don't even know what the basis of any of that is.
Nobody
it's not funny.
laughs.
It's crazy.
Pittsburgh T, every time he says something, it's uncomfortable in the room. He don't know how to read the room, and everybody's uncomfortable, and they try to skip past that uncomfortable moment, and he still ain't picked up on it. Like, bro, this dude, not only is he sick, is he autistic?
Get charged if you spoon a child. Get behind him, make him take all his clothes off, and you hug him like that. Is that a charge?
Whoa.
What is that? Not no penetration. Just
doesn't have to be penetration. It's so you can't be
love.
You can.
Oh my God, no.
Okay.
What if it's?
Yeah, he said it, Alpaz. He said it. He said it.
Sit up and think about this. Like, yo, I'm gonna have a podcast and I'm gonna ask this question. What would make you want to ask that question?
I can only think of one thing. What about you?
Shock value.
I just understand something.
Nah, that's more than that. That's confession.
Oh man, he can't ask a question like that.
Yeah, that's confession.
Well, this is the thing. I'm not gonna jump out and say it's a conviction because I've never heard of him being accused of anything along those lines. But say some crazy shit out his mouth, yes.
But you know what? Epstein was never convicted of them crimes.
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
He passed away.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
He was convicted. They gave him a deal where he.
Yeah, it was a plea deal. It wasn't a conviction, though.
No, he was convicted and he had jail time. And the way that they set it up was 12 hours out of the day. He was on a work program where he could leave, but he was convicted.
Not of those the actual crime. Like, you gotta look up the actual charges. Let me look them up because I don't think they had anything to do with sex
was
charges.
In the files, that Ghislaine Maxwell got guilty of.
He didn't get those because he allegedly died, but that wasn't his first.
Yeah, the first set it wasn't. Yeah, the first set it wasn't. I don't believe the first set had. He got charged into that, but the actual thing that they settled on, I don't believe it had nothing to do with sex. Queen is what I'm saying. Let me go look it up just to make sure.
Yeah,
because it was a crazy deal.
Yeah, he got convicted of some bad sexual behavior. I don't remember what it was, but it was almost like he wasn't convicted the way they set him up. He had to go on the registry as a sex offender,
and still got to travel and still had a passport. So it was like they really didn't do nothing.
So it didn't really do nothing because he had money. But yeah, he got charged for the nonsense. They just didn't treat him like the criminal that he was.
And still was having parties. But the point I was bringing that up is, I mean, we know some people that have got away with crimes like this. You know what I mean? Sexual assault because whatever the victim didn't want to say anything or whatever the case may be. So that's why I made because he made
But
that
I
point.
mean, Corey ain't that big for somebody to sit on it. Like I think if he sexually assaulted somebody, they would come out and say something.
Well,
Especially now, this is
I
the time to come out if he did something to somebody.
I would say that Queen, but if like, can you see the back screen? That video set out there for it for a year
So
after the
you know he
incident.
went to court for that, right?
I'm aware. I'm aware.
You know that woman is not allowed in the
Yeah,
improv.
you was right, Queen. It's one of them is solicitation, and the other one he got two charges. The Epstein, one of them solicitation, and one of them have to do with something with minors. The 2008 charges.
Yeah, none of the
Yeah,
trafficking
he has
charges that he
to
should have been.
register as a sex offender, but they still let him run around like he.
Yeah,
I don't. So
yeah, but
you
that's
know.
different. But in Corey case, just because nobody like actually charged him, like we know plenty of people. Like you see it all the time where people don't get charged. They having sex with men are having sex with kids at church, at schools, or in the family. Like stuff happens. And unfortunately, women don't report those crimes. It's largely unreported. We don't know to what percentages for a lot of different reasons. So just because that fool nobody ain't said that don't mean he did or didn't do it. I don't know. So it's hard to kind of put that on people because we know a lot of those sex crimes they don't really get investigated or reported thoroughly.
Well, I don't think Corey is the type of person that has enough clout or riz for somebody not to report on his ass. He's so goddamn
But
ignorant. I think somebody would jump at the chance and be like, "He did this to
Well,
me."
when they look
it
at
don't have nothing
sexual
to do with
assault
him though.
crimes, black women report less than everybody.
Yeah,
And not only
I don't
that,
think it has anything to do with him though. It's not
and
him
not only
though.
that, Corey said on this video and lied to us for a year saying he never punched his woman, and the video existed where he punched her.
Well, I don't know if he punched the scholar. He definitely put his hand in the face. I don't know if that's a punch though. He
Man,
definitely put his hand in the face.
he
It's
gave
still
her some
assault.
force. I don't like,
Yeah, it's
what
still assault.
it was either
Yeah,
a
it's
slap
still assault.
or a punch.
It's
It was
more like a
assault.
push or it looked like it's assault either way. I don't think it's a punch. I think it was assault either way. He had no
I
business
mean,
touching him.
for him to go to court for it and walk away from the shit, it's more to the story than him just punching a woman. And I'm sorry, women be out of pocket sometimes, and you
No, that
get what
woman's
you
out of
get.
pocket. Queen, did you
Huh?
look at the backstory of that woman? Did you look at the backstory with that? You can go to her page and listen to her tell the story. You can tell she ignorant as fuck. And she loud and she's very aggressive. You can tell. But
Who
that still
got
don't give Corey the
who got
right to do what he did.
who got more character validity out of the two, Corey or her?
I don't really know
Scarlett.
because
No.
um,
Scarlett, they got both different flaws. Like she literally says she goes to that club and hangs out in the back because they got an area where they sit there and crack jokes on each other. So that's what she said she was doing there. And she was waiting on Corey. And she tell you the whole thing of what she doing. She's fucking aggressive. Now
and Corey said,
she was laughing and cracking on how she was cracking on Corey because he broke both his hands. And whatever she said that was funny, she made sure to keep saying that shit because she knew it was digging in on her. So she knew what she was doing, and she's very aggressive. So that's one thing. Now, what Corey
Corey
doing what he
said that the
did,
woman was
he had
stalking
no business
him.
doing that. I don't know if she's stalking them. She goes up to that club all the time. That's a comedian club. A lot of them comedians go outside and they talk trash to each other.
I'm just telling you what Corey
She's
said. Corey said that he had proof that she was stalking him, and that's what he took to court. That's why the judge threw the case out.
I don't know about that.
That Corey was the richer of the two, and we know that there's a two-tier justice system that favor rich people, and
I mean,
Corey had
if the improv is telling you you're not allowed at their space, I think I'm gonna believe that she's a
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah, she got some issues,
well,
Scarlett. She's
so
not.
when
She
we
ain't
talk,
no just regular
see,
woman.
and this is
She got stuff going on.
and what this done
She
turned
got stuff
into
going on.
is the woman deserved to be hit by a man. Like that's
No,
what it done
nobody said
turned
that.
into.
No, nobody
Why we
said that,
even talk
Scarlett.
about her character then? Like the implication there
Because
is that
she is
she's
aggressive,
not
bro.
worthy of
No,
justice.
nobody said that. She's aggressive. Corey should have turned. He should have turned his back and walked away. That's what he should have did. She got problems with other comedians there, where there's comedians that's coming out and saying, "Hey, she did that to me. I had to walk away. She was talking about my mama. She was talking about my kids. Like I couldn't take it." They sit out there and they talk trash to each other. She take the shit too far all the time, according to the comedians, where she get real personal with people. According to the comedians, and they said that she come out there drunk, high, or whatever. They don't know, but it's not right what she be doing. But that don't give Corey the right to do what he did.
It sounds like they got this thrown out on a technicality. According to Chaco, I don't know. The video wasn't available, and if the club had a restraining order on her, that's probably how they got it. Well, you were assaulted, but you wasn't supposed to be there. So let's throw it out. Corey got the money. He got the better lawyer. Blah blah blah, et cetera, et cetera. But that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. Out of the two, I don't know what this woman's background is. Like Corey brought up that she stabbed somebody afterwards, but I guarantee she ain't got no videos of her talking about minors in a derogatory. No matter how nasty she is, and if we making if we using their words as public executions, Corey is on trial today. And if we going by character and character flaws and stuff, if I was a judge, Corey would be thrown under the jail. Just being honest.
Well, you got to put her words up too, and she did say she was up there selling weed. That was her business. She said that was my business. I had a little business while I said. So you got to use her words too. So everything he said ain't completely.
But Corey has been on there talking about buying weed.
I get it, but Skylar, everything that Corey said was not true. But he should have handled it better. He's going to take the brunt of the responsibility because he's the man. So no matter what happens, he's going to take the brunt of the responsibility. Nobody's going to prepare them up equal and say he got the right to beat her down. Nobody's going to do that. She's entirely too aggressive, and I would suggest that most women who do that want to be confrontational to men that you don't know, that's not a good idea. That's not. And for men to be arguing with women that they don't sleep with, that's not a good idea in person. None of that's good. Nothing good is going to come out of that. And especially if somebody's sitting up there talking crazy to you that you're not in a relationship with, that you don't have any attachment to, that's not going to be good.
I don't know if it's Bertie. This is, like I said, there's more evidence. There's more evidence of Corey being a PDF than there is of this girl being an aggressive character. You know, so and people are not comfortable calling him a PDF. Everybody is saying that, you know, he's basically he's been doing this humor for a long. He does dark humor or whatever the case may be. So I mean, if we not going to make her guilty, because she didn't commit a crime. He did. He committed assault.
But Sally, you don't have to be a crime. You don't have to get, like, put it like this. Queen would probably never go up outside and just walk up to some dude and just start talking crazy to him that she don't know and has no attachment to. Most women are not going to do that. So when a woman does that, she put herself in danger because you don't know how that man reacts. And most men that get to that point where you embarrass them and all that shit, some men are ignorant and they're gonna resort to violence. And as a woman, that puts you at a disadvantage completely. So most women are not gonna put themselves in those situations. So when you find a woman that does that, that makes her an aggressive woman. She's aggressive to do that. That's an aggressive stance for a woman to do that. Corey's a fool for what he did, but that's an aggressive woman to do that. Those are the people who think they can run around confronting people and tell them how they feel about everything. That's a crazy thought that you think everybody need to know how you feel in person. That's not normal. Most people just keep shit to themselves and keep it pushing when they don't have no like real attachment to you. That's what I mean when I say she's aggressive.
If you're an adult and you can't handle words, especially a male close to 60 years old, and you can't handle words, hey, life's gonna get harder for you, especially when words is your profession, right? Like, so let me tell you the irony of this situation. He lives by words that he says, I'm just a comedian. That's his shield. I'm just a comedian. I don't really mean it. I'm just a comedian, right? But she says words to him that in a way that makes people laugh at his pain that he didn't give him permission to. And he thinks that that's permissible for him to go punch her in the face. That's insane.
Skyler, you can't. Skyler, if Corey Holcomb walk up to some dude, if some random dude and start just talking crazy to him, it's going to be a fight. It's going to be the same thing with any stranger. The idea that you can just do that and there's no culpability on your end, it's just not smart. It's not a good idea to say, oh, I didn't know. Like, no, you can't do that. Women should not be doing that. Men shouldn't be putting their hands on on women, but women should not be that fucking aggressive where you walking up on a man doing that kind of crazy shit. That's insane. I would tell my daughters not to do it, my wife not to do it. That's nuts. Nobody does that. Like,
If they
Queen,
did,
are you gonna ever do some shit like that? Never. She'll never do it. A woman
well,
will never
you ain't
do
let
it
her
like
answer.
her.
You ain't let her
Go
answer.
ahead, Queen.
More.
Queen, would you ever do some shit like that? Go ahead.
No, I'm not walking up to no dude talking crazy to him. I'm not stalking, especially somebody like Corey. Corey look like, act like, talk like he'll knock your ass.
Yeah, she's never gonna do it. She don't know him. What I'm telling you, like women, not the person they don't have familiarity to, they don't know. That's not normal, bro. That's just not. That ain't it, man. I just don't. For a woman to do that, that's an aggressive ass woman to do that kind of shit. So she's got her own different set of problems, and she gonna have more problems because besides Corey, she's had other people, other men that she's done the same shit. And you can't be running up in men's faces doing that kind of shit. Everybody is not a well-balanced human being where they just gonna walk away. You're gonna run into some fools where they gonna do some crazy shit.
But you know what,
I think it's more than just men. If the damn comedy club and the improv is a chain comedy business, they got her picture on the wall. They say if you see her, call the police immediately. Bro, that's a problem.
Yeah, she's a problem. She is.
And let me guess, Corey Holcomb is the vigilante. He's like Batman. So he took that picture, and the only reason he punched
So
her
how you
is
sit up
because
here and
he was
preach
bringing justice.
accountability and you won't get this lady her accountability? Because I'm not saying
because she was assaulted in the video.
It don't make her 100% right though, Stalin.
It don't make her a victim.
Oh my
It don't
God.
make her a
Okay,
victim, especially
Chaco.
this man that's sitting up here saying that she was stalking him at the same time. Like both of them, two ignorant motherfuckers that ended up in an ignorant ass situation, and then neither one of them really win when it came to that court case. The fact that a woman got allegedly hit in the face and the judge threw it out should tell you something right there.
It's okay. Oh, Chaco, what's good, sister? Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Hey,
Go ahead, sis. Go
it's
ahead.
like,
Take a deep
okay,
breath if you
first of
need to.
all, it's just like I'm tired of people treating black men like infants, you know. Like I'm tired of people wiping their ass for them. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of people changing their fucking diaper. I'm tired of people dressing them and putting a bib on them and wiping their fucking mouth. This is a grown ass man that's fully responsible for 100% of his behavior. There was, first of all, we can see that this dude is a piece of shit. So I don't even have to hear the other side. He's a piece of shit. Like and I don't know nothing about the dude, but I'm saying in the short amount of time since this whole Anton thing went down, just the amount of the shit that the nature of the shit that I've heard about this man, somebody needs to turn off his fucking TV. Period. He's fucking trash. Like he's what's wrong with this community. Like he's it. He's like, I can't think of one thing that this motherfucker is doing right in any aspect of his life. He's a piece of shit. So you mean to tell me we got a video of this big, overgrown, burly motherfucker walking up to a woman, you know, walking past several people, closing the distance, walking up to her and hitting her, and we trying to find a way to make this shit acceptable? Aren't y'all tired of these niggas? Am I the only one that's tired of these niggas? Why do they keep having a soft place to land? Like look, I'm saying, let me say one more thing. And like I said, that's why I said Corey talking all this shit about how he a victim and stuff. I've seen that kind of dynamic before. They get to be delusional because we prop them up. You know what I'm saying? Of course, other niggas gonna prop them up, but black women should not be propping up this type of bullshit. Fuck that nigga. Like,
so
fuck
with this don't just have a video, it has a court case attached to it. So that's what separates any of the opinions that anybody have. The court of law is the final say so on this shit, and the court of law did not find him liable for mushing this bitch in the face. So that means that there's something more going on than what we can see behind this video. As far as him playing victim, Corey don't get to play victim for all the bullshit that he does. That he do a lot of bullshit. He's been doing bullshit. He's been this person ever since I known about. Corey
Nobody
Holcomb,
said it's
and I've
okay.
been
But
knowing
wait,
about
but wait,
Corey
hold up.
Holcomb
Nobody said
since
it's
I was a
okay. But
little
I don't
girl.
think. But wait, I think you misinterpreted.
Then
Nobody
what's the
said it's
point of
okay.
saying it?
What we said that the woman should not be walking up to a man talking crazy to a
I didn't
man
see
you
her walk
don't
up to him. I
know.
saw him walk up to her.
They was out. You saw that clip of it. If you watch the
Yes.
entirety of it, they were
That's
out
what I saw.
there. They were out there talking trash to each other, cracking jokes on each other, and getting each other's face. That's what happened. You saw the last couple seconds of that where he walked up to her, and you're talking about him
Okay.
closing the distance. They had been out
Yes.
there for a while. And
Okay.
that lady is trespassed from that property for a reason, and she's gotten into it with other comedians out there. So that's not like normal for a woman to
Like
do
both
that
of
kind of
them got to
shit.
take their L.
Yeah,
She don't get away with being
exactly.
a aggressive motherfucker, like he don't get away with being the horrible motherfucker he is. Both of them got to take their motherfucking accountability.
Well,
Exactly.
okay, so y'all saying a few things that like I can't really. I'm not saying it's not true, but I'm saying I can't substantiate it. And as far as my understanding, when I watched Tasha K, the interview, the videotape of the incident was not available at that time. And just because a judge say that they're not going to do something, that don't mean that ain't shit happen. That's not what that means. Ask me how I know. No, that's not what that means. So yeah, and I just feel like there's no way a woman, a black woman, could sit on the internet and just be a whole piece of shit, like a whole waste of air, and have people defending her. Like, we don't do that as a community. It's like, why? It don't even matter. Let's just say the nigga wasn't wrong in this situation, which he was, as we can see in black and white. It's on the fucking screen. I'm looking at it right now, right? Let's just say the nigga wasn't wrong in that case. He like, why does he need cover? Why are y'all pleading his case? What has
Nobody
this
gave him
dude done
cover.
in his life that
Who gave him
has
cover?
helped further like the black community or anybody, anything, his own fucking family?
But you can't say the black community. You listen to Tasha K, who promote pure lies. She got sued for lying. Like, you can't sit up here and say all that stuff about the black community and watch Tasha K that is known and has lost the court case for just flat out lying.
Yeah,
So if we're doing that, we gotta get rid of them all up.
So does that change the fact? Okay, so does that change the fact that the video was not available at the date of the court case?
No, it don't. And she got some liability to it. They both do. Corey's fucking, like, again,
So what's her
nobody said that
liability
Corey's
for
wrong.
what's her liability for getting hit in the face by a grown ass man?
You should not be running up on no man. A woman should not be running up on no man confronting a man. You should not do that. As a woman, I would suggest you don't do that.
So that's two
That's
different
not
issues,
smart.
though. But that's two different
That's the
issues,
same.
though.
That's the same. That's the same issue.
No,
The
it's not.
same issues.
No, it's not. No, it's not. So
When she
you're
was
saying
out there,
morally,
she was out there. No, not
Okay,
talking
go
about
ahead.
morally. I'm talking about a woman being out there. She's a woman out there. They're talking trash to each other. She's getting in the guy's face. You have to go to her channel and let her describe what happened. She tells you that's what she did. That's her words, not mine. So if that's what you're doing as a woman, that's not going to be good. Now,
I saw the
Corey could have
interview
kept
and
his
I
damn
didn't
hands to
hear her say
herself.
that.
Why not just call the
Okay,
police?
but she
If
said
she
it.
if she on the
She said
wall,
it.
she's trespassing. Why not just call the police?
No, Skylar, I'm
That
not
didn't have
saying
shit
neither
to do
one of
with
them
it.
right. Y'all
So
what
this
y'all
is the
doing? Y'all
thing.
saying the woman has no accountability at all.
Hold
It's all
on.
Corey.
No, she
We're saying
don't.
that's
She
not
don't
what
have no
happened.
accountability for
we
getting
go.
punched in the
Here we
face.
go.
No accountability.
Here we
No.
go.
There you
Here
go.
we go.
This
Here we go. When I was
this
growing up, I was told if somebody hits you, you hit them back. It was not if a girl hits you, hit the girl back. If the boy hits you, hit the boy back. All of us, girls and boys alike, were told if somebody hits you, hit them back. It's only when we get older that these dynamics seem to change. And my dynamic is the same. Keep your motherfucking hands to yourself.
Okay, so
Now,
by
in
that
this
logic,
case,
go ahead.
it seems like there is more nuance to this situation. If your ass is being stalked and harassed by somebody, and they
Okay.
come and they are doing shit to you, that's why the court case matters. If these kind of things are going on, and this person shows up in your space, and then they become aggressive with you, at that point you have a right to defend yourself. And this is not about defending Corey. This is about the fact that it was some other shit going on. So to just sit up here and be like, oh, he mushed her in the face and leave it at that, it's ignorant on our
What video
part.
did y'all
Okay,
watch?
hold on, Chaco. Let me say this. I'm gonna pass it to you, and then we're gonna go to Deuce. So I gotta take a deep breath before I even speak on this. So, couple things to unpack. You know, a lot of things to unpack. So, first thing, he was not defending himself. He walked up on her. So he at that point, physically, he's the aggressor, right? He put his hands on her. Even afterwards, as aggressive as y'all say she is, she wasn't swinging or trying to break past security or do anything violent to Corey. This accountability stuff is
Yeah, her boyfriend was the security, Charlotte. Her boyfriend was the security. You know that, right? Her boyfriend was security, though. You know that,
this
right?
stuff is leaning towards manosphere shit. And when
That's what I'm
when you
saying.
No,
have
it's not.
manosphere blinders on, you can't see situations for what they are, right? If somebody has a restraining order on somebody, and we're talking about the courts, because the courts are already right, that means the court has granted them that. You're supposed to call and get law enforcement to enforce that court order, just like you would child support or anything else. You're not fucking Batman. You don't get to pick up a billy club and go beat somebody up because you have a restraining order with them and they're not supposed to be at the club. That is absolutely asinine. And this whole idea of us being like infants, if somebody hits you, you hit them back type of stuff, that gets blurred when you become an adult. There's weapons involved, there's families involved, and all that other stuff. That's where the lines get blurred. It's not as simple as, well, somebody hit you, you hit them back. What if they shoot you? Can you shoot them back? No, sometimes you lose your life. That's why we pay our taxes, Uncle Sam don't ask it, and we are a land of laws, right? And we expect the police to protect life and enforce laws, right? So that's why we have them in the place. I don't know how this became a situation where Corey Holcomb and this woman has to have accountability for dealing with, as Chaco Kitty said, this piece of shit human being. This dude has showed us on every turn. And then when we bring up the videos and show this dude being a piece of shit, it's all this skepticism. Then when we bring this video up, it's the Johnny Cochran shit. Everybody putting on their Sunday's best and saying, well, you know, she really kind of deserved it because you just can't go out there and talk to no males like this. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Nobody said that. We trying to get this lady. Y'all don't want the lady to have no accountability. Her boyfriend was out there and the lady had a fucking restraining order. Y'all saying it don't matter what she said, and her boyfriend was out there as the fucking security guard and he didn't jump on Corey. So y'all dismissing all of that. Y'all dismissing all of that stuff. No, he didn't, bro.
Yes, he did. It's on video.
He did.
Yeah, he grabbed. Yeah, afterwards, way after, not right away, way after.
When it got physical, that's what the bodyguard's supposed to do. They don't go hem you up for a conversation,
bro. Charlotte,
I don't know.
The lady, they don't just issue. First of all, they don't just issue out. They don't issue out restraining orders just to anybody. So she has some kind of he has some kind of history going on where she got a fucking restraining order. Corey got a restraining order against this fucking lady.
So he filed for a restraining order, or he was granted a restraining order? Because I'm trying to see where he was granted a restraining order.
He was granted.
Ain't nobody
even
confirmed this. Like Corey just. This is
Corey's
story.
Y'all got it, man.
And he filed. And the thing is, the time when he filed the restraining order, he was trying to cover his ass. He's a scumbag.
No. Both of them were granted temporary restraining orders.
Okay.
The thing is, she is banned from the improv while Corey is not.
Okay. I mean, I don't know nothing about that. I honestly don't. But I can look it up. But I mean, I don't know nothing about that. But I'm just saying, like the shit that these niggas get away with in this community, that shit needs to be studied. That shit needs to be studied. And you know what, Queen? No offense, but I was thinking this when I was in the chat, right? You said that you don't think Corey Holcomb is the type of person or has enough clout to where a person would not like tell on him. But I think that right now it's being demonstrated exactly why niggas get away with the shit that they get away with. He don't have to be nobody. He don't have to be Corey Holcomb. It could be somebody fucking alcoholic ass bum on.
It don't fucking matter. I want to know what niggas getting away with. Because every time a nigga get accused of something, he guilty for it. So I want to know what niggas is getting away with.
Apparently not. You just seen him walk up to a woman and sock her in the face, and you saying it's her fault.
You seen a sock? That's what you seen?
It don't matter. He touched her face.
It does matter.
He didn't hit you. He didn't hit you.
You can't put your hands on battery, Deuce.
You tell me about it if he hit you and how bad it hurt. Like, who
Don't
are
nobody
you
walk up
to say that it wasn't that big of a
hit
deal?
me.
That's a grown ass
I
man.
didn't say it wasn't that big of a deal, but you guys are also saying there's no reason to hit a woman. That's what you're saying. And there's reason to hit a woman.
There's no reason to hit no goddamn body.
You crazy as hell.
That's what make it worse.
Deuce,
Yes,
so
the fact that it's a woman makes it fucking worse.
Deuce, give us a scenario where you got a bunch of space between you and a woman, and it's permissible to hit her.
Man, there could be plenty of stuff that could be for a woman to get hit. She spit in your face.
She didn't spit in him in his face though.
She beat up your mama. We don't know what happened.
Bro,
Because because we don't know what happened. This tape shows up 10, 15 seconds or some shit. Like, we don't know what happened. And like they said, the court cleared them because I guess she was trying to provoke him and do shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yes, that's what I'm saying. She was saying, I've been trying to get you to hit me. I've been waiting for you to hit me. All kind of shit.
So is that on video?
That's what they said. That's what the court cleared them.
So is that on video or is that in some court documents?
But what is on video is him slapping her, and he got all kind of speculation for the girl. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
That one thing is on video, and you say, well, you can't really believe that. But when he tells you
down for the black man, so y'all saying the courtroom now
rich.
decided that they're gonna be down for the black man.
You think they're gonna favor a meth head? Look, by Corey's standards, she's a struggling comedian and a meth head. You think they're gonna pick that over the bigger, richer star? Come on, bro.
You think
that nigga be having 14,000 people watching his live at one time.
So you think the meth head got good judgment, that she ain't out there really saying some crazy shit? Like, you only reinforcing what we saying.
That's crazy, man.
Does Corey have good? And that's the thing, right? And that's the thing. This is why I get mad, because there's one thing as far as it's one thing to say, okay, everybody got their own opinion, but when it becomes a fucking cesspool like this community is, we have to look at the people that's allowing this shit. We have to look at the people that is acting as the petri dish to allow this shit to fester. This dude should not have a platform. He shouldn't have a fucking platform. And shame on everybody, and definitely every fucking black woman that tunes into that shit. This shit is sad. Like that, bro. Like,
let me add context. Let me add context.
I wonder how she would feel if she knew how to walk and gain all their success. I wonder what she would go back into a Walmart again.
Yeah, and Tasha K should have no platform because she sat there and just take people down with just bold-faced lies.
Okay,
and Corey lied and said that he didn't hit that woman. So
let me see what the court had to say about this, because it's the court of public opinion. Let's see if we ain't just moral grandstanding or say, the person I like. Let's react to some clips.
Did we find the court case?
Okay, I don't know where we're going with this, but
I'm just asking. They got these charges. I'm trying to see what the charges gonna be.
The wedding ring.
Somebody call me Corey Kelly because I said spoon.
Oh, good one.
I would never.
Or Corey Epstein.
Spoon a child. I'm asking what happens if you do it. It's called research. Please keep this piece of tape for future references. I'm telling you now, when they go after me, they get dirt like a. I'm here to tell you, if they go through my computer, they're gonna be like, Corey, like, what else can I put out there?
Snacks.
I mean, I'm a big in the child. I'm gonna check my browser, goddamn.
Okay, what does the court think about that? Are we gonna believe Corey's words on that, or is the content exactly what it is? We can move on past the him versus the method.
We conflate shit. Nobody over here thinking him talking all that kid shit is cool.
Okay.
No, nobody he was with thought that shit was cool either, because you see by the silence.
They still there.
Laughing.
They still there. And like I say, I believe like at least 75% of this community think that a black man can't do shit wrong. Period. Y'all don't want to see these niggas lose their job for nothing. Y'all don't want to see these niggas lose their platform for nothing. Y'all don't want to see these niggas go to jail for nothing.
Hold up. Why is Corey represent? Corey don't represent all black men. That's him. He represents his fucking self.
And you represent yourself. And you represent yourself.
But you just said all black men, and you do this whole thing with black men getting away with murder. All black men is doing this. It ain't no all black men. This is Corey Holcomb.
I'm listening to you talk right now. So what you mean?
And the lady that he dealt with was the lady he dealt with. That wasn't all black women or
He did
males
not do
that are getting
anything wrong.
arrested and getting trespassed. Yes, she did. You don't walk up to no man like that's just comedy. Like no woman walks
Okay.
up to no
All
man
right.
talking crazy to him.
Well, then
That's
that's
common
where we
sense.
gonna agree to disagree.
A man can't walk up to a man cracking jokes. If you say cracking jokes, a man like Deuce, I can't walk up to Deuce and just start talking crazy to him, and I don't know him. It's gonna be silence. That's how men usually respond. Most men know this. Women don't do
that's
that.
how
That's
men
not
usually
smart.
respond. Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Which men?
Yes.
Which men? That's how which men
Wait,
respond.
Corey just sat on the show
All
with
men
Anti,
do
and he
this.
and
Okay,
they
no.
talked
So
up
you
to
just
each other's
said no,
face and got nose to nose, and nothing happened.
wait. He just said that Corey represent himself and he represent himself, but yet he up here saying that's how all men would respond.
No. What I
that's
said
how you
specifically
would
is that you should
respond.
not. A man.
That's how
No, I
you
said if a
would
man.
respond.
No, you're taking what I said out of context. I said if a man walk up to a man that he does not know and talking crazy to him,
She
he's going to
knows
get
him.
response of violence. That's what I said. That's exactly
She
what
knows
I
him.
said. I ain't saying none of the other stuff.
So he didn't just so you didn't just say that that's what most men will do.
Oh man, you got it, man. I don't even know what the point you're trying to prove because I said what I said very clearly.
She must be a Democrat.
Yeah, and I heard you. And
She must
yeah,
be a
like I said,
Democrat.
you gotta know that this the thing. This the thing. These niggas ain't just come out of nowhere. You gotta ask yourself who's raising these pieces of shit. And that's the thing.
Who raised that
He
woman?
would not be
Who raised the
allowed to
woman?
exist. Wait, what?
Who raised the woman? See, there you go again. Who raising these
So
men?
once again, we're gonna compare this fucking violent ass colorist, self-hating ass pedophile to a woman getting punched in the face. Like, are you serious right now? But then this the thing. Y'all get mad when nobody don't look at y'all like y'all fucking men, but y'all don't want to be responsible for shit. You don't want to be responsible for a goddamn thing, but somebody supposed to respect y'all. But yeah, you comparing a big grown ass man with a posse. A grown ass man with a whole crew done walked up to this woman and socked her in the face. But yet you trying to make it seem like they on equal footing.
You just walked up to her.
But do y'all wonder where these pieces of shit come from? Do y'all wonder where they come from?
He just walked up to her and socked it. That's the narrative you run into?
Yeah, that's what I saw.
He just walked up to her and socked it for no reason. Okay, cool.
I ain't even got nothing else to say about that.
That's what you want to roll with?
That's what's in the video. That's what's in the video. Imagine if there wasn't no video. That goddamn, imagine if there wasn't no video. This is what we up against as black women.
Not black women.
This is what we up against. A nigga could punch us in the face.
Most black men are with black women.
On video.
Black men are with black women. So what you talking about?
A nigga could punch a black woman in the face on video, and it's still her fault. Queen, like you okay with this?
There's a reason. There's a reason.
Ain't no woman run up to no man confronting them. Like you keep saying it's like normal behavior for a woman
keep saying
to be
that as
confronting
if
a
that
woman.
actually
That's not
happened.
normal.
You keep saying it as if that actually happened.
That's not normal.
My opinion is
you niggas are okay. I'm not gonna get niggas are not normal. Let me just put it like that. Niggas are not normal. We're gonna talk about not normal. That's what's not normal.
Okay, I'll wait. So first of all, do I think it's okay for a man to punch a woman in the face? No, I do not. At the same
nobody
time,
said that.
I don't think it's okay for women to put themselves in harm's way either. The same thing I teach my daughter, and when I talk to other women, is the first law of being a woman is self-preservation. You need to make sure that you're keeping yourself safe at all times. Talking shit to a man that has proven himself to be highly ignorant, it's not a safe thing to do. Am I shocked that he may have hit this woman in the face? Fuck no. Listen to the shit that comes out of his mouth. Why would you, as a woman, sit there and talk shit to somebody like that?
That's two different issues. That's literally two different conversations.
They're the same
He's talking
issue.
about was he wrong or was he right? He was fucking
That's
wrong.
what happened.
It's not illegal. It's not illegal to run your mouth.
It's the
from a
same
distance.
issue.
It's not.
Because she's not keeping herself safe. I'm not gonna put myself in a situation with
Neither
a
would
dude
I.
that I can tell he might knock a bitch out. I think Corey had said that he would put his hands on women. So why the fuck would I sit up there and go get in his face?
So when did she
like
get in
if
his
you
face?
done already told me who you are, why would I go put myself in this situation?
Okay, so I just feel like there's a conversation about whether he was wrong or right, and then there's a conversation about, okay, best practices as a woman when you're going out. That's two different things, and nothing she did, especially nothing we saw in that video, make it okay or even somewhat reasonable for him to approach her and hit her like that and then fucking lie about it.
Nobody
He
said
should
that.
be.
We don't know.
He should
Nobody
be.
We
said
don't know
that.
what's in
He
that
should be
video.
finished right
We don't
now.
know
He
what's
should
in
be.
that video.
No. Let me say something. He should be fucking through right now. But since we
Through what?
in this trash bin, this fucking trash fire that we call the black community, this nigga get to have
Why the black
27,000
community
people in
trash?
his chat while he's denigrating a underage black girl because she's dark skinned.
Yeah, but why the black
You
community
dark
got to be
skin.
trash? Yeah, ain't no black community.
Okay, so my thing is, if you gonna say the black community not trash, then at least not be trash. Like I'm not even trying to be like I'm gonna have to get down. Because I don't want to be disrespectful. I really don't.
How old is this Chaco lady? You like 25?
I'm older than you think.
Where you from?
I'm from New Orleans.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They both wrong. It's not one or the other. Both of their asses wrong.
Yeah, because it's not like, look, the black community, there ain't nothing wrong. Black men marry black women on a large scale. You look at the percentages. So that black men ain't running around getting other types of women. Most black men marry and we lay with black women. That's the first thing. The second thing is, like, women should not be doing certain things. Like, I know we got this new age where people think we're equal. We're not. Men and women are not equal. They should not be moving around the same kind of way. I give you an example. If a man walks up to a woman at a gas station and he asks her for a phone number, if that woman say, "Get your broke ass away from me," every man ain't gonna react the correct way. So that's not smart to do. Certain shit women should do, they have to carry themselves in a certain way, and they don't lose anything by just keep certain. You don't have to be projecting this era of just letting people know everything that you feel. That's not smart as a woman. That's just not a good thing to be doing. I don't know where we got to this level where people just can't play it off and just move on about their business because it doesn't cost you anything. Now, if a man feels slighted and disrespect, it could go a whole different kind of way. Is it right? Is somebody saying that that's right? No. But that's the reality of what could happen.
If you run in the street in traffic, you might get hit by a car.
Okay.
Like, certain things are cause and effect.
You know what's funny about that, Deuce? What if during the protest for like George Floyd, they say, hey, well, if you take fentanyl, your ass might get unalived by the police in custody. You remember when they were saying that and we was arguing those things? So, bro, why do if situations have nuance to them, why do we always make them simplistic? Why do we always talk about simple stuff like what's good, 18? Talk about simple stuff like friends, you you keep your hands to yourself, bro. We know that, but we know that in this society that not everybody's going to do that. But that's why we have all agreed to the social contract. If this woman is this villain that y'all say she is, I'm gonna take y'all at face value. Her pictures on the wall, which I mean, you could have skepticism there. Corey's the bigger artist. He's gonna pack out the house versus her, who's a struggling comic, and according to him, is a drug addict. But that's neither here nor there. Okay, she has a restraining order from the club, right? When somebody has a restraining order, you're supposed to call. Yeah, I remember Friday with Baby D and them. You're supposed to call the police officers, and they're supposed to handle the court order, right? But he didn't do that.
After the fact.
He took it upon himself to close. I'm a boxing scholar, right? To close range. He was at a range that wasn't even dangerous from her. She could have spent the world's fastest, biggest loogie and wouldn't have hit him from that distance. So no, we're not gonna play that. Well, you don't know what she would have.
No, we don't know what happened, bro. We don't. Like I said,
we do know what happened. There's video of what happened. There's no context.
It's a clip, bro. It's a clip, bro. This is a clip. It's a clip of that shit, bro. We don't know what happened.
Okay, this is also a clip.
16, 17, 18.
And he wrong for that.
20.
Okay, so but you're able to take that clip and use your deductive reasoning and say that that's wrong because some stuff in context is wrong no matter how you spin it. That is one of those situations. In the video, regardless of either story, we seen him approach her. He put himself in a situation, regardless of what this girl said to him. This 60-year-old man put himself in a situation.
That's what you're wrong with, scholar. Listen, we said that CoreyHolcomb is wrong. I don't know about Deuce, but I didn't say that this man wrong put his hands on her. She is wrong for approaching that man like that. Women should not do that. Well, that's what we fall in late short. You're not putting no responsibility on this woman. She got a restraining order from the club. You know what a woman got to do to get a restraining order from a place of business? That's a lot. They don't
The
usually do that
responsibility,
shit
Pittsburgh,
for
T, come from the
women, bro.
courts.
Like so
It depends. Are they
point
black?
to like
The
yeah, no, but
responsibility comes from the
depends on
courts, Pittsburgh, T.
that depends on the actual person. For a woman, women are not usually seen as aggressive people where people got to go get restraining orders. That's usually men.
Oh, so we don't know how dangerous she really is. So we don't know what fear level she put that big ass nigga Corey Holcomb in to where he had to do something real. You see how we keep getting into a bigger and bigger hole, bro. Compared to that woman, he's 4 of her. Yes.
Man, y'all be having the blinders on, bro. Y'all
no,
don't like it.
You be having the blinders on.
No,
They really
y'all
don't
like
see
somebody,
it.
bro.
They really don't see it. But this is my thing. I feel like the proof is in the pudding. We see that this community is running into the fucking ground, right? We see that it done come to a hole. It ain't going no fucking where. It's through. It's through. This you might as well. I mean, I hate to say it like that, but this shit is sinking. So you might as well just go ahead and you know what I'm saying, save yourself. That's how I feel about it. But if everybody in the black community was so right, then why is this shit so fucked up? Like if a nigga supposed to just be able to backhand a woman because she's talking, then when can y'all do something right?
That's why the black community fucked up.
Pretty good. I don't know
that's
what
that's why the pseudo black community fucking man.
Mine is doing fine.
The niggas in New Orleans is fucking caveman. So I can see what you feel like.
We got educated folk. We got people that get up and go to work every day. We got families with both parents in them. So I don't know what black community you talking about.
Okay, so yeah, I'm talking about the black community is doing worse than every other community in the United States of America. That's the black community I'm talking about. So
but the black community that was excluded from participating in society for 400 years. That community that's doing worse than everybody. Is that what you're talking about? Because that should be expected given the history of how we were shut out of participating in society. But as far as this stuff that you sitting up here talking about, that's a small minority in our community. And if you have lived an experience where this is all the degenerate shit that you have seen, I'm sorry for you. But I grew up
hold on now.
Black people. And I get tired of black folk sitting up here talking about how we so horrible. No, I didn't grow up with it. I grew up with college educated black folk that had bookshelves in their house, that sat down at the table and ate at meals as a family, that instituted values and principles to us. I didn't see a whole bunch of bang bang, shoot them up, and all these weird ass shit that y'all be talking about.
Okay,
so I don't know this community y'all talking about.
There's 2 different opinions on. Well, I'm not gonna say 2. I'm just gonna say as far as this situation, there's 2 different opinions on this panel, and it seems like some people on this panel think it's okay, or at least want to come up with some excuses for why this nigga is putting his hands on a woman, or why he's telling nasty jokes about children, and the other half is saying that this dude is a piece of shit. He needs to go down in flames. And there was no reason for him to put his hands on her. So I'm just trying to see which one seemed like it been around violence and which one seemed like it been around civilized people.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
No,
and that's 2 different things. That's 2 different things. Him talking about kids and him putting his hands on women is 2 different fucking things.
Okay, so they're both wrong. So tell me more.
No, character. No, we talk about character because what y'all did with that lady is y'all said that, well, this lady is not worthy of being defended because she's XYZ. So y'all brought up character issues. And what we said, if it's about character, then why is one being defended when he showed and it's documented that he's a piece of shit?
Not only that. Look like they got a troll in the chat.
I got him.
Well, who's defending him is the question. I don't think anybody up here has
Queen. Every time I've heard you speak about him, it's come off to me as if you're defending him. That's how it's come off to me.
Saying that that's who he's always been as a comedian is not defending him. That's stating facts.
But how is that relevant though? That like, so if somebody says that what he's doing is wrong and you say that's how he is, I'm just trying to see what
are you trying to see, ma'am? He has come up that way. That's who he was. If people didn't want to hear what he had to say, he would have got shunned at the beginning of his career. That is not what happened. People garnered around him. I'm explaining why this man has an audience. That's not defense.
he has an audience because a lot of degenerate people that are a part of a certain group want to watch him. I mean, that's all I can say. Like,
Jeffrey Epstein has a
that's all
I
I
mean,
can
you
say.
can say
list.
that, but what proof
Can
do
I say
you
one
have
more
of that?
thing?
Just like you
Ain't
just sit up here and
nobody
call this
else.
man a pedophile. I don't have no evidence that he's a pedophile. Is he a horrible motherfucker? Yes, because
What
the
is
shit that
going?
come out of his mouth is egregious.
What is
But
going on?
put a pedophile jacket on that man. Do you know
Man,
him to touch children?
you
What am I
listen to
hearing
words
right
of
now? Like,
you listen to raps from
what am I
Jay-Z
hearing?
and raps from NWA,
Now we
and
gotta
they
go to
talk
Jay-Z.
about
Let's get out there.
no. I'm
What the
coordinating the
fuck is
point,
going
bro.
on?
I don't
Because
know.
somebody say some shit, some off-putting shit, don't mean that that's what they fucking doing.
Bro, I'm telling you,
Oh,
like,
okay. So if somebody says something like this, that doesn't mean okay. Let's go through it. Then.
That woman is like at a point in her life where she is.
I'm telling you.
Was she right?
It's just nobody likes to say shit like that in America because you can get in trouble for that. Now, I don't want no woman that's 16, 17, 18 because of the laws and because of the mental state she's in. Epstein Island, that'd be a great movie. Yeah. What was happening on Epstein Island?
Can I break in and say something? I mentioned this the other day, maybe last week, that Black girls do have the highest rate of sexual abuse before they reach the age of 18. And I said that the reason why is systemic. But I think that this is an example, because if nobody wants to hold these niggas accountable, then they're going to just be out here doing what they want to do. And unfortunately, this is what some of them want to do. This is what a lot of them want to do. So yeah, it's a wider problem. So like I said, remember I said it wasn't only Black men's fault. I specifically said that. I said this shit could not happen without the approval and without the enabling or without the facilitation by the women. It couldn't happen otherwise. This creep should not be allowed. Like, yeah, so like I say, it's systemic and it's endemic, and it's not going nowhere. And because I was raised better is why I don't find this type of shit acceptable.
Yeah. So Chaco, let me play this.
And in Iceland, I think the legal age to get with a girl is 13 years old. Oh my God. Right, it blows people's mind when they hear it. But in Iceland, R. Kelly is not a criminal. He's trying to get extradited. He's a normal guy in Iceland. I went to Iceland, and you just can't offer him money and gifts. And I thought that was so unfair that you couldn't give him nothing after you was done with him. This too crazy. I'm not going to Iceland.
So I assume you've been to Iceland and you took advantage of the laws. Is that what you're saying?
I had a great time in Iceland.
Wait, we're not going.
Okay. So Deuce. Like we said earlier, y'all say y'all not comfortable putting a jacket on them. I don't know if y'all doing it for legal reasons, but I'm assuming that's what it is. So I'm with you on that.
Nah, I'm out. I'm judgment proof.
You what?
I'm judgment proof.
You judgment proof.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
That mean you sue me, you ain't gonna get shit. So like.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, you talking about in the court of law. I was like, what are you talking about? Okay, I got you. Deuce, might. I don't know. You never know. He might. He might put you in the debt. He might make your children's children. You never know. You never know.
He want to come after my collection of Pepsis. That's
He might, brother. He might. You never know. He might want them Air Force, them Jordan Air Forces. You know what I mean? The first ones. You never know. But
the big stuff.
But stuff like that, Deuce, I couldn't rock with nobody talking like that, bro. That's just a fact. I don't give a damn who it is, bro. If I had a cousin, brother, anybody that spoke in that manner, bro, I swear to God, the time I would spend around them would be non-existent. That's not normal.
Me likewise. I also feel the same way. But you know what I mean, different stuff from different folks. Nigga think that shit is funny. I don't. But some people do.
Yeah,
I don't take everybody for what they words they say on TV. I'm sorry, bro. I just don't.
But he's not on
what
TV.
I'm saying. It is people that like this type of shit. It's dark humor, it's satire, whatever the fuck they want to call it. I wouldn't necessarily. I'm not gonna put no pedophile jacket on nobody that I don't know done that shit, because that's fucked up. I'm not gonna do it.
Bigging up Tasha K. And Tasha K, they got this nigga R. Kelly locked up.
How did I big up Tasha K? How did I big up
Not
Tasha
you.
K?
The
I'm
other
saying what they
girl
talked
did.
about on the interview.
The other girl did.
I ain't big
The
up
other
no
woman.
Tasha K.
Yeah, I don't know. You confused. I don't know.
I
Stuck, bro.
don't care for Tasha
The
K. I think Tasha K is
chocolate, the
messy as
chocolate
hell.
titty one.
That's who
What's
was
her
just
name?
talking.
All them southern
Anyway,
draws get me confused.
I don't think that just because somebody said something out their mouth that you should label them as a fucking pedophile. And I think we throw that word around too loosely, and I
Oh,
think it desanitizes people's mind because when it really does happen, we don't care. I'm not
God.
throwing that word around.
Fact.
If a
Yeah.
motherfucker touched a child, they should be locked the fuck up. Period.
So there are people that have inappropriate behavior that don't touch children, and they should be shamed. What happened is morality and shame. Queen, you a spiritual person. Do you think that person is spiritually right? Do you think Corey is spiritually
No,
right?
I don't. But guess what?
Okay, what's wrong with calling him
Morality.
wrong then? What's wrong
But
with shaming him and not defending anything he does?
okay, so morality is different from everybody. Everybody don't have the same morals. So it's subjective. You might think this is wrong, and another person may not think it's wrong. That's why you judging stuff on morality is crazy. That's another reason why we got a court of law. So
And you know what?
when looking at this situation, right, the lady with him with that lady, I don't give a shit about that because for the judge, and I've been in that situation. That's why I really just don't give a damn about it. I had a woman try to assault me while I was pregnant and then try to file a case on me without me knowing it. And so I found out and ended up being able to go to court because they sat up there and act like they served me and everything, and they did not. I just happened to go up to the court and the clerk was like, I think I got something for you, and found out about it. When I went into the courtroom for the actual hearing, the judge was like, this is a bunch of nonsense. He gave both of us a restraining order because the shit was stupid. So when I look at this situation, I can't take this woman's side because I know it's some stupid shit. So both of y'all did some stupid shit, and that's what happens. Corey playing a victim when Corey say crazy shit out of his mouth. Sir, you are not a victim. You say dumb shit all the time. It rubs people the wrong way. Take your licks. Whatever. He's a terrible person as far as I'm concerned. I don't sit up and listen to Corey's comedy. Corey was horrible when I was a little girl and I first encountered his style of comedy. I don't like him. I'm not defending him, but I'm not going to sit up here and say that, oh, he a pedophile because he said some shit I don't like. I'm not going to sit up here and say, oh, he wrong for mushing this woman in the face when I know that there is more to the story than him just mushing her in the fucking face. Both of their ass was wrong. Should a man be putting his hands on a woman? No, he should not. No, he shouldn't. No, a man should not hit a woman in the face.
There are reasons for that though.
No.
I do think men have the right to defend themselves.
I mean,
I do feel that way.
Extreme cases where that's like the
exactly.
only, but that wasn't an extreme case. So
we don't know. We do. We got this video. So I want to show y'all. This is what y'all sound like to me. I just want to show y'all something. This nigga crazy.
Kelly's controversial remarks suggesting that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't really a pedophile.
He was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into like 8-year-olds.
The backlash is fierce. Hashtag I was 15.
The reason why y'all sound like that to me is because I feel like when a person has like that, I know you might not be comfortable putting that jacket on them, but this whole idea of, well, if we accuse everybody of PDF, we won't know what a real PDF is. Inappropriate behavior is inappropriate behavior, as my brother Deuce just said. He said, hell no, this shit is not acceptable under no. If somebody was talking like this, like I would have to move around. That we got to bring back shame. Like what happened to morale? You know what's really crazy? When Diddy was
he does experience shame though, because that's why he's not where he wants to be.
Man, he's comfortable saying it on multiple occasions, and nobody giving him no pushback. That's why he wants
to be. That's why he's not where he wants to be.
Selling out arenas, making a lot of money is not where anybody will. He's the highest aspiration of a regular YouTuber.
Who told you that he's selling out arenas?
He's selling no arena out. He's not a headliner.
Yeah, it was hyperbole, but he's selling out of
He's
shows.
not a headliner.
He says it.
No, he's not.
He says it.
Listen, bro, he can't listen. He goes to like the improv. He not going to no arena. That ain't what he's doing.
Chilling shit, bro.
Yeah, he doing like little comedy clubs, like the Lab. He not doing no arena. That he ain't.
Right.
CoreyHolcomb ain't that kind of. He's not that kind of comedian.
He's not even doing an amphitheater.
Well, I'll say this. I'll say this as a content creator. CoreyHolcomb be having 14,000 people waiting for his show.
Bro,
so
Kai should not be having like 470,000.
Yeah.
I heard you even get that much from fucking live shows.
Corey is 60. Corey is 60. And not only do he have 14,000, he got members only. He got people just donating and giving him money. He make a grip off of YouTube. Right, a lot of money off of YouTube, and then he goes and have his stage.
Not the way I see it.
Corey is not the way I see it. If Corey is hurting for money, it's because of bad money management and him not knowing how to YouTube properly. He generates a lot. He definitely does.
But that don't mean he making it though. That don't mean. Listen, that don't mean that he actually getting the money in his pocket. He got a whole staff, and we don't know. Yeah, we don't know we don't know how that's broken up. If he owned 100% of everything, if he did, we don't know none of that. The show itself makes money. I don't know what part of that Corey gets. Yeah, I don't know what part of that Corey gets, but the show get money. That don't mean he getting the shit. He paying for his transgressions, like Dude's saying, because of the situation that he in at 60. He should be way further along down the road than where he at. He ain't where he's supposed to be at.
How about paying for
the crazy shit he did?
What about prison? What about jail? What about something like that?
What has he done to go to prison?
Yeah.
If he's suggesting that he was tempted, because he said that in the video, dude. So I don't know if you've seen that. I'll play it again.
Please don't. I've been here the whole time.
Okay, somebody he was dating a woman. He was in the bed naked. A 15-year-old daughter got in the bed with him. That's not knowing your behavior. For him to even be remembered. And then he said, yeah, I knew she was going to be a jump off because she would do little things. And I'm like, you going to get me in trouble. Bro, he got a problem, bro. It's clear at this point. It's not even if or maybe. Yeah,
let me weigh in on it. So these two things. First, I want you to understand what I mean by defantasizing people to the word pedophile. If you keep saying pedophile, and there is never any evidence of these people touching children, eventually people are going to start to ignore the severity of that word.
They already.
That's not exactly that I feel like needs to be played with. Like
they don't ignore it.
They should become.
He was able to say it with no consequences.
Say what,
bro?
He was able to say this with no consequences. They're already.
That's not touching a child. I don't know how you're equating the two. This is him saying some crazy shit out his mouth. It's one thing for you to say some crazy shit. It's a whole nother thing for you to fuck a child's life up.
Like Eminem. Eminem said all kind of crazy shit.
Yeah, we don't know if it's true. Yeah, we don't know if it's satire or what. We know it's tasteless and it's wrong. That's what we know.
So the personal stories that he brought up was satire. He was bringing.
We don't know. It's wrong either way.
He said that these were personal situations.
Let's talk about these personal stories. Have we not also heard stories of men dating women with teenage daughters, and the teenage daughters have tried to come on to those men?
No, I never heard of that.
You ain't never heard. So it's a reason why some of us tell women that if they are single mothers, they should not be dating. Because this type of shit happens.
And
so now, when men experience this type of shit, now they can't talk about it.
Oh my God! Like what the? Hold on, Choco. The level of reaching that we have to do. So it went from I'm not defending the Corey to, well, you know, there are situations where the minor is wrong and accuses the level of reaching shows that you're defending him.
So
why not just say no? This is absolutely
and
wrong.
I'm not defending him. I'm expanding the conversation because earlier y'all were having a conversation and it went into other things. It's societal issues, and this is a societal issue. So basically what you are saying that men that have experienced certain situations cannot talk about those situations.
No, what I'm saying is men who don't want that jacket of a PDF file shouldn't go out there and have a bunch of videos where they're saying stuff that's questionable behavior. And we need to bring shame back. He should not have an audience. The cancel culture that be trying to cancel everybody for
No,
Super
you
Bowls and
can't
stuff
cancel
like
everybody
that,
for everything.
they should come out and cancel Corey. That should
No, you
be
can't cancel.
appropriate.
You can't cancel
At the
people for
least.
everything, bro. No, bro, you can't
Okay, so
cancel
let me ask you a
people for
question. I'm gonna give you a
everything,
hypothetical.
bro. Go ahead, Stan.
I'm gonna give you a hypothetical. Let's say you had a homeboy and your homeboy was dating this woman. Your homeboy came to you and said, "Yo, old girl left me at her house to go to the store, and her daughter came home. She was fully dressed. And then after her mama left, she had on the tiniest shit walking around the house. Man, I had to get my shit and leave. Are you gonna be looking at him crazy?"
Yeah.
So what did he do wrong?
He shouldn't be sexualizing no kid. And since you asked me, I can give you perfect. I have stepkids and I have a stepdaughter. That's fucking nasty. That's nasty.
Well, I
If the
tell
girl
my
got
daughter
the kid,
that she needs to be fully clothed when she
put some
around
shit
men.
on.
So
Hey, go man,
Right.
put some damn clothes on. I know how to
Because
do that
you
shit to my
can't
daughter.
she can't hide her breasts.
Sebastian Scholar, I think you I think you be picking with me because you know exactly where I be coming from. I'm gonna jump down, but you know, I mean, I don't know what else to say. Like, I don't know what else to say, man.
What you mean picking with you? What you talking
Oh,
about?
like you saying you know how you be saying, something I'll be beating up on black men or whatever the case may be, you know. I don't even know what to say, but I don't need for nobody else to say that this shit is not a dumpster fire. I know that much. And I wasn't gonna do that. I wasn't gonna. I'm not gonna talk about that. But anyway, yeah. There's so much more to say about this, but I'm rambling. Let me just jump down. But this is a dumpster fire. That's all I can say. But peace,
yeah, but
y'all.
nobody.
All right, sister. All right. I'll catch you on the next one.
So your friend saying that
Saying
this
Corey 100%
child
right. That'd be the problem. Like,
that
we
is
can't act
going
like this
through
woman is
puberty.
completely absolved from the shit she did. You don't like certain shit. You should not put yourself like. If I know I got a problem with a person, I shouldn't be going in the spaces where that person is. She's actively doing that shit. Nobody with a sane mind thinks you do that kind of shit and be like, "Oh man, I don't know. I was just there minding my business." Like, no, that's not how that goes. You don't do that type of shit as an adult. This ain't the schoolyard. Meet me at 3 o'clock on the school in the yard. That's not what you do.
So you said you got stepchildren. So your stepdaughters get to walk around with booty shorts and halter tops in the house? No, exactly. So your friend experiences this, and he gets up and leaves, and you mad at your friend?
So like I said again, I have a stepdaughter. I have never sexualized her. And like Deuce pointed out earlier, as a good stepdad, what you would do is you would educate them. So if there was ever a situation like that, right, I would go with my wife, and we would sit her down and we would let her know that she can't wear that type of stuff because men are predators and men are not like your stepfather, and you have to go around being wary of predators. So that's how that would get solved. But
Yeah,
to be
but
like,
he's there
oh
by
no, she might
himself.
put
So
me
he
in a
got up and he
situation and
left.
she got in the bed with me when I was naked. That has nothing to do with the price of tea in China. Like that's crazy work. Like, no, absolutely not. If like I've never, first of all, like when Corey was talking about the kids, he let you, forget character. Let's go with mindset. He let you know what he was thinking. He said 16 to 20. That's what he said. 16 to 20. He said is the ages where they're ripe. That is an exact quote, right? Which ripe is crazy.
Mhm.
But he said that's when they're most ripe and that's when they're at their sexual prime, is basically what he insinuated. And then after that, he said, well, I ain't interested in no younger person. He said because of the laws and because they're not right mentally. He never said anything physically. People are not even developed physically at those ages, which leads me to believe what I already know and confirm, which I don't know why y'all
Who
done turned
not
into Johnny
developed
Cochran,
physically
that
at
he's
those
sick.
ages? Scholar, I know I have seen junior high girls that look like grown ass women.
He's not talking about people that develop fast. He's talking about a general consensus of ages 16 to 20. So
When the last
everybody
time
type
you
is in
been
there.
to a junior high school?
Everybody
You
type
know,
is in there.
it's a reason why they start separating the sixth graders from the rest of the elementary school kids. Because they start going through puberty and they look rather grown.
I've never seen a
Body
16-year-old that resembles a woman.
I have. I'm not gonna give too much detail because I don't want no weirdos fucking around. But my daughter looks like a tiny ass woman, and it's fucking scary. So to sit up here and say at the age of 16 they're not developed, that's a lie. I had my whole body by the time I was in the 7th grade.
Okay, so those are two
Shoe
anecdotal
size,
situations for the most part.
height,
16
boobs.
to 20, they're not developed physically. That's just a fact.
That's not true.
That's
That is
true.
a lie.
That's true.
Mentally,
That's not
they're
true
not
at
developed
all.
mentally.
That's
Yeah,
not true at
mentally.
all.
Mentally.
So
you can,
overall,
like I have teenagers, so
overall
mentally they're
speaking,
not
the
developed.
overall
Physically, they
consensus
be
is that
developed.
16-year-olds are developed. That's what y'all
They
telling me.
can be. They can
Yeah,
be.
16
We
year
didn't say
old
we didn't
women,
say if they
we
can't.
are
We didn't say
done
if they can
growing.
or can't. We said
They
overall
can be.
consensus. We're not talking about
But
can
yes,
possibilities.
overall
Generally
consensus, women
speaking,
are
the
gonna be
16-year-olds that y'all know are developed physically.
yes.
Yes,
Yes,
they
Y'all
are.
lost.
When they
Y'all
get
lost
breasts
that
and
game.
booty and all
Y'all
that,
have
yeah.
lost y'all
nowadays.
game. So
we
y'all have
Yeah, they
lost
do.
y'all mind. This
girls
is
are
crazy.
through with puberty by the time they turn
Yeah.
16.
Girls,
We are
yeah,
done
not
growing.
boys. Yeah,
Boys
girls,
continue
yes,
to
not
grow
boys.
until they're 21 years of age, but girls
Yeah,
are done maturing by the time that they are 16 years old. So for you to sit
physically.
up here and say that they not developed, that's crazy. Because yes, they are.
Yeah, physically they are.
Queen. Oh my God.
They
Y'all
develop
reaching
again
so
when they
much.
have
Y'all are just
babies and they
grasping for
what they
straws at this
develop.
point.
No,
Okay.
because
Do I
when they
need to
develop
go get some
again when
data
they
for you? Because this ain't rocket science.
yeah
This is
what she's saying
regular
is true because
biology.
they develop again when they pop babies out and their hips expand and they
So what
get
y'all telling
wider
me
like
is
that.
if I pull up a photo of a regular school of 16-year-old women that I'm gonna put it on the screen and y'all gonna be like, dang, those look like a bunch of grown men. Y'all gotta stop this shit.
When the last time you been to a high
Y'all
school?
it's a
When the
fine
last time
line
you been to a
between
high
what
school?
y'all leaning towards Corey in this
No, when the
situation.
last time you
Bro, I
been to
had
a high
teenage
school?
daughters, bro. Yeah, I had
I
teenage daughters.
had a teenage daughter too.
I've
She's
had
now in
teenage daughters. I've
college.
raised other kids outside of that. I done seen them little girls going in and out of school. They do not look like the little thin, little flat-chested little girls and no booty. They don't look like that. That's not what they look like.
Especially
Black and
nowadays.
Latino girls. They don't look like that.
You know what's funny?
The
You know what's
Center
funny? You
for
know what's interesting?
Teenage Puberty
You know what's
said
interesting?
that
I
girls
kind
by
of
the age of 16 have reached their developmental peak.
yeah.
Like this ain't nothing to argue about. This is biology, sir.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Let me tell you this. I ain't asking shit because at this point, y'all losing me. I forgot y'all from a generation where the old dudes used to go to the high school. So I'm preaching to the choir right now. Y'all
They
never gonna
still
get.
do that. They
Y'all
still
not gonna.
do that.
Y'all not
Solid. You
gonna
act like they
get. No, they get
stop.
ran off from the high school. But y'all,
Nah, they
y'all never
don't.
gonna see the world the
Bullshit.
way I see the world. But I
They
tell you this.
still
I tell
do
you
it.
this. Let me make this point.
You ain't gotta go to high school.
R. Kelly is still being fought for in our community, and everybody say, "Where's the proof?" He fucking
What year did you
videotaped it.
graduate?
He fucking videotaped it. And if you
What
look
year
in the
you graduate?
if you look in the videotape up with that little bitty girl, she looks like a fucking kid. There's no doubt about it that that's a kid in that video.
Yes.
He didn't get convicted
That
for that,
child.
Solid.
That girl was a minor. So this
He
whole
didn't get convicted for that.
this whole
He didn't get convicted
conversation,
for that, bro.
this whole
He didn't
I don't
get
give a
convicted
damn.
for that.
This whole
Hold on.
conversation about
Hold on, let
16-year-old
him
people
finish.
being developed is getting into areas like y'all are sounding like y'all watch 5150. You're getting into the areas of his audience. Let's start shaming people.
Wait a minute.
Call it wrong.
Hold on.
Like
Hold
you know why
on.
this is so upsetting for me? Because I did an episode with Diddy, right? And when we were talking about Diddy, y'all were like, well, you know, and morals and everything for money, and you shouldn't do everything for money and all this stuff. And I know the only reason that Corey's being defended is because he's rich.
But why do you keep sitting up here saying that
We not
somebody's
defending
defending
him.
Nobody's
Nobody's
defending
defending
Corey.
him. We calling out that woman, and you don't want to call out the woman. So you
Bro, we
saying
done
we
moved
defending
past the
Corey?
woman. We ain't even talking about that no more. We
So I'm
talking
not
about right
talking
or
about
wrong,
no.
and we talking about Corey and consent other
So
stuff
I'm
and
not talking
age,
about Corey
appropriateness. No, we ain't
and
even
none
talking
of
about
that.
that video no more.
You need to deal with facts. Okay. The fact is, by the time she is 16 years old, a young girl is done developing. She is fully matured physically as far as she's gonna get until like Pittsburgh T said, until she started having babies, then her body's gonna change again. But as far as their body goes, that is why when you go to the club, they try to make sure that they're checking IDs because yes, they are fully mature. They have full breasts, full boobs, full hips, all of that. They look like women. That's why you tell your sons, I hope you're telling your sons to ID these women when they approach them if they are at a certain age, because you very well can get locked up because some little girl sitting up here lying about her age.
Well, let me ask y'all this: or would y'all be in favor of lowering the age of dating to 16?
No,
No,
absolutely not.
Why
No,
not? They
nobody's in favor
develop
of that.
fully. They fully develop.
no,
They fully
That's a
mature.
fact. No, but they
no,
are
nobody
developed.
said that they were fully
Yeah.
mature. Just like he said, mentally, that is still a child. Hell, I don't even think you an adult at 18.
No, like
Okay.
20 something. It's when you mature. They still childlike till
They
they get
still
maybe get
children.
20.
But body
No.
wise, if you got somebody that's just looking at you physically and you got all the parts that a grown behind woman has, how do you expect them to know that if especially they don't give a damn what's coming out your mouth? Because a lot of dudes don't give a damn. They just want to stick it in a hole.
If you
So
can't tell, then God be with you. I could tell a
but
kid
I'm
from
not
anything.
finna sit up
No,
there
you
and say that
can't.
because
No,
like I
yeah, you
said,
can't tell outside of
I'll
that.
make it my entire life then if
what
I
year
could.
did you what year did you graduate?
Why does that matter?
Okay, I
In
graduated in
2019.
2001. What year did you graduate?
In 2019.
Why that matter?
2019.
That's when he graduated.
You graduated high school in 2019.
Nah,
Dude's funny, man. Dude's hilarious,
he making
man.
a joke, but I don't know what's the relevance. What's the
Dude's
relevance
is
of when I
funny, man.
Because
graduated?
you made a comment earlier that I find very strange that we grew up in the time when the old men
I
come to
didn't
school, and
graduate no 2001. You older than me,
I
Queen.
don't
That's
think
the
you
point that I was making.
graduated too much further behind
I
me. I graduated
definitely did.
2001.
I definitely did.
I told you, graduated
Either way it goes.
2019.
Nah, they
Okay,
still
whatever.
going up to the high school. Yeah, them old like them teenagers still getting them 20-year-old dudes still running up to the high school, bro. They just
Them
they
20-year-old
they got
dudes.
they got
Yeah.
tweets and they meet them around the corner. They not going on the property. The
Yes.
girls walking off to school. They doing the same thing,
They
man. You're
still
not gonna
doing the
stop
same
that.
thing.
They still doing that
Also,
shit.
when I got to
Now they on
hold on,
IG.
when I got to high
Yeah.
school, I was told about that type of shit. And I was told not to be responding to certain messages because the internet was just becoming a thing when I was in high school. Pretty much my senior year is when like Messenger and all that type of shit started popping up. And I was told by various people in my family and people that was around me that it is some men that will try to get young girls and not to be falling for that shit. And the same shit still goes on. I just met a little girl that was like, I'm gonna use pretty privilege to get this man to pay for this, that, and the this shit is still going on. It's not just a particular generation. That is why we need to arm our daughters and our sons of how to protect themselves, because these boys can very much be victims. Don't think that some of these young girls and some of these women not predatory as well.
Yeah, but they
And
only
that's the
think one
thing.
way, Queen.
We want to
They only
hold
think one
men
way.
more accountable than we hold women. And I have a problem with that because
Who's the
both of
leaders
them
of
need to
society,
be
Queen?
accountable. Because I'm going to tell you something. This is something personal for me. The first person to sexually assault me wasn't a man. It was a fucking woman. I was 5 years old. But don't nobody want to talk about that.
No. That was wrong too. What are you talking about? Yeah, that was wrong.
No, because women get passes.
They
And
don't.
so women don't get reported for the shit that women be doing. Women be out here fucking up kids too.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? The mindset that they be having, the sickness, should be shamed, just like the behavior and mindset of Corey should be shamed too as well. So
I think Corey
Corey
gets
ain't got no
shame.
business saying the shit that he say. The shit that Corey says is out of fucking line. Like, I don't know how many times I got to say that. The shit's not cool. But I don't know nothing about that man touching no child. I'm not putting that jacket on him.
yeah, his mindset is fucked up. He shouldn't be out there talking like that. And like I said, I'm a
He
little
should
bit.
not.
I'm a
So
little bit.
don't say that we defending him
Oh,
because
y'all
we
is.
saying
Y'all is. But y'all
that's
don't believe
this.
R.
I'm
Kelly should
not
be in
defending
jail.
Corey. How he in jail for what? For talking?
See, y'all don't believe R. Kelly. So I'm talking to the crowd. Y'all minds already
Oh, you talking about R.
like
Kelly? R. Kelly
Bro,
definitely should be in
R.
jail.
Kelly got a one-man RICO, bro. He didn't get
see,
convicted of none
Queen.
of the
Let
stuff
him
you
keep
think he
talking.
got
Hold on,
convicted of.
Queen. You believe that, but
None
they
of
don't
the
believe it.
stuff.
They don't believe R.
Bro,
Kelly should be
no.
in jail.
R. Kelly
No, he didn't get
absolutely should be
convicted
in
of
jail.
that. No, but he didn't get convicted of that. He got convicted of a one-man RICO. That's what people be complaining about with R. Kelly. He didn't get convicted of that. That's not
I
what he
don't
got
care what
convicted
he
of.
was convicted of. He belongs in
I know
jail.
you don't. I know you
Yeah,
He
don't.
R.
But the
belongs in
Kelly
jail.
problem is
Who
absolutely.
that
cares?
they
We
can't
call
do
that
that.
poetic justice. If you are
That's
murder
not
your
poetic
entire life
justice.
and you go to jail,
No.
you go to jail for something
That's
else,
not.
you belong in jail.
R. Kelly absolutely deserves to be in jail. He is right where
Bro,
he's supposed to be.
but they only been the law for us. So when you allow them to do that, they're going to do it to the poor man or the average man who ain't got the lawyer money.
R.
It
Kelly a
look
poor
good and
man and
cute
an
when
average man now.
No. R. Kelly got lawyer money. So if they do it to me and Deuce, we ain't got no money. Because all it takes is an accusation nowadays. If people
That's
ain't
why we
got to
got.
prove nothing
That's why we got to
nowadays.
defend celebrities because it trickled down. It trickled down to us. So we got to
It
defend R.
does.
Kelly because if they can get R. Kelly, they can get us. How about this? Don't, as a poor man, go around behaving like R. Kelly, who was a sick man, and there your problems are solved.
But he didn't get convicted of any of that, Scholar.
It does. He
Like
did
none of
it
that
though.
stuff he got.
He did it though.
Scholar. That dude from Victoria's Secret, that Wexler guy, he walking around here right now. And he was funding him, giving him money, all kind of stuff. Like the rich man and the average man are not treated the same in the law of the court or any of the stuff they do. All that stuff they do, it falls on us because we don't have lawyers and they always try to give you a deal. They're going to throw them charges on you and give you a plea deal for some probation in a couple months. And most dummies going to take it because they want to go back to work and they stuck with that jacket. And now they fucked up their whole life. That's the game. That's what we be fighting against.
Oh, like I said, man, I preach it to the choir at this point. I'm gonna just hold y'all to this standard. You know what I mean? When we have a conversation again about selling out or morals or principles and all that stuff, I'm gonna remember the stance y'all took on the tenderism guy, and I remember the stance that y'all took on this situation with Corey. And I'm gonna say, no, Mike is right. You know what's interesting? If you go back and read Malcolm X, you go read the civil rights movement, the Black Panthers, Martin Luther King, all those people, they were all anti-capitalist. And a lot of people back then would probably think like, why? Why were they anti-capitalism?
Who told you
because
that?
Read it. Read
Because
all
the
I suggest
root of
is read
money
the
is
book.
all evil.
All I
That's
do
why.
is suggest is read a book or read their quotes, brother, because I'm not fit to debate something that I know. But if you go back, and look at them, they were anti-capitalist, and you look at it because they had foresight. If you look at the generations now, all they do is value money. Like right now, we sitting up here debating court orders and all this stuff. What about morality? Because if you go back during the time of civil rights, it was technically right to lynch a black person. That was, it was law. You know what I mean? But it wasn't right. It wasn't morale. So what we did is we black people used to have a moral leg to stand on, and we would force the country to look at certain things and hold up a mirror to them. But capitalism has took that away from us.
Applies to everybody.
What? Yes.
Morality applies to everybody, right?
Yes.
So you are absolving the woman that got punched in the face from her moral
We're not even talking about that anymore, Queen. We talking about Corey as a person. We talk about Corey as a person. We talking about the jacket that y'all not comfortable put on him. Let's put some shame on him based on
everybody
morality.
up here said that Corey is out of line. What else do you want?
Well, fuck out of line. Let's boycott him. Let's put some shame on him. Let's force some morality on his audience. Let's do that. Let's do that. And if we're not gonna do that, we're a slave to capitalism. If we can't do those small things,
hold up. We ain't no slave to capitalism. We don't boycott Disney. Disney do some of the most craziest stuff when it comes to kids that we can. Yeah, that we can never think of. We don't boycott
Pittsburgh T, you
Kellogg's.
talk all
We
the
don't
time about
boycott
how
like a lot of shit that's fucked
Pittsburgh T,
up in this country when it comes to that.
you talk all the time about how Disney's losing money, how people not watching TV. So by default, they kind of got our boycott. Right now, what people watch and consume is YouTube. So what we can do right now is what Kendrick Lamar said: turn the TV off, turn the TV off. Let's boycott Corey. Let's do that. Let's stand on the leg of morality.
Don't boycott Disney, but not Disney. We gonna boycott Corey.
Let's do it. Let's do it both. Okay, since you brought, let's do both. Why we always got to get distracted? Why we can't fuck? Corey's in my thumbnail. Let's talk about Corey.
No, they ain't no distraction. Because did you see the kids awards they had with Disney when they had Ice Spice up there with a see-through gown and the thong on? Did you see that?
No,
with
I
kids
didn't see it. I did not see it.
I'm telling you, Disney do all kind of crazy shit.
What I'm talking about today, Pittsburgh T, is not all lives matter. We talking about Black lives. We're focusing strictly on Corey. That stuff that you talking about is deflection. Well, we gotta give Corey the pass because we ain't doing nothing to Disney. What, Pittsburgh T?
No.
What?
Bro, we not serious about it. It's selective outrage. It's always selective outrage when it comes to this kind of stuff, and it's dangerous because the only time the people that get to feel and the ire of it is Black men. That's the only people that got to be this moral stance. And these other people that's running around, running the country,
people not outraged over Jeffrey Epstein.
They not.
What
they did to
absolutely are.
They absolutely have meetings about how they can corrupt your children's mind to some weird ass shit. So I've never let my children watch Disney because Disney's fucking weird.
Yo, we do whole episodes, Pittsburgh T, talking about Jeffrey Epstein. I bring Marky Dan on and we'll go over the files. And I'm uncomfortable even talking about that stuff. So I let him read it. But we absolutely do hold Jeffrey Epstein and anybody in those files accountable. Elon Musk and all them. There is no selective outrage. What it is PDF, being a PDF file has become culture in America. And it's been normalized and they've been grooming us slowly. So what we need to do is bring back morality and shame. You know what I mean? And we're not starting with CoreyHolcomb. We're not even going to finish with him, but we're going to include him in the shame party that we have.
Well, we not boycotting nobody else, Scholar. That's the problem.
We done said that Corey is a foul motherfucker. I don't know what else you want us to say about the man.
I already said what I would like to do. I would like us to boycott him. I would like us to stop messing with people who mess with Corey. I would like him not to be popular on YouTube anymore. The shadow government that he say is coming from him is really the people. I want the people to start rocking with him the way they rock with him. I want to bring shame back. I want us to moral grandstand. I want us to really be about these morals instead of just saying we about them or saying we will. Well, let's not stand on morals because we don't stand on morals with Disney or whatever the case may be. Let's stand on something. That's all I'm saying.
That's gonna go back to what I originally said when I came up here. That has always been Corey's brand of comedy, and he has managed to muster an audience in spite of it. So you want people that's always fucked with that brand of humor to stop fucking with him. That's not gonna work.
Well, I say this. I say, when Target has been racist in the past. Target has did things to Black people. But when Black people got fed up and say, you know what, we're going to boycott Target for not fulfilling their promises to Black people, guess what? It worked. It was an effective strategy because boycotts do work. Hitting people in their pockets do work because we are a capitalist society where everybody worships money.
That didn't work, stop.
It absolutely
didn't work, bro.
It absolutely. Target brought in Jesse, was it Al Sharpton? It was Al Sharpton, not Jesse J. It was actually, maybe it was Jesse J. No, it was
Al Sharpton ain't got no juice, bro.
Why would they bring him in if it wasn't working?
Bro, that's like Al Sharpton.
Why would they bring him in if it was not working?
Bro, that's a talking point, bro.
Oh my God, bro.
Al Sharpton ain't got no juice on. Don't nobody of it. Look, he's from our generation of the 40 plussers. The 40 plussers don't listen to him. The 20-year-olds don't listen to no fucking Al Sharpton. He has no audience. He got TV deals where he get on TV and talk to the TV. He don't have an actual brand of people that follow behind him. Target is lost market share because of Target's nonsense that they got going on with some of the things that they did. And Walmart has taken a lot of these. Look, the gorilla in the retail space is Walmart when it comes to that. That's why it ain't no more Kmart. That's why it ain't no more Radio Shack, Circuit City, Best Buy's on life support. Like Walmart is the one that's taking them down. It ain't this other thing you talking about that don't really exist.
Here we go. That just speaks to Target being tone deaf because Al Sharpton is not an influential person in the black community anymore. But the fact that they thought that they could get him to get black folks to change their mind, it just shows how tone deaf they are when it comes to the demographic of black people, which is why they ass is suffering right now. So neither one of y'all are wrong in what you're saying, but I mean, it just is what it is. Corey's a horrible person. His jokes are terrible. I don't understand the people that sit up there and enjoy his comedy, especially to the point where you're gonna spend your money to go watch him tell these terrible jokes or say these horrible things. But I'm not gonna jump out and call the man a pedophile. That's crazy.
Um, I wanted to say something. The boxing scholar. I just had to tell you. I told you so because last week you were trying to say that like black people had like more morals when it comes to things like of this nature. And I was telling you, no, that's not the case. But you were saying that like black people would be the first to stand up for, against it, or they would stand up before everybody else. And I told you, no, you're wrong. That's not our culture. So what do you have to say about that?
Who's
I think you was
for?
wrong.
Who's
I
for?
think you was
Well,
wrong
who's
then, and I
for?
think you. I answer. I answer. You was wrong then, and you wrong now. So what I
Okay.
was saying is culture. You don't have to take scholar word for it. You can open up history books. You can look at the Epstein file list. You can look at the people who was going and taking their families. You can look at Megan Kelly. Well, he really wasn't into kids per se. What is a kid? You can look at stuff like that. What I'm doing right now is what we've always done is try to fight with morality. That's what Dr. King was about. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to tell my people that we have to be like the people that we was in the 60s and take a moral stand and get rid of this capitalist mindset that we have. So that's what I'm doing now. That's what you witnessing now.
So
But
you
for
saying,
most
but you
part,
saying,
The nigga that had all kind of
but
kids
you
and shit
saying
and
black
had all
people
kind of
oh
not
my
vasectomy
God.
parties.
as
Talk about
bad. That's what
morality.
you, but you saying that, right?
Black
You
people
saying
black
black
people
people
are
more moral when it
misinformed.
comes to
Chaco.
those matters.
They're
But who
misinformed like
said?
this right here. Let me unpack this,
But
Chaco.
wait a minute.
So
How are
so
we
You s-
immoral about we saying the woman need to take some responsibility? Nobody sat here and said that Corey was right. Nobody said that. The problem that y'all having is y'all trying to deflect away from that woman taking some responsibility for
I
the shit
moved
she
on from that
did.
Okay.
conversation because it had
Like
nothing
No,
to
because
it's
do
you
with
not
don't
the
want to
even
take
topic.
it.
like
It was
because
Yeah,
it's
of
like
that
what do you
course.
even
I
say
moved
to that? You
the
talking about her taking responsibility for getting punched in the face? Like what do you even say to that?
the reason why
There's
I moved
That's
nothing
an
on
left
from
for
that.
me
effect.
to say.
Hold on. Let me say
That's
this.
an effect. That's not the
The
cause.
reason
That's
the
the
reason I
effect,
moved
not the
on from that
cause.
conversation is because it's a gender role conversation, and it's going to go down to accountability, and nobody's going to want to take accountability.
Women don't
And
never
yeah,
take
50-50.
accountability. That's
And
the
this is
problem.
Pittsburgh T, and this is why your argument falls on its head. If you say that black men are the natural leaders of the world and we run everything in
Mm,
society, which is what Kevin Samuels say, well, then if you're the
mm.
leader, it's not going to be a 50-50 split. So accountability is not 50-50 if you're the
Let me
leader. And this is
let me
why I
say
do
this.
not
Let me
jump in
say
these
this. Let me say
conversations because they
That's
lead to
stupid.
nowhere. They're just talking points. They're just
let,
talking
Bro,
points. They don't mean anything to
you can't
nobody.
can I
lead
say
some random person. You can't
all
lead a
right,
random person on the street.
let
Did
me
Talking
say
Martin Luther
about
King
something.
lead
Wait,
random
wait, wait.
people?
Okay, wait. Can I say something real
Go,
quick?
go ahead, AT. He
good.
ain't said nothing the entire
Shout
time.
out,
Let him,
shout
let him
out to
speak.
Scholar. What's going on, brother?
What's good, bro?
It's only one way to lead people that don't want to follow your lead, and that's by force. And we can't lead anybody by force. That's against the law here in the United States. That's like what a dictator would do. The only thing person like for you to lead a person has to want to follow. If they don't want to follow or take heed to any type of direction from a people that like if like of course the people that know what they're doing, then there's no way to lead those people. The only thing you can do is give people advice and hope that they take heed to the advice. But if they don't, but I'm not with the whole leader out of convenience thing too. You can't not want to you know take any advice that I'm giving you that may be in your best interest, and then when you fall flat on your face, you look at me and say, "Oh, well, y'all supposed to be the leaders, or you supposed to lead." That's out, man. That's out.
Um,
That's a sign of responsibility to a person to clean up a mess, not actually lead a community.
Can I say something? I was gonna reply to the person who's speaking before 18th letter, but this also, I guess, kind of applies to what 18th letter is saying. And this is what I was saying earlier. That I feel like I'm gonna just say it, black men, they want a level of respect and authority that is not in line with the responsibilities that they have undertaken. It's not in line with like the provision or protection, nothing like that. So um for people try to say like I be putting black men down, and yes, I do. I'm gonna be honest. Yes, I do. But the thing is, eh, you can't be mad at me for saying what I'm seeing. Like I'm only speaking on what I see. So if we up here making excuses for a grown ass man knocking a woman across the face, then how am I wrong for what I'm saying? Like we're saying that this is okay. We're saying that this is
Nobody
okay.
said that. Nobody said that.
Nothing like that.
But you okay, that's the
Nobody
thing.
said
You
it's
could say
okay.
you not defending him. You could say that you're not saying it's okay, but you still copping pleas for him. You still copping pleas for him. You trying to make
Nobody
it
said
okay.
that.
And that's the thing. I don't know why, but no, let me just say something. Let me just say something. I don't know why people feel like they're entitled to a leadership position. And these is conversations. I don't even have these type of
Why they
conversations.
entitled to
No, no,
it?
no. Wait. I
Okay, I'd
don't
like to
even no,
respond. I'll
listen.
tell you why. Okay, let me
No, let me
respond
say
when you
something.
get
Let me say
finished. I'll
something.
tell
No,
you
let me
why.
finish. Let me
Go
finish.
ahead.
Let me finish. I'm telling you, I literally don't even have these types of conversations because I feel like it's pointless. I don't even believe in, I don't want to come up here and sound like condescending, but I'm saying I don't even really have these conversations. But it's crazy to me that people that, are looked down on by the rest of society, and I'm not saying this all y'all fault. Of course, there's the racial component to that, of course. But my thing is, if you're not trying to step up and do what everybody else is doing, um that re- um that results in them being called a man, then why do you want to be called a man? It's like you want somebody to gift you with the title. You want somebody to gift you with the authority. But why?
Okay.
No, wait, hold up. Who is trying to who are these people that's trying to beg to lead somebody like you, Choco Bunny?
Don't fall
Who are
for the
all
trick,
these
dude.
people?
Yeah, it don't even matter because
Don't
it
fall
don't
for
even
the
matter
trick.
because you could never. So we don't even have to have that conversation.
Okay, so
I'm
yeah,
speaking
so
in
but
general.
hold
I'm
on.
speaking in general
Okay,
because none of you niggas could never leave me. Okay.
okay,
So
cool.
yeah.
Okay,
Damn,
hold on,
So
let me
there's your
let me
answer. There's your
respond.
answer right there.
But okay, let me
Nobody.
respond.
There's your answer.
But hold on, let me
Nobody.
respond.
Nobody.
Hold on, let me respond. Let me respond. See, the problem with leadership, this is the okay, hold on, let me say something, dude, so I'll let you go, brother. Look, this is the problem with leadership. When we start talking about black men ain't leading, you get women like this saying no man can lead me, and then you're complaining about leading. You're constantly telling men, black men, that they can't lead you. You're constantly telling us you independent, you don't need no man, but then you're complaining about leadership. That's a giant contradiction. You can't
That's
have
not
a
a
group of
contradiction. You know
women.
why it's not a
Okay,
contradiction? Because
okay,
I already said you
hold
can't
on,
lead
hold on.
nobody.
Okay,
I heard
cool,
everything you said up on this
cool.
panel. Why would I
No,
want you to lead
let
me?
me speak. Blue, let me speak. I'll let you speak. Fine.
Okay.
I don't want to argue with you. Look, you can't have it both ways. You cannot be complaining about leadership when you're not taking leadership. Leadership don't mean you get a vote. Leadership means you follow the leader. That's how that works. Like we
Yeah,
as
well,
Americans follow the president of the United States once that person is in charge. We don't get to call the White House to tell him we don't like this and he need to change it. The whole of the United States follow behind the president, whoever that is. Agree or not agree, that's leadership. The same thing happens in households. Whoever's leading that household, they are the leader. It's not by vote. The problem is now we get into the society where they want to make everything 50-50, and that's just complete and utter bullshit. And we're only able to do this, and I'm going to close with this, we're only able to do this because men have been swapped out of the household, and we've been gifted the government and laws that replace that. So we get all this
And
crazy
that's
talk.
changing.
That only
That's
happens in the
changing
black
now.
government. Go ahead, dude.
That's changing now. I was just gonna say that's changing now because what we're dealing with right now, we experiences. America is broke. America don't have the money. And one thing that women need to understand that a lot of this stuff that y'all think about men, especially young men, it was government funded lies. It was government funded lies. The education, all of the feminism was government funded. The government don't have enough fucking money to lie to y'all no more. They don't have the money to lie to y'all no more. That's why people are falling flat on their face.
Get especially our women, they led in two divisions when it came to employment. That was retail and government funded jobs. They're losing in both. Retail is disappearing and they're being laid off of government funded jobs. So if y'all that's so much better than us and y'all able to do this, and now a lot of black women, they say, what's the unemployment rate for black women right now? Like at a 7.8%, like 3 or 4% higher than any other group of women. That's because y'all was the lead, and all of that shit is dying out. Is dying out. So now the curtain is coming. Is being unveiled under the curtain about who was lying to y'all.
Okay.
And it ain't got nothing to do. And y'all raising the same men y'all complain about.
I agree with that. I agree with that. So let me just say that. And I said that multiple times.
Okay, let me just say this real quick, Choco Kitty, and you got it. A lot of the times the kid is a reflection of the parent.
I agree.
Look, man, I didn't have my father growing up. But the way I was raised, I knew better than to act a fucking fool. Let me watch my language. My bad, scholar brother. My bad. I knew better than to act a fool based off how I was raised by my grandparents, okay? Like it was certain things I did like any other kid. I did a lot of dumb stuff, but you see the parents, the same mothers that you defending, acting the fool right along with the kids that we see, and we wondering why these kids are coming out so messed up. Like, come on, we gotta act like that. It's certain people out there like the men is bad and the women is just all good, and that ain't the case. You got a lot of people out here that are just out here screwing. They don't have no intention on making a family. They don't have. When we come from an era where people were screwing just to get benefits and incentives from the government, we all saw it growing up. So, and what do? If it's not a family, if it's not a father present, and we got to stop acting like that. The father was just an upstanding citizen and he just left out one day and decided to go get milk and never came back. That's not always the case. You had people that picked a fool, a man that wasn't worth nothing, and they knew he wasn't worth nothing, and they purposely had a baby with him because they didn't want him to have say in they knew he wasn't going to be there for the child. That way she can do whatever she wants with the child, get the incentives from the government, and the child comes out and he turns into a chief key. He turns into a drill rapper. That's what's happening with the boys. The boys, it can't, it's a direct connection between the boys. What is like 65% of kids are born out of wedlock in our community, and the boys not being able to
it's more than that. It's more than that.
The boys can't even read. So who's the people that's supposed to be taking time to?
Oh my God. Yeah, so that didn't even make sense. So what you just said, see, I was somewhat agreeing with you, but the last thing you said didn't even make sense. But let me respond to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh. I just want to respond
to what you said that didn't make sense real quick, Choco Bunny. What I'm saying that if they're being born in a single parent household and it's with their mother is responsible for at least getting these kids some tutoring or tutoring these kids themselves so they can have a higher literacy rate.
Okay, I that's what I'm saying. I don't even have nothing to say to that. If you think that two people make a baby, but only one person responsible, I don't know what to say to you about that. But Pittsburgh, I want to say you talking about like a leader, like if somebody's a leader, you don't get a vote or something like that. And I mean, all I can say is like, in order to lead somebody, you got to trust them. I mean, they have to trust you. And look, let me just say this. I'm not saying I'm looking for anybody to lead me, because I'm not. But at the same time, it's like, I think a lot of women want to believe in y'all. And that's why they gas y'all head up to make y'all feel like, oh, y'all capable of leading, And the thing is, I don't need the government to lie to me. I sat up here on this panel and listened to what was said. I heard what was said, and it confirmed everything that I've been saying before about how this shit works. The standards for black men are very fucking low, very low. Now it's okay for them to cross the street to smack a woman in the fucking mouth, and we're gonna question everything that she did and everything she did. You know what I'm saying? Everything she said and where she banned from and what she's selling. This nigga,
now you just made that up. Nobody said that.
You're saying that you didn't say that it's okay, but you done sat up here and try to think of 10 different ways this woman was wrong and why women shouldn't do this, women shouldn't do that.
Wrong.
This nigga crossed the street to go hit this woman in the face. Like it's simple as that.
Who said,
and the thing is, like I said, y'all. And another thing, all right, 18 letter. You said something about how black women have the highest unemployment rate. But the thing is, you still have to go to the white man to get a job. You can't be talking about what position black women in.
Yes, you know, and
guess what, Chaco? We're in the same state. Y'all keep trying to separate yourself. That's why y'all mess up.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. But at the same time, how are you as a black man gonna talk down on black women?
Wait. Let me just say this, and y'all can have it. This is the thing. When we do this gender stuff, when we do this gender stuff, the problem is that we try to separate, and the problem we should be trying to come together. Women are steady saying, "I don't need you." And men are not doing that. Women are the ones that are leaving. They're the ones that are filing for divorce. They're the ones that are single. Men aren't saying these things. Women are saying these things. What I'm saying, I'm pretty sure most men will agree, we need each other. The family unit is better as one instead of being separated. Some kind of way in y'all brain, y'all think that y'all can raise kids by yourself, namely boys. That is incorrect. Data shows that's incorrect. It's so many different ways to show that's incorrect. Boys need their fathers. In some kind of way, women have this idea that they can raise boys or girls by themselves. That is absolutely incorrect.
I can't speak to that because I don't have no kids. Go ahead.
Let me just say something, Choco Kitty, because you sit here and said that we go to the white man to get a job.
Yes, I said that.
Every group in the United States go to the white man for jobs.
Okay, so you're saying the white men go to each other for jobs. That's what you're saying.
You say what?
So you're saying the white men go to each other for jobs. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, the white man.
Okay, then. Okay.
Do you know history?
Yes,
I do.
How
they got in that position?
Yes, I do. So why are you talking about the black women's unemployment rate as if you could give a black woman a job? I'm trying to see.
I'm talking about the black women's unemployment rate because when you sit up there and you talk, you try to make it seem like that black women are in a better position than black men.
I never said that. Oh, hell no. I ain't never said that. Okay. I ain't never said that. I mean, I know you only hear some of the stuff that I say, but another main thing that I say is that women enable black men and they treat black men like children. No, and they wipe their ass, they wipe their mouth, they brush their teeth, they change their diapers.
I don't know where you get your perspective.
We the most convicted. Yeah, we the most convicted of all the groups when it comes to criminal prostitution. We're the ones that get highest conviction rates with the longest sentences. When it comes to employment, we're the most qualified to actually have trouble finding jobs. So like this idea that you saying none of that's true. Like none of it's true, and the problem with it is that it perpetuates this thing. Like I can pull up actual stats, and the problem is that what we're doing is we're perpetuating things that aren't absolutely true. We're not, and we're separating these two genders out. Like one is better than the other, and they're not. They need each other. Unfortunately, women don't believe that they need men. They really believe that they can do this thing by themselves.
So let me ask a quick question to you, brother. So with that being said, if a lot of women think that way, is it wrong for if a lot of these men are not dealing with that? If a black man have enough self-respect for himself and enough self-esteem for itself to not want to deal with that, or just may deal with any other woman that may be interested in him, he's not wrong for that.
We don't care. That's the thing. Oh, I'm gonna say this. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. So yeah, go ahead and do that. No. I do not care. I promise you. I do not care. I promise you, I do not fucking care. Because wherever y'all go, y'all go ruin a white bitch life too, just like anybody else. So no, you're gonna still go over there and be abusive. You're gonna still go over there and be a compulsive liar. Still go over there and be a serial cheater. Still gonna be over there and being a serial baby daddy. So yeah, go over there and do what you do. And it's the thing. I
She
can't
not
speak for
wrong. Look
nobody
at the
else, but
fast
no, I
forward,
do
bro.
not
She
need no
not
nigga
telling
that
no
think it's
lies.
okay to hit women. I do not need no nigga that think that just because he ain't there, he don't have no responsibility for the child. I do not need no nigga that need a woman to give him authority that he shouldn't fucking have in order for him to do
You
something with
don't
his
give
damn
a
self.
man
I would
authority,
never let
but
a
you
nigga
don't.
lead me to hell.
But you
Never.
don't. But you
No,
don't.
I
But
do
you
not
don't.
need none
Then
of you
why
niggas
are
because you
you
can't do
here?
nothing for me. Go
Who are
to wherever
you?
you want to go
Who
to.
are you?
I feel
What do
bad
you
for
have to
whoever the
your
fuck
name?
you end
Okay.
up with.
What?
Okay. Hold on. Hold on.
Go
Hold
over
on. One
there.
reset.
No.
Let's reset.
No.
Hold
Let
on.
me
Let's reset.
respond.
I'm
Hey,
asking
everybody,
you
take a
to.
break. Take a break. Hold on. Hold on. Hold
No,
on.
man.
Hold
No,
on. Hold
man.
on.
Come on,
Hold
bro.
on. Take a
Cause
break.
you,
Y'all getting too high. Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. I'm gonna let you go. I just want
like,
y'all. Hold on, brother. Listen, man. Listen. We need to have a conversation, not a yelling match. So go
I'm not the
ahead,
one
brother.
that's
Let the
being the
brother speak.
aggressor.
No,
I'm
I'm
not the
not
one that's
talking to
being
you,
the
brother.
aggressor.
Listen. Hold on. Listen to me, brother. Let the brother speak, young lady. Let the brother speak. We don't need to have a yelling match. Go ahead, brother.
First and foremost, if you're looking for a leader or if you're looking for somebody that's supposed to lead you, get a husband. That's what your husband is for.
Sure not. Yeah, but y'all
Your
not fit
husband.
to be husbands, so
Hold on, sister.
Okay.
we
Let him
just out of
speak.
luck,
Hold
right?
on, hold
You
on.
see the
Sister,
disrespect?
hold on. Sister, let him speak.
Okay,
And
I'm
I'm
going
gonna
on
make it.
mute.
I'm
I'm
gonna
going
think
on
make
y'all
it.
mute.
When he
like
get
each
ready to
other.
speak, let him
I
speak.
think
My
y'all
bad,
like
I'm
each
going
other.
on
No,
I
mute.
I
think
don't
y'all
like
like each
nothing.
other,
Talk.
bro.
No, listen.
Let's
Wait,
talk.
first and foremost, I don't like nothing about this woman at all. This woman is kind of sick in her
Don't
head.
make it personal. Don't make it personal,
Like,
brother.
So
and
Just
I
what
don't
is
Fine,
even
look,
know
look,
how
look.
y'all
y'all
gonna
don't
do
make
that.
it
If a
personal.
no?
Come
nigga
on
like
now.
you, like me, then I'm doing
Come on,
something
bro.
wrong.
Go
So
ahead.
yeah, but continue.
Hold on. I got a question. If you don't like
Y'all make
her,
it too
what you
personal.
bring? Why did you come to this panel and you seen she was up here?
I didn't know she wasn't
Yeah.
up here when I clicked on the link. I saw that she was up here after I got on the panel, Queen Sun Kids.
Yeah, he came up here
Okay, I'm
first. He
just
came up here
making sure.
first.
All right.
I don't
He
deal with
came up
people that
first.
I don't deal with people. I'm not one of them type of niggas that want to deal with people that feel like I can reason with people that hate black men. No, I feel
Okay. And
if
you
you
hate
got,
black women.
I
I've
don't
heard
hate
you
black
talk.
women at
Yes, you
all.
do. Yes, you
I
do.
was raised by a phenomenal black woman.
Okay.
And
Is that
guess
why
what?
you hate them?
A woman like you ain't nothing like her.
You right. You
She
damn
ain't
right. Cause
nothing like
ain't
her.
okay. I ain't even gonna go there. But you right.
You
You right.
can't even match her in
You
like
right.
that's like a candle to a sun. You
Yep.
can't even
Yep.
match her.
I'ma just let you have that one. You right. I ain't gonna talk about nobody, mama. You go ahead.
But here's the thing. Yeah, you're supposed to have your husband is the one that provides you protection. Your husband is the person that covers you. That's the person that's supposed to be. You can't expect a random person that don't know, especially with somebody with your mentality, that don't know you to want to up, man, please.
I never said that.
Like to want to protect somebody like that. And
Never
here's the
said that.
thing. And here's the thing. I live in a majority black area. And all of these families over here own houses of black men that are doing very well for themselves. One brother across the street from me is a doctor. One brother down the street from me is a sheriff. One brother
Okay.
over here is a correctional officer in $400,000-$500,000 homes. So this whole idea that black men are failures or we doing this and that, I don't know where you got your mentality from. And I don't even understand too, if you hate black men so much, why are you still in spaces where black men are present?
So this the thing, and I think that this is where you misunderstand. Um, I don't like niggas. I will be honest about that. But at the same time, it's not about being black. It's not about being black. It's the behavior and it's the mentality. So, for example, the boxing scholar, I do not have a problem with the boxing scholar because he don't talk like that. He don't have that type of mentality. He's reasonable. So I date black men. It's just that don't mean that I like niggas. Do you see what I'm saying? No.
Lord.
I'm saying don't make it seem like I see a black man and I just wish he get hit by a truck. No, it's not that. I'm saying you niggas are okay. I'm sorry. Y'all are a
I'm not no
constant
nigga.
disappointment. Okay.
I'm not a nigga.
Black men are a constant fucking
So set that
disappointment to
straight.
me. If that's what you want to say, if that's what the fuck you want to say, like that's a matter of
Because you're the
opinion.
one that keeps saying,
All right, hold on. Y'all let Queen get in. Y'all been going back for it. Let Queen, you got something to say? Let Queen get in. Y'all cool down for a second. Go ahead, Queen.
I think that people are judging an entire group by actions of a minority. I do not think that all black women say that they don't want a man. And I do not think that all black men run away from their families. I don't believe either one of those things. I came from families where the men were involved and active. there was no shortage of men in the families that I grew up in. There were no shortage of men in the communities that I lived in. Like, I don't know. I think it's the internet and their talking points. And looking at the internet, a lot of these dudes, number one, if you can get on a live stream from 6 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock in the night, that tells me you ain't got no damn job. So if you ain't got no job, you can't provide provision. So you the last person that needs to be getting up here having these type of conversations. And I think we have a lot of unemployed men who are the dregs of society that are leading these conversations, which is why you get these comments that you do from a lot of women. At the same time, you have a lot of women who are broken that will sit up and listen to the dreg of society tell her who she's supposed to be as a woman. I think people need to be drawing themselves. What people need to be putting themselves in places where they can be uplifted and elevated. Because I don't know if y'all know this, y'all don't see me in these people places no more. Cause why the fuck? 2 days ago, I reached 22 years of marriage. Listening to these people, I wouldn't have no goddamn marriage.
So
none of these people are saying anything that is reasonable, that is reality, because it's all who can get the most with giving the less. And that's not how you keep a sustainable relationship. Sometimes you gonna get the least because you need to carry the most. And sometimes it's gonna be the opposite way for your partner. And everybody is fucking greedy and think they entitled to all this type of shit. It's a partnership, not a dominationship.
So Queen, I
All
noticed
this
that you
shit
said
crazy.
I noticed that you said that certain men are the dregs of society. It's not the same for the other genders. We ain't got no female
Did
losers
you
up
not
here
hear when I said
running
you
their
got a
mouth.
bunch of broken women that are sitting
No,
up here listening to this shit?
that's not
Did
the
you not
same
hear
as
me say
dregs.
that?
No, that's not the same as dregs. He losers, just like you got some niggas over here that's losers.
So
It's
first
the
and
same thing.
foremost, sir, no, it's not the same thing. Because one thing y'all like to do is want to make an equivalence with women. When I hear over and over that men and women are not equivalent, because men are want to be responsible. And let's keep it a bean. If my family fell apart right now, the person that's gonna get blamed for that shit is not me. It's gonna be my husband, because society is going to look at him. They're not going to look at me. He's responsible. He created that family. It's his family, and he's going to be responsible for it. He's going to take the brunt of the criticism. Now,
Yeah, well,
when it
that's
comes
different
to the
because you're
internal
married.
workings, hold on. When it comes to the internal workings of the family, if my children was out in the street running around acting crazy, that's going to fall on me, because my responsibility as the woman and the mother is to be nurturing and make sure I'm instilling morals and values into those children. They're not going to look at my husband for that necessarily, because what is he doing? Well, he's out working to provide the things for her to do what she's supposed to do as a mother to those children. So we all have our particular roles in society, but we got people that's sitting up here trying to play who got it worse and who got it whatever. The case of the matter is, one thing I have heard these men continuously say is, you can't expect no random man to do this, that, and the third. I beg to differ. That's not how I grew up. When I grew up, number one, you didn't speak on no other man's woman. Period. I don't care if she was the town hoe. You ain't say shit, because that man would beat your ass. And his homeboys would probably get on your ass too. Number two, if you saw a woman struggling in the street, you helped her. You didn't stand back and watch no woman be violated. Now, as time has gone on and we have lost certain principles and values as a community, that shit is not like that no more. But that's definitely not how I grew up. And when I hear men talk that way, that helps me to understand clearly they didn't have a lot of male presence in their lives. And that's how they got there. For the women that accept this type of shit, they didn't have a lot of male presence in their lives either. There are reasons for that. I'm not blaming nobody for it, because I believe it's systemic. At the same time, at what point are we going to stop with the bullshit and actually be honest about the realities that we live in in this goddamn country.
Okay, let me
You can't
respond. Let
keep
me
pointing
respond.
your finger at the opposite sex. First of all, both of us, men and women, need to have a sit down and look at us
Well,
to
first,
figure out
but
what
see,
the fuck
here's the
we're
thing.
doing.
Here's the thing when you say that, first and foremost, what you were saying about how your husband is going to be deemed responsible. That's because that's your husband. You're married. Y'all said y'all took vows with each other. And so, yes, it's his responsibility to make sure that you are taken care of and the child.
No, no, no.
Now,
That's where you got it wrong. He's not responsible because he's my husband. He's responsible because he is the man.
no, he's responsible because he took
No,
that
sir.
vow to
He
take
is
care of you. He's
responsible
not just
because he
responsible
is
because
the
he's a man.
man.
He's not
Even
just
if we were
responsible.
not married and he lived in the household with me, it would be his responsibility because he is the man. That is how this society is structured.
Well, it seems like that people only want men to be men when it's time to be responsible for other people. Anytime that a man is in control and a woman don't like something that he any of his leadership, then that's when things take a turn. A lot of the times you can't expect no random people that you don't even respect or that you talk down to, or niggas ain't this, niggas ain't that, niggas ain't do nothing, try to sacrifice his safety and his life to help a person out in the streets that wouldn't even piss on him if he was on fire. That's that man would have no self-respect.
So
That means he don't have any self-respect for himself.
first of all, that's insane what you just said. Because if you see somebody that need help, you don't know none of that shit. You just see a person that needs help. My experience is I have men open doors for me. I don't have a problem with men not opening doors for me. When I'm in the grocery store, if I'm there by myself and I'm buying a heavy item, if men see me trying to get some shit off the shelf or carrying something to my car, they come and they do that for me. So I've never had a problem with men doing what they supposed to do as men.
But see, he
Okay.
ain't supposed to. He's not obligated to do that if he didn't want to.
You see, you can sit up here and tell me what you're not obligated to do. This is what I know. I know that when I was coming up, it took a village to raise a child. And while they may not have any obligation to me or my family, but if you see my child outside and it's cold, it's raining, or whatever, I would expect you to make sure my child is safe. You're not obligated to do it, but it's something about a community and inside society. What men are supposed to do is make sure that women and children are protected. It don't matter whether it's your woman or not. If you see that there is a danger present, because guess what? A danger presented to one can easily become a danger presented to all. And while your child may not be my responsibility, it will be allowing me to see your child in need. That's not none of my fucking business. So don't tell me what you're not obligated to do. Because when you live in a
I'm not.
society, when you live
I
in a
am.
society, everybody has a responsibility to ensure that the society is okay. And right now, our society is broken because everybody feel like I ain't obligated to do shit but take care of myself. And where is that getting us? Nowhere.
Okay, but
It's leading
okay,
us
but
down
let's
If,
a terrible path.
but
let's
if we not gonna be honest about how we're getting there, and the fact that people will sit there and talk to black men and talk down to black men and then expect them to still help or expect them to still protect, goes to show you the little lack of respect that you have. Like I say, we can sit here and say what the community used to be. I ain't that much older than you. I mean, I ain't that much younger than you, Queen Sunkiss. I saw what it was, and I also saw it made its transition, and I saw who played positions, who played roles in the transition that it made. And unfortunately, this is where we at right now. And a lot of people, you can't shame nobody into doing anything no more, because we've grown up and we've seen you know, that, like how this shit has just messed. A lot of people is not going to go out there, especially young men, is not going to go out there and put themselves in danger to try to help random people that you don't even know what they did to get themselves in a certain situation. It's still men out there that will go and try to protect or do something if they see somebody in a situation. But at this particular point, yeah, a lot of people a lot of people are operating on
It depends. But it depends on the situation, though, obviously, right? Like, if two people out there arguing, I'm not getting in that shit, right? If it's a physical altercation, that's a different thing. If a man and woman out there arguing, I'm not getting in that. 99.9% of the time, I'm not never intervening in that shit. I'm 49 years old. I done did all of that shit in between that. And you know who really is the resistant one of those situations? It's majority women. I say 9 out of 10 times it's women. It's not men. Because when men know how to talk to men in certain situations, right? Even a man that you don't know when you're wrong, even if a dude is a fuck boy and he doing some wrong shit, when a man speaks to another man, it's different than a woman yelling at him. And the brother on the panel will know what I'm talking about. When older men talk to you, we know how to talk to men. Especially a man of the community knows how to talk to a young man, just for in that moment. Now, they don't have to follow them, but they know how to speak to them. Women are different. Women are emotional. They're not logical. It's not the same thing. And the problem is that I have to be responsible for my returning to my family and the people that I have to conduct myself with. And I can't do all of that and know that this person, especially when it's a relationship thing, because the problem with relationship issues and domestic stuff, them people be right back together tomorrow. And that's what they do. Some people fucking fight and that's what they do. They do that shit. I seen it. We all know these people. So, like, getting yourself involved in domestic shit, sometimes that's not a great, and unless it's absolutely necessary. If it's just an argument, stay the fuck out of that shit. It's not necessary for you to get yourself involved in it. Because that when another person gets involved, it just amps that shit up. Some people, that's their routine of arguing and shit. Some people like fucking arguing amongst themselves.
And I'll give you the perfect example of that. It was a situation here in my city where dude tried to help, where dude tried to help in a intervene in a domestic situation. He ended up losing his life behind it, and he had a wife. So those same people that's telling that told him that will protect.
First of
Now
all,
who gonna help his wife while he laying in the morgue with a tag on his toe?
So first of all, I'm not talking about no domestic violence situation. That type of shit, that's what 911 is for. If you want to help, dial 911. That's how you help with that. I gave reasonable and common examples of men helping women by telling you the experiences I have.
We all do that though, Queen. We do that, Queen. I'm talking about, I'm just saying the cautionary tale. Everything you said, I 100% agree. Let me just say that. I'm not adversarial to what you're saying. I'm just saying people be cautious of domestic shit.
This is what I'm saying though, Pittsburgh. You are a married man, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And I am a married woman. And this is my thing. I'm not supposed to sit up here and continue to play gender games with these young folks because they all out of pocket, the men and the women. Okay. Do we not understand that men have a certain role in society that they are supposed to play? And women have a certain role that they are supposed to play as well. Right. So there's a woman. That's why I gave the examples that I did. If my family falls apart, the burden of that is going to fall on my husband. If my children are acting a fool, the burden of that is going to fall on me. We both have our roles. I'm not saying that no man should go out here and put himself in harm's way for some crazy shit. That's what fucking 911 is for. You don't got to go out here and be super cape defender. But at the same time, you say 18th letter that me ain't got to go out here and protect a woman that talk like that. I don't think Choco Kitty asked for your protection at all.
Yeah, until she needed it. Until she needed it. Like, look, this up till she needed it. Because look, this is the problem. When if it's not a domestic situation and the man's going to get involved with it, you don't want a man getting involved in some situation that you got going on unless it's absolutely necessary. Because if I don't know you and I get involved and I feel like it's going to be a threat, I'm eliminating the threat. So, like, certain shit you should not be playing around with. And it's the thing that all people have to realize. When you're asking people to get involved in your stuff and they don't know what's going on, they're going to protect themselves first. So now if something happens where they feel like it's a threat and that threat gets eliminated, that's on you for bringing that stuff out there and the community saying, hey, we're not going to put up with that. And that still happens today. There's not a community where you can just do random. You can't just do random violence on women. That's just not going to happen. That's not acceptable. People are going to put an end to that very quickly.
Let me ask a quick question. When all of these women talk about protection, what do they mean? What are you talking about when you say protection from what? Because if you don't really like men and you don't really want to be around men, it's only one type of protection. Get yourself a firearm. Vote for your 2A rights. Make sure that you train with your firearm and know your firearm and carry your firearm.
You wouldn't know that, brother. But respectfully, you wouldn't know. Respectfully, brother, but you wouldn't know that she don't like men. Like, you wouldn't know that the young lady who was up here talks like that. If she in a situation, she yell help. You wouldn't know that. You have to assess the situation, and then you would have to say, hey, either I'm gonna get involved or I'm not. And I live in a state where everybody cracking. I live in Florida. So it's not going to be the same. Like certain states, certain situations, Texas, Florida, like there's a bunch of states where you get involved, it goes to another level. So people have to be, what I'm saying is, even if you want that type of protection, you have to be cautionary when you're asking for that protection, because that's what it's going to look like. It's not going to look like this person coming in and being a counselor. Ain't nobody being no fucking counselor. That's not what they doing.
I'm still trying to figure out protection from what? What are we protecting when the women say
this is what I'm saying when it comes.
What are we protecting them from?
This is what I'm saying when it comes to protection. You have a community, right? And inside of said community, you, the men, are to make sure that those women and those children are protected.
We don't have a community, Queen. We don't have a community. The community
hold on. I got your interjection, so let me address your interjection. Did you not say that you live in a neighborhood with successful black families?
Yes, I do.
I do too. Yeah,
and everybody's protected over here.
Hold on. Don't you believe that it is the responsibility of everybody in that community to make sure their community stays safe?
Absolutely. We all homeowners. Yes.
Okay. So in your particular community, that is your small microcosm of the society that you live in. Those men are expected to make sure that those women and children are protected. How do they do that? They network with the other men in the neighborhood to make sure.
They own firearms too. Yes.
Yeah, they own firearms. They may arm their family. They may teach their children how to shoot. However their protection looks, they're responsible for making sure that protection exists.
Yes, and your first line of protection. Your first line of protection is your husband and your family. That's your first line of protection. That's your priority protection.
Those women are responsible for making sure all the children in the community are safe, whether they be their children or not. Correct?
No. Not all of them. Hell no. Depending on what age you're talking about. Because, like, we're deeming a kid. Because some of them kids bad as hell. They're teenagers and they adolescents. Hell no. Like, we got to live in reality, too.
Why are we sitting up here? Hello, why is we splitting nuance for something that just should be?
Because you can't tell, because another person's kids in this society, I've seen it happen. I've had it done to me. When you speak to other people's kids, everybody don't react the proper way. Some people tell you, don't say nothing to my kid, nothing. Talk to me, don't talk to my kid. That people don't want you. Everybody don't want you talking to their damn kid.
Wait. Okay. When I say making sure that the children are protected, I am saying that you have some type of rapport with these children's parents, because after all, we should all be working together. Case in point, when I grew up, I'm an 80s baby. So we at the end of the crack epidemic when I'm growing up. So when we wanted to go outside and play, well, the parents all got together and they walked up and down the street to make sure that we wasn't going to be stepping on no needles and all of that type of shit. So it wasn't just my parents that made sure that the street was safe for us to be out there. It was everybody that was in the neighborhood or the streets that we was on, working together to make sure the children are safe. I don't know why when we start having these conversations, we gravitate to the most negative aspects. Of course, you're going to have people that say, don't say nothing to my children. But we have plenty of people that say, if my child is out of line, let me know. At the very least, let me know. If you pay taxes and you support your neighborhood, and you see a teenager that look like they dealing dope or buying dope from somebody, and are you not gonna notify that their parents that this shit is going on in the neighborhood?
Yeah, and then when you tell the parents and they talk crazy, you're not going back over there. That happens more often than not, and that's not even the hood neighborhoods. Because I live in the upper middle class, and they act like that. Like it's not the hood. It has nothing to do. It's just parent different now. They're very protective. They don't want it's in upper middle class, it's middle class. People don't want you saying nothing to their damn kids for whatever reason. Right or wrong, that's what it is. Right or wrong,
I didn't say anything to the child. I said you let the parents know.
The parents, you tell the parents about their kids. They don't want to hear it.
There are drug dealers coming to the neighborhood because your child is out here buying dope.
Nah, we don't have
you
them
know what they'll
problems.
tell them? My child ain't buying no damn dope. You need to get the fuck off my porch, or you need to get the fuck off my doorstep. That's
okay, that's fine. But how many times have we seen neighborhoods go to shit because nobody is saying anything? I have lived in several neighborhoods because we were a military family. In every neighborhood that I was going in, because I was a homemaker, if I seen some crazy shit happening in the neighborhood, trust and believe, I was outside, number one, with my phone, because I'm going to call the laws on your ass. And if you stay too long, I'm going to go get my shit, and then I'm going to come out here, and I'm going to confront you, because why are you here?
Girl, I know you from Texas. That girl said, call the law. But
that's all right. For the law, hey, they ain't playing around in Texas, man. No, I mean I think it's nuances because they don't listen. Queen, I'm a 90. I went to high school. I graduated in 94, right, from high school. So like that, what you talking about? That's what they did back then. As time has progressed, and I've raised my kids, I've raised my nieces and nephews, and then I've even helped my neighbors. Like these people don't parent like that no more, Queen. They don't do it. These people, look, when the kids are outside playing, guess what? The parents right there next to them. They standing right next to them. They walking them around like how we used to go outside and nobody was out there. They don't do that no more. They very, and then you can't say nothing to them kids. And then when the kids, look, I'll give you another one. Little teenage girls. When teenage girls get in a fight, they fight in packs. They'll show up to somebody's house and they try to huddle around them and fight them. They'll knock on the door for the person to come out and fight. They didn't do that shit. Like a lot of this shit is nuanced the way that this shit happens. Obvious stuff you can stop. Some stuff, most people are not going to get involved in neighborhoods because it only take 1 or 2 times for somebody to talk crazy to you and you done. You like, all right, cool. I'm good with it. That's your kid. That's how you want to act. That's cool.
And the only reason that you done in that particular situation is you not trying to escalate it further and you put yourself in the situation where something may happen. And then you just like, you know what? That's you and your child doing whatever. Not even just with that. Go speak to some of these teachers that work at these schools who they can't get in contact with these parents and everything like that. They trying to tell them that your child is failing, your child is doing this. When the parent got to come up to the school, they got an attitude, cursing out the teachers, all types of stuff, man.
I'm pretty sure that that's not
people that have kids that don't love their damn kids. They had them for whatever reasons they have them, and they don't love the kids at all. That's why you got all of these destructive ass kids that's running around here.
Okay, well, I don't know what the fuck is happening, but I know there are more functional people in society than dysfunctional motherfuckers. Because not every parent is cussing out teachers. Not every student is fucking with teachers. It's usually 1 or 2 students in the classroom that may be doing that shit. So, like, to sit up here and act like this is the entire norm is fucking crazy. If you go to your neighbor and you tell your neighbor, hey, I see your child out here doing a certain thing, and they cuss you out, well, you already know that particular neighbor, it ain't no good. But I don't think most of your neighbors in your neighborhood are going to react to you that way.
No. The reason that
Queen,
they
like
not
but let
the
me say this
reason
real quick. Queen, we don't have we look what you asking for is community parenting. We don't have that. You have individual parents parenting individual. And if they don't cut you out, they take offense to you trying to tell them how to parent. They are not interested in doing community parenting. That's what I grew up with and possibly what you grew up with. That is not what they're doing anymore.
But I'm not saying be a community parent. At that point, you looking out for your neighborhood. If I see that you bringing a drug dealer to my neighborhood, by all means, I'm finna say something. Because I'd rather say something to your parents so your parent can jump in your ass than for me to call the laws and you get your ass locked up because that's the next step. I'm calling the motherfucking police.
But when you explain that, Queen, you gotta, like, for instance, when we was talking about my area, right? My area is full of homeowners. A lot of them came out of the ghetto. A lot of us, most of us came out of the ghetto. We own homes in there. So it's going to be different talking to people that have things to lose living in a nice community, in a nice area, because they pay mortgage. They pay, different bills and all of that. They got their careers and everything like that. But when you talking
That's why
about,
I use your
okay,
community as an example. But
but
you jump to the most extreme cause.
well,
And I'm like,
extreme,
people
like
that
somebody
fucking pay
selling dope,
taxes,
somebody selling dope is mostly going to be in the hood. Okay, because
that's not
But
true.
that
they're not
but
gonna
I
be
mean
out.
That
They're
is
not
not
gonna be
true.
out. They're not gonna be out
yes,
standing on a corner in
Bro,
you
the
I
know, some
area.
just no, not standing out in the corner, coming up and dropping off. I've seen that happen in decent neighborhoods, and the people that give a fuck about their property values, they nip that shit in the bud. The people that don't care, they end up watching their neighborhoods go to shit.
yeah, but Queen, like what you missing too, like look, this the other thing. When we live in these middle class or upper middle class areas, neighborhoods, all people don't get along, man. People got some nicks behind them. They just want to do whatever the fuck they want to do. They don't really concern themselves with their neighbors. So they tear their ass with their neighbors doing dumb shit, having parties at crazy hours. They know the person working the daytime. They blasting music and doing all this weird shit. They got animals running all through the person's yard, having the animal use the bathroom in their yard. Like people do crazy shit when it comes, like the upper middle class got different level of problems than the lower. So they all got problems. It just looks different. So you're not going to necessarily get somebody that's going to straight like curse you out per se. It's going to be a lot of stuff leading up into it. And when you finally go to say something about their kid, that's when you get the explosion and you like, what the fuck was that about? Try to help your stupid ass. I don't even like your dumb ass. So that's usually what you get in the upper middle class. That's what you usually get.
So, like I said, I've lived in these areas. That's how I ended up with my court case in a restraining order because of a stupid bitch that lived in the neighborhood. But everybody on the street wasn't a stupid bitch. And that's what I'm saying. We sit up here and we have these conversations about the minority in the fucking dynamic as if they are the whole. Okay, if you
No,
got
because
a fucking
no, because
fool
the
in
reason
your
why
neighborhood,
people scared to get cases, Queen. That's the problem. And men are
bro,
like, look, I'm gonna tell you this it may be different for a woman. I don't know. Maybe it's the same. Let me just say it. Maybe you could correct me. When I'm a man and I go talk to another man and he talk crazy to me, I'm thinking violence, and I'm usually packing. So I'm just gonna get away. I'm not gonna deal with that person no more. We don't need to talk ever again in life. Whatever you got going on, I wish you well. I'm not stepping to that person about nothing ever again in life because I know I'm gonna end up in jail one way or the other. So I just avoid that person. That's how I look at it because I know what's going to happen. That's how I look at it. That's
okay,
why it is the separation, in my opinion.
okay, so point taken, noted, understood. Does that mean that there is nobody else in the neighborhood that has a rapport with that person?
Well, it depends. Like some of your neighbors you may know, but it depends on if you see them when you coming and going within your community. Because a lot of the times you just not walking through random blocks, knocking on doors and saying, "Hey, neighbor, I'm the new guy from a couple of blocks over," and everything like that. Just want to let you know I'm in the neighborhood. You see people as you come and go. Like I'm real tight with my neighbor across the street because I would always see him when I'm coming and going. I'm real tight with my people's next door because I would always see them coming and going. So it depends. It depends on that situation. But like
And that's what I'm
mostly,
saying.
let me just finish
I
real
had
quick.
a
Mostly
okay.
like what the scenario that you're describing is usually going to be in areas where it's not really a strong family structure. Somebody is out there, like for instance, if somebody, you can't just go up to random, depending on where you live. You can't go up to random people's and like, hey, your child out here doing this and doing that. A lot of those people, they know that these people ain't got no control of their children. More than likely, their children might got heat. And a lot of the time, certain individuals is outgunned. And it's a lot of, like, we saw that situation with that mother who was sick, who got jumped on by all of them kids up here in Chicago. We saw that. And how all of them kids attacked that woman and her child after her child was talking about being bullied, beat that woman like a wild pack of hyenas. We saw that. In that type of situation, what is there to really do? Because some people may be looking for these kids' parents and can't even find their parents or what their parents is doing. And when you do run across their parents, you got to be ready to fight. Or worse, depending on how it goes. So for a lot of people, it ain't worth it.
And I'm not saying put yourself in that type of situation. If you go to a neighbor and the motherfucker start talking to you stupid, then you already know what type of person that person is. But it's other people in the neighborhood that are going to benefit from that, is what I'm saying. We can't sit up here and let one bad apple spoil the whole fucking bunch. Throw the bad apple away.
Yeah, well, the community gonna have to come together and do that. But it's another thing if it's
But
filled.
that's what I'm saying. Like in the neighborhood that I was in,
they're not gonna have that problem. If it's
but all it takes is for one person to reach the fuck out. That's all it takes. I know we live in a society where our neighbors don't talk to each other. I have made it a point to greet everybody that comes into my neighborhood. I have made it a point to let these people know who I am, because we don't talk to our neighbors anymore. And it's a damn shame that you could have something going on and you don't even know who your neighbor is, and you absolutely can help them, but you don't know shit about them. I had a neighbor, and this is the reason why I do that. I had a neighbor move in to the neighborhood. Didn't know the lady, know nothing about her, nothing. One day I'm sitting out on my porch, and I like to go out and roll up my trees at that particular time. The state that I was in, it was not legal. I go out there to take my little smoke break, and here come the police walking up my driveway. So I'm like, oh shit, what is this? Luckily, I hadn't lit up yet. So I go reach for my purse so I can get him my ID and all of this. He like, no, nothing like that, nothing like that. What the hell going on? So the man come and he like, have you seen a strange woman walking around here? No. What the hell? So he leaves. A couple of hours later, this lady I never met before came, knocked on my door, asked me had I seen her son. What? Little boy, troublesome, kept running away from home. I didn't even know that lady had kids. I didn't even know that they had been in the neighborhood as long as they had been there. I thought the house was empty. They had been there a while. So, because this could have been mitigated, because like I said, I'm home all day. I'm walking outside pretty frequently because I'm just in the house. I probably could have seen this little boy and been able to stop him the numerous times that he was running away. But because I didn't know who my neighbor was, I didn't know none of this shit was going on. That was a problem for me, because guess what? I didn't grow up that way. So if I gotta bake cookies and say, hey, welcome to the neighborhood, that's what the fuck I'm gonna do. We can't complain about shit and not be the change we want to see.
Well, I'm already that change queen, because I don't do none of that shit.
But
that's what I'm saying. That's what we've become.
And then, yeah, I'm not doing that. And let me say this far too. The other part reason why I don't do certain shit, when I see certain shit, because I live on the corner a lot, and I live where I live is the barrier between the neighborhoods start changing. You can see the difference. Where I live at, there's a gate, and then there's the other side. Where they jump over the gate, and some of them PDFs be sitting over there waiting on them damn kids, and one of them was sitting in my yard one day, And I was out there, and I had my firearm, man. He was out there. I was like, look, man, you need to move your car. This a road, but this ain't even no road. This is a private road. You need to get on. And he wanted to talk crazy in the car. I'm like, listen, bro, I don't know what you got going on, but the best thing you could do is just move your vehicle. You on the side of my house, you know, and then he just started getting crazy again. He wanted to get a car. Like, bro, do not get out that car. Do yourself a favor. Just drive down the road. It's not going to be worth it. He looked crazy, like, what, you got something on you? I'm like, bro, you do not want to find out. Just just ride your little car down the road and pick up whoever you picking up. He left. My wife called the cops, obviously, but the dude left. Point I'm making is I don't go out there and confront nobody because I don't want to end up putting nobody in no box behind that. So certain shit makes you change behavior, not because it's right or wrong. You just know the consequences of it. And I know I'm not finna take an L in that situation at all. It's not gonna happen. But I'm not gonna put myself in that situation ever again.
And this is how community work, right? Because like Pittsburgh, see, you seem like a real good brother, right? We in a community together, and a community is usually two parent led households. You don't really have a community when it's one parent led household. That's really and that's what it really comes down to. It's two parent households, mostly two incomes in the house. And a lot of the times you don't have issues with those kids. Or if you do have an issue with those children and you catch them doing something, you can go to them and say, hey, especially with another man, with another brother, hey man, I just saw Shorty over here. He was doing woo-wati bam, or he was doing this and that and everything like that. And then they go like, oh man, good looking out, bro. Thank you. Hey man, get your behind up in here. I got something for you. Don't worry about that. But thank you. When it's a situation where it's, especially if it's not a man, and let's say we in the community, right? Pittsburgh, you live next door to me. If it's a situation that's going down like that, and I hear you out of my window, if I'm home at the time, I hear you out my window, somebody talking crazy to you, and they like, oh, you what's usually gonna happen? If you my neighbor, how community work, I'm gonna come out there with mine. Hey, yo, Pittsburgh, you straight? You good? Yo, what's going on? Hey, yo, man, the man told you to get off his property. You need to start moving. Beat your feet. Go that way. That's how communities work. And that's the part where when it's men that's involved, that's the community. That's what leads the community. Now, if it's a household where the man is not there, you don't have none of that. And you can't fit a square into a circle. And I see a lot of people trying to find ways to, how can we have a community when it's a bunch of single parent households, and you just can't have that. And you can't expect men that comes, like, if they got their own family and their own things going on, to try to spread themselves thin to see if they can uphold the community with just a few men for all of these single parent households. It don't work that way, unfortunately.
But that don't make no sense to me, because ain't nobody telling you to go up in nobody's house and police their children. It's just a matter of making sure that ain't no bullshit going on in your neighborhood, which is what you should be doing, whether you got children in that motherfucker or not, because you got to live there.
No, you ain't gotta do that, Queen. Look, but wait, Queen, you ain't gotta do that, because look, the neighborhood, when you get to it, like, so you start moving up in different houses, it ain't no single woman in a certain neighborhoods. It don't fucking exist because they can't afford it.
Thank you.
It ain't gonna happen. It's not all black either. It's mixed up because it takes different incomes to get up in there. So you're not gonna really have that. That's why people always say black people don't have a community. Because when you get to the place you want to be, it's all mixed up.
But y'all sitting up here talking to me like I don't know this shit. And yes, you fucking do. I was outside anytime somebody pulled up, because we lived, our neighborhood was off to the side. It was a cul-de-sac, but the cul-de-sac was like, it went down the street and it went round the corner. There was no outlet. So any weird ass car that pulled up over there, I was watching they fucking ass. Because what are you here for? Who are you? And if you sat down there too long, I was going to call the fucking police on you, because who the fuck are you? We didn't do suspicious cars and people pulling up. And this was multiple different demographics that lived in this particular neighborhood. I still had an obligation to make sure that the neighborhood was safe, because I lived there.
Nah, I would tell my wife not to do no. I would tell her not to worry about that. I don't want my wife out the door doing none of that right there. That is not her job.
If I'm not there, because
Yeah, don't do that because it's not safe.
You know what's crazy, Queen? You would have went and did something and put yourself in danger, and something happened to you.
I didn't say I was going to go do shit. I'm sitting up there looking at their ass, and if you sat out here so long, I'm gonna just let you know I'm finna call the laws on you. I'm not talking to you. See, nonverbal communication is great. All I had to do was there were several times. All I did was I looked out my window. I see this car there. This car been here 30 minutes. Why is this car here? It took nothing for me to walk out my door and show them that I had my phone in my hand, and they got the fuck on.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not running up on people like I'm fucking Batman. The fuck? No. But I'm letting you know there is somebody in this neighborhood watching you.
I mean, but that's the job of the men, though, in the community, though, Queen, respectfully, though. Like, if the men ain't there to do that, it's not going to happen. Yeah, but if they're not there, you call the police. You call the law. You call the police. You don't. That's it. That's it. That's all you do. You don't be out the door. Yeah, you look out your blinds and you call the police. Outside that door, that's all men work. The men need to get. If they're not doing that, it's not going to get done. You don't even put yourself in visible sight of nobody like that. That's all men to be able to handle that type of shit.
I mean, I think that's a nuance, but the fact of the matter is, it's everybody's responsibility to make sure shit is okay. So
no, because if I'm not home, I don't. No, if I'm not home, I don't want my wife out the door doing nothing. If I can't protect her, and I like she out there doing some shit that she ain't got no business, and then I got her away for some bullshit.
And I'm at
work. I mean, that's like saying that she can't go to the grocery store while you at work.
No, I mean,
she can happen anywhere.
That's what I'm saying though, and you just made my point from earlier. Now, things can happen anywhere where you're not in my presence and I can't protect you. Is it my fault if something happens? Because you got, like, even with Choco Kitty was saying earlier, how can I protect a woman if I'm not there? How can I protect anybody if I'm not on the scene at that particular time and something happens? So when people keep talking about
what I'm saying. You make a man can't be there all the time. Women have to have some level of self-preservation. Okay, like if I thought I was in danger, I wouldn't fucking go outside. But if you're sitting in my neighborhood and you look suspicious, what is wrong with me letting you know? If you don't fucking move around, I'm gonna call the cops.
No. You ain't supposed to do none of that. No, absolutely not. Hell no. Don't go out there doing that. No, you need to go on with your regular day and call. You need to confront nobody ever in your life. Don't do that shit.
You talking about a confrontation? I didn't say I went to go talk to nobody. I simply walked out. No, it's not confrontation for me to walk to the end of my driveway and look down the street and notice that something is out of line and pull out my phone. That's not confrontation.
I thought you said you was gonna tell them they need to move around. They need to leave your block and move around.
So again,
okay, my bad. Maybe I misunderstood you.
Let me
my bad.
This is nonverbal communication. If I pull up in somebody's neighborhood and they walk outside and they pull out a phone, don't they let me know that it's a possibility they're gonna call the police on me?
Okay, you're saying you're not saying anything to these people. You just got your phone in hand.
No,
as long as
I'm
you're
not saying
nothing. Okay, cool. Yeah, we with that. I thought you meant you want to go out there and say something to them. My bad, I misunderstood you.
Like,
okay, my bad. Yeah, my bad. I misunderstood you.
Earlier.
Maybe it's the way you phrased it. We didn't understand what you were saying. It came off like you was going to go out there and say something to them.
Well, that's why I made it a point to say that this is nonverbal communication. I'm not running up on nobody. What the fuck you doing? No, I'm not doing it. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, and that's what we all had a problem with the lady with the CoreyHolcomb thing. Like, men shouldn't be confronting women at all. That's very dangerous.
Exactly.
Because all men ain't balanced. All men are not well, healthy, balanced people.
And
you don't need to be doing that.
You know what's crazy? It depends on, and people, our view is so skewed based off of the fact, how we live here in the United States. In a lot of places, it's way much more harsher than here in the States. I was watching a video where this man literally got into an argument with his wife over there. I think they was in somewhere in the Middle East. The man pulled out a knife and just started like poking his wife right there. All of those men that was in there, you know what they did? They hopped out the way and ran out and ran out of there. So I hate when people try to make this comparison that like, oh, black men is just so weak compared, because a lot of these people that's saying shit, they don't know nothing about these other groups or how these other groups get down, or their culture, or how everything everything is done within these other communities. They don't know. They just using that as a way to manipulate men into either trying to shame them or have them do what they want them to do. That man, all of them people, I think it was like some type of law that other men cannot even intervene if it's a domestic dispute between a wife and their husband over there in the Middle East. But you know.
Yeah, it's not the same. I mean, most men they're not just gonna let people just do shit. It's not gonna happen. So I don't think it's gonna happen at all. I think a lot of that stuff that people own, they just talking. That's not in general. Because most men will help women when they need some help for stuff. Like the part that gets tricky is that domestic stuff. People they stay away from that shit for the most part because they know the dangers of that shit. That gets really tricky.
I don't even know dudes get involved in no damn domestic shit. You don't know what the fuck going on with that. If you feel like that motherfucker in danger, call the police.
People do, Queen. Unfortunately, people do.
And like you were saying, Pittsburgh earlier, brother, we got to stop acting like it's especially as women out there that don't be talking crazy to a man that can physically harm them out in the street. That a man, he may not give a damn about nothing. You don't know what's on his mind. You don't know if he got bodies. You don't know what type of man that you're dealing with. And then it ain't gonna be nobody. It ain't gonna be nobody around. You have to be able to sense danger if you're in a situation where it's danger. Most men know how to interact with other men because we all have a low level threat of violence amongst us, that we understand that we can take it there if need be, whether it's to defend ourselves, defend our families, or just trying to defend ourselves. So you can't be, what you gonna do? You old punk nigga, you ain't gonna do nothing, and jump like you putting yourself in a very bad situation. And then don't sit up there and after you put yourself in that situation, man, it wasn't no men out here to protect me. That's crazy.
I mean, it's
But you know that thing, Queen, like when you look, men too know also, if you're a certain size of a man, ain't no man tussling with you when you get past 6'1" and 220. Ain't no man tussling with you. Like we know this. So like certain kind of men know if they get involved, it's a real problem. Like it's already on something. Like it's not like a regular thing. So those kind of men, we have to be careful. Like that's just what it is. Like it ain't got nothing to do with what they is. It's just the perception of a man coming into that. It's a perception a lot of times, how dangerous some of that stuff get. I just think people just need to be more cautious with the way they move around. Because that's how things happen.
Y'all sitting up here talking about fool ass women, and fool ass women is gonna get what fool ass women.
We're not talking about. I'm talking about in general. I'm talking about men too. Men thinking that anybody, if a man of a certain size and stature jump out and say, "Hey, what's up?" If that dude is 5'2", 140 pounds, it's different than a dude that's 6'4", 260. It's not the same it's not the same threat level.
You will know it is for us, Pittsburgh, but for women, a man is still stronger. Man is still stronger than a woman, no matter his height or anything. A grown man can physically manhandle a woman, and that height ain't even got nothing to do with it or weight. But I will say to what Queen was just saying a minute ago, it's the fool ass women that's making these complaints, Queen, because women that know how to carry themselves, they don't have these issues. They're not having these issues because they know how to operate.
Why the fuck are y'all sitting up here arguing with fool ass women? Let them go out there and be the fools that they are and learn them fucking hard way. Why are you arguing with women that don't know better?
With fool ass women. You act like these women don't have a phone and record themselves making fool ass videos and content, saying the same thing. That's the only reason these narratives are even pushed in these spaces while we having a conversation at all about it. We gotta stop acting like we don't pretend that we don't see some of this shit. We can't just
got to stop acting like that the minority is the status quo, because it is not.
Well, the minority is in a lot of algorithm, and they must be a real loud
Okay,
minority.
let's put the algorithm to the side. How many women have you seen?
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Your mic is breaking up a little bit, Queen.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Say it once again.
I said, how many women in your real life have you seen do this type of shit?
I've seen a lot. I came out of the hood, so I've
Yeah.
seen a lot.
Young women do it. Yeah, young women.
I've
It's
seen
normally
a lot.
young women. Yeah,
And
it happens a lot.
it ain't changed. I've been seeing this since the early '90s into the early 2000s, mid 2000s, even
Well, you know what?
even now.
I don't have y'all experiences. I have not seen women go out here and just challenge men out of the fucking blue.
Oh
I ain't
yeah,
never seen this shit.
I've seen women talk
Now,
crazy to niggas.
I've
I've
seen
seen women try to go get other niggas to attack niggas after they was talking crazy to them. All types of
I've
shit,
I've
man.
I've seen
Yeah, it's
videos
no.
of this type of behavior,
I've
but I have
seen.
not seen this in my waking life.
Yeah, it
No,
depends,
it's
Queen.
not a
Like
reality for
it.
me.
It depends on
I,
where you
I,
live at.
yeah, in your environment. Like, look, I'll give you an example. When I was in the service, you go off base. Everybody go off base. Say, I've seen all kind of crazy stuff, and like it just depends on what's going on, and it don't have nothing to do with being at a club. Sometimes when you put a lot of adults there, you're gonna get some crazy shit going on. It's just the nature of the beast. That's just what it is. So
Especially
you gonna see stuff. You don't see stuff depending on what you got going on. And if you get like a mass group of people that are off at the same time, they all congregating in these places, that's what you're gonna get, especially young folks too. Close to them bases, that's another thing that has to be like when close to them bases where you got base culture that runs certain cities, when those people get paid on, I don't know if they still get paid on the 1st and 15th, but they light them cities up. They move around based on that stuff. And you got a lot of 20-year-olds running around with money in their pocket and freedom that they didn't have before. It could be real problematic.
yeah, like I don't see like in my little pocket where I'm at now, I don't see anything like that. But if I step outside my pocket and go probably 15, 20 minutes down, I'm gonna see some more shit like that. Depending on where you at. So, like I say, in our pockets where we got families
Well,
and homeowners,
I guess I'm just blessed. I ain't never seen no shit like that.
yeah, you blessed. You blessed.
That shit sounds crazy as hell.
Yeah, you
Cause
blessed.
this, I don't know, but I do not think that this is a nation problem. I think that these are isolated incidents that people pull up on social media out in real life. And I think having conversations based on shit that is not the status quo or the norm doesn't serve a purpose.
No, it was the norm when I was growing up.
Yeah, it
I
depends on
seen
where you're at, Queen, and your environment, because and your age too. Like a 20-year-old is gonna have a whole different situation. You could be in the same city, same location, same everything. A 20-year-old male or woman is gonna have a different experience than a 40-year-old male or woman. They're gonna be outside at different times of the night. They're gonna be moving around at different times of the day. They're gonna have a different type of company. It's just not the same. So like all that stuff is relative. I just think people just need to be cautious of the situations they're getting themselves in. And you have to realize a lot of people outside of people that's in the military, most people ain't never had no fight outside of high school. And they have these grand gestures that they can just run around whooping everybody. So because they believe that, they talk crazy because they believe they can just whoop everybody because they had some fight as a teenager. That's what they believe. So they gonna talk crazy. Like that's just what it is. And especially men, they have these romanticized dreams about their high school fights. They ain't never fought no grown man before in their life. They fight kids. Kids fighting kids ain't the same thing. But that creates a problem when people are out here moving around in their 20s because you're already a little bit arrogant to begin with in your 20s. So it compounds it.
until you run
You
across
know,
somebody that got
I got
military
this.
training or a boxing training, and that's a whole different fight.
I got to
Yeah, but
say
it's too late at
this,
that point.
and I really hate to say this, but it look like white folk got an understanding of what their communities are supposed to be and look like versus whatever done happened to black folks, because I live in a predominantly white area currently, and Lord knows this shit, this shit is hard for me because I grew up around black folk. Um, but them people I had 3 different people from around the block, down the block, and the people across the street that came and introduced themselves to me. Even people that was watching my children walk home from school. And one day, my daughter did not take her umbrella. And the man came and knocked on the door and said, I seen your baby didn't have an umbrella, so I brought her one. Like, I don't understand this whole shit about, oh, we don't talk to nobody because we gonna be in danger. Bro, y'all all live here. What the hell are
Oh,
we
No,
that's
talking
crazy.
no,
about?
certain people. No, certain people, Queen. Because like when you get in certain neighborhoods, like the neighborhood you talking about, there's a class separation. All black people are not created the same. Like people who are on the poverty level, their wired, their environment, the way they have to be wired up mentally, it is not the same as somebody being middle or upper middle class. It ain't remotely being the same. So you more likely you're gonna have a different experience in those neighborhoods than the other neighborhoods. The access to the things that are around those neighborhoods are different. The foods they're eating is different. The lighting
Absolutely.
is different. You feel safer when you go outside in those neighborhoods because it's hella lit. You go in them hoods, they don't have shit. Some of them don't even have no damn street signs. Like it's just a completely different environment. So it puts you on edge already. And everybody know what them hood neighborhoods is when it's nighttime. And regular people just feel some kind of way when you ain't from there, even if you know the neighborhood. It kind of puts you on something. When you in the upper middle class and you see a dude jogging at 9, 10 o'clock at night, walking his dog, you don't really feel nothing. You ain't on edge. You ain't walking around like, oh my God, what's going on? You don't really think that. That don't even cross your mind. But in certain neighborhoods, you on edge. You own it already because you know it got a certain reputation. Certain neighborhoods got a certain reputation, and you gonna carry yourself like that, especially if you with your kids or whatnot.
Because the biggest difference is in that one neighborhood where that man is walking his dog or he's jogging, everybody got money. So more than likely that man, he has money. He's living well. In the in the ghetto where a lot of things are dilapidated, it's a lot of people all out all times of the night looking crazy. They don't have any money. Nobody around there has money. And then, like what Pittsburgh was saying, the difference in food. You living in a neighborhood where it's an organic grocery store 2-3 blocks over versus somebody that's going to the gas station to get flaming hot Cheetos and quarter waters and living off of McDonald's and greasy fried food. So the
Hold
temperament,
on. What's wrong with flaming hot cheese? I like flaming hot cheese.
uh, eating it as a kid, eating at all types,
Diabetes, yeah,
all times of the
diabetes, high blood pressure,
right.
diabetes, high blood pressure, all the health problems that come with that shit. And when you get that, it's not one person; it's the whole house look like that. Because you could tell, like you could tell families in the store what their body shape look like. They all look the same when they look like that, one way or the other,
And
either for the
everybody is
good or for
so
the bad, for the
everybody
good
is
or for the
so
bad.
everybody is so easily agitated. The one mom in the family, and I ain't got no damn money for no cigarettes. Like you, like it's like is different. It's way different because, and then you throw in the education level. If people are not really educated, and they're and and you mix that in with everything else, it's a catastrophic disaster, man. It's a catastrophic disaster versus like living amongst people that's
I,
of higher class.
Yeah, but it's classism. It's not racism. Like that whole thing we talking about, that's classism. That has nothing to do with race.
Yeah.
Because your money a certain kind of way, you can't dictate who move into a certain neighborhood. You're just trying to not live in a certain neighborhood. You don't care about. You just don't want to live in the other neighborhood.
Well,
So it's more classism than. See, that's the one. Like I think we all understand this, but I think this is the nuance that most people don't get. They think it's racism. It's more classism.
yeah,
That's
it's
really what it
just
is.
the thing is racism and classism are intertwined in the United States. Is it's
Yeah.
intertwined with each other because they use racism as a buffer for classism.
but
Yeah.
see, that's
Yeah.
So
not true.
What's not true?
They are two separate things. Cause like I said, this area, this whole goddamn state is predominantly fucking white. Okay, this the whitest shit I ever seen in my life. Um, these people, these neighborhoods is not that rich. That matter of fact, where I live is a very rural place. And the shit that we think about rural people is actually true. These people is not very educated and all of that good shit. They have a lot of crime here,
Yeah.
right? The crime that they have, like, I don't feel no way because I'm black. I'm largely invisible here. They don't too much bother us. They do this shit to each other, but they still make sure that they take care of their neighborhoods. They not saying, "Oh, that ain't got nothing to do with me," because crackhead Sally gonna come down here. And hell no, crackhead Sally can do whatever the fuck crackhead Sally do. But if crackhead Sally get the fucking around in their neighborhood, everybody in the neighborhood gonna goddamn know. If your kid is a terror, everybody in the neighborhood gonna know that your kid is a terror. So it's not like they just letting shit happen. And that's what I'm talking about. You don't got to be putting yourself in harm's way to make sure that things are being taken care of and people are protected.
But you don't even got to do that because when you live in a certain neighborhood, Queen, guess what? You go to the meetings. You go to the meetings. You go down there. You might even have some of them places. You might even have the police chief number. I had a police chief number at one time. Like you live in certain neighborhoods, you talk to certain people. Like so, you get in certain spaces. It's just not the same as just some person just living in the house and they're disconnected. When you get connected to what's going on and you get to upper levels where you become a homeowner, it's different. When you're renting and you rent an apartment, you're not the same person as a homeowner. They don't even treat you the same. There's not even the same treatment that you get when you get services, be it police, fire, utilities, none of that stuff. None of that acts the same when you're renting versus you're a homeowner. I know people are on this thing now where they think they don't need to own a house, which is crazy, but it's just not the same. And none of the people that's in your city officials treat you the same either.
And to the people that think that, and the funny thing that you said with that Pittsburgh tea, a lot of people, and this is what thing that I don't like about us is like a lot of the times because we don't critically think. A lot of the things that people think that they think is not an original thought. And the fact that people think that you don't need to own a home in this day and age is crazy because they're being engineered to think that way. Because guess what? BlackRock, a lot of the organization BlackRock, I think it's the bank. I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's buying up.
It's fun.
Yeah, it's hedge fund. It's buying up a majority of the homes. They're buying up homes, and what they plan on doing is putting those homes out for rent. They're preparing for the next generation to be a bunch of renters where they won't own homes. When you don't own a home, you don't have any equity. How do they think a lot of people have built up their incomes to what they have? Even with a lot of these, with a lot of white folks, the money that they got has been money that's been passed down from the equity in their homes. When they was creating the suburbs and we wasn't allowed to go into these suburbs, they was moving out there building the equity on their home. So a house that they paid for what, $10,000, $20,000 is now worth $2 million today.
Yeah, and they get that money when grandpa and them die. When the parents die, the kids get to chop that money up. And they sell the house.
And that's a massive transfer of wealth that black people don't have. And that's exactly how they keep. But see, a lot of black people, we don't really read a lot of the times. I'm gonna keep it real. We don't read books. A lot of us don't read. We don't read. A lot of us don't know our own history. We'll fight you tooth and nail. Some of us will be. The only thing that's worse than an ignorant person is an arrogant, ignorant person. Some of us don't know shit and we proud not to know shit, but think we know what we talking about. And it makes us look like fools when we get around people that know what they talking about. Now, I'm not the sharpest tool in the drawer, but one thing about me, if I'm wrong on certain things, I don't have a problem admitting that I'm wrong, or that I'm maybe you know what I'm saying.
But we got to get these people's face to evolve because I thought a certain kind of way when I was 20, which was absolutely wrong. And when you get around certain people, you figure out, well, damn, that was dumb. Glad I ain't do that. But you got to be like, put it like this. your friends that you hang around with, it's not just them, it's the extended family, it's their parents, the cousins, all them people you hanging around. And if you ingratiate yourself and surround yourself with people who don't know nothing, you more than likely you're not gonna know nothing. Y'all all gonna look the same. So like I think that's the other part. And you can actively now get yourselves in places with LinkedIn, with Twitter. Like you can actually get in spaces where you want to learn some stuff. You can actually talk to some experts. And you might not be an expert, but you'll have enough basis to kind of maneuver your way around and point yourself in the right direction.
Yeah. So yeah, you definitely got a point on that one, brother. So and shout out to Rosetta. Yeah, I know Rosetta. I know all white people don't own homes, but I'm talking about in comparison to black people, the home
It's not even
ownership
close.
ratio is
Yeah,
not
it's not
even
even
it's
close.
not even close. And that's
Yeah, it's
because
not close.
the country is
It's
still
not gonna be close. What the hell?
yeah, I know that. But I explained why it wasn't though, Queen. I explained that
It
based
ain't
off of
because niggas don't read. That ain't why.
That's part of it. Yeah, it is
yeah, it's
because
part of it. Niggas
it's
don't
part of it
read.
because
Niggas
that's
don't
part of
read.
because there's people. Listen, there's people who got good paying jobs who simply think that buying a house is a terrible investment. That's a new way of thinking, and it's new modern society that black people have adopted. A lot of young black people adopt that stupid shit. A lot of them.
Even with that, that ain't the reason why they don't have houses. And like, that's stupid to sit up there and say that that's the reason why. The reason why is
I didn't
because
say
black
that was the
people are
reason
not
why.
out of
It's one.
those
I didn't say none of
opportunities.
that.
It's
I didn't
one of the
say that
No,
was
reasons.
the
I'm just
reason.
saying
Well, okay, you're right, Queen. Let's say it's one of the reasons. Let's just say it's one of the reasons. Not the
that's
reason.
one
It's
of the
one of the
major
reasons.
reasons.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons. The biggest problem that people
Major
have when it comes to
reason.
no, the major reason is credit. People's credit being fucked up by the time they get to the home ownership and get the job and not understanding the value and importance of credit. Even in opening up businesses, the value of credit. If your credit is messed up, it hinders everything. It's hard for you to run a business. It's hard for you to purchase a house. It's hard for you to do anything. You're always going to be the beggar with your hand out because you're not going to have access to capital. And you're always going to have to pay cash for everything. And if you got to pay cash for absolutely everything, you're at a disadvantage because that's not how America works.
And there's people that don't even know that. Yeah. There's people, yeah, even to this day. So
Yeah,
I just disagree.
you have to get we
I
have to get
do
some kind of
believe
financial
that,
literacy.
and I believe that most of that financial literacy, lack of it, whatever the case may be, for black people, I still believe the bulk of the reason is systemic. Don't got nothing to do with anything that we have done or we have not done. It is a systemic issue that has been there since
No, not at this
forever.
point, Queen.
no, that's
Not
what
at
I
this point.
agree. No,
Not at this point.
You can't sit
Not at
up
this
here
point.
and tell me
no,
that
I agree
it's a
with you,
Queen.
Queen.
lie
I
when
agree.
No,
redlining is still a fucking thing. Okay?
Queen.
And even if
Queen.
it
Who?
is a
Okay.
thing, this shit hold
Who?
on. This shit was going on in the 60s. That's not that long ago. So like to sit
Queen.
up here and say that this shit is because black people and they lack of knowledge, that's a bunch of bullshit and it's a cop
No,
out
it's
for what the
not.
actual issue is.
No,
Because
it's
it
not.
wasn't that long ago when banks was purposely not giving loans to black folk just because they was black.
No, I
Queen, you don't
agree
have to
with you,
worry about
King.
that now. But hold on.
Yeah,
But
I
listen,
agree.
this is the problem with this. Right now, in 2026, I can go online to Upstart and get up to $50,000, fill out application in 15 minutes and get that money wired in my account tomorrow because I got good credit, right? So, like the barrier that you got to go walk into a bank, you don't have to do that no more. And the banks are using algorithms and they're looking at your credit. The problem is the lack of knowledge of actual credit and how actual credit works. By the time we are getting into these places where we're starting from behind, we're starting with no money, no working capital. We're starting with bad credit for whatever reason. We've loaned our name out, if not got a cell phone or something that we didn't pay. And now we're starting with fucked up credit from the beginning. You think it ain't nothing. But when you go try to get something, now that one little cell phone bill and fucked up your credit for I don't know how long. So it's lack of knowledge when it comes to financing at this point, because a lot of stuff you're doing online, you don't physically have to go into a bank and get rejected. That's not how this stuff is set up right now. Like if you have good credit, you like a homeowner, put it like this, a homeowner right now with good credit, I could break about $300,000 tomorrow if I wanted to, between American Express and loans if I wanted to, and that's not even touching my house if I wanted to. So, like the access to capital, you have it, but the base starts with your credit. And people they poo poo the credit. They don't think it's important until they finally get to the point where they actually have good credit and they see all the stuff it opens up and all the stuff that you have access to. So, it's a complete lack of knowledge when it comes to credit.
And then when you got good credit, man, they be sending credit cards to your house left and right, trying to get you to open up. Hey, this platinum card right here. Hey, this gold card right here. Go ahead and open up account.
I never knew you can get a card with really no limit on it, man. They give you cards with no limit. Just go ahead, do what you want. It don't matter. Like you get different stuff happening to you. Put it like this. I'll say this part. Now, we're not going to get too much in the fight. I just think people need to take their time and figure out the finances, because your credit, if you don't think you're going to pay now, whatever you fuck up now, you're going to pay 10 times later, because your car insurance works off your credit. Your house insurance works off your credit. They check your credit for that. They check your credit to go to your job. They check your credit if you are renting, they're going to check your credit. And you're not going to be able to rent certain places or even rent certain houses, apartments, none of that shit. So if you think that you can have fucked up credit in this day and age and just walk around like it doesn't affect you, you're going to pay way more. So the financial education, that part of it, those are personal choices when you go get stuff on loan and you don't pay it back. That's a personal choice that you decide to get that credit card, that store card, that car loan, that phone loan. That's your personal decision. But you have to have an understanding of how this stuff works. So it's going to really hammer you later.
Hey, man, it's been a pleasure chopping it up with you. Pittsburgh, man. You're a solid brother. It's been a pleasure chopping it up with you. Shout out to Queen.
Salute to you, brother. Make sure you come on back through, man. Just subscribe to Scholar. Make sure you come on back through next time around, brother, because we ain't seen you here in a while, man. It's good talking to you, brother. I'm about to jump on off of here now too, man. But it's good talking to you. It's good to have good people over here. We can bounce different ideas around. And Queen, we all have, it's good to have different ideas because you get it from different points of the community and you see where different people think. And we don't have to agree. You just get different people's perspectives and you talk about issues. Like we've been talking about a lot of different stuff over these last 2-3 hours that you've been up here, about a lot of different stuff that need to be touched on. And we kind of got different perspectives on it. So it's good to have you over here, brother. Don't be no stranger coming through here.
Oh, man, it's always good to chop it up with some solid brothers, man. It's always good. So, definitely, it's been a while since I've been able to hop on a panel because I'm always working. I was just getting off of work not that long ago. Shout out to Scholar. Scholar must have went on and checked out, took a nap or something.
Yeah, he probably out of here, man. He been holding it down for a minute. You've been holding it down for a minute.
Yeah,
but it's good talking to you, brothers. Queen, I'm finna get out of here too, Queen. It's good talking to you, as usual, Queen. Everybody have a fantastic morning. Folks who not subscribed, make sure you subscribe. Hit the like button. I think the membership is like $5 or $6. Hit the membership and subscribe to Scholar Stuff. Interesting panel for everybody that came through, man. Everybody have a fantastic morning.
All right, man. Y'all take it easy. Peace out, Queen. Peace out, Pittsburgh. Y'all be smooth.
Did Pittsburgh leave?
Yeah, he just left.
Oh, hell. Where is Scholar at?
I'm about to get ready to head out too, Queen. It's a pleasure speaking with you. You take it easy.
You too. Have a good night.
You
now,
too.
where the hell is Boxing Scholar at? Boxing Scholar, where are you? Oh no, where my phone is? Cause where he go? He come in his show, play some music or something. Hold on. Do. Where am I going? I'm going over here. Some kind of snake oil. Oops, excuse me, my bad, y'all. Don't worry about what you just heard. It was. Oh, that was an hour ago. Uh-oh. Let's see. Let's try this. Look, Clarissa Shields up here talking big shit, bro. Big shit. She said she unbeatable. Don't she fight this month? She fight this month, don't she? Okay, I heard something. Nope. 11 or 2. Okay, let's see. Where you at? I think he sleep, so I guess, this just gonna have to run like it's running. Because I don't know what else to say to y'all. I don't know where Skylar at. I done messaged him twice. All his messaging apps say he was active hours ago. So I don't know. So unfortunately I can't end the show, but I can still.
Yo, I'm gonna go ahead and end the show. Disagree with a bunch of stuff that was said today. I didn't catch the back half of that because like I said, I was in the shower getting ready for this day. It's a glorious day, brothers and sisters. But now I was in the shower, so I missed a lot on the tail end. It sounded like it was conflict resolution. I don't know. I could be wrong. But yeah. We'll catch you on the next one. If you enjoyed the show, make sure you hit the subscribe button. You know what I mean? And don't be shy to the people that stay in the bushes. Appreciate y'all too as well. I know y'all might not want to join for several different reasons. So yeah, man, it was a good one. As far as my presentation is concerned, but I'm probably going to put this one live because private, because Corey said a lot of questionable things, and it just make me uncomfortable even, like I said, reacting and playing back to him. But we got to bring back Shane. We got to start standing on morals like the days of yesteryear. We gotta, even if there's nobody participating in actions they should be ashamed to. They shouldn't be grooming people to normalize that type of behavior, and we should be shaming them. We should be boycotting. And Corey is no different. You know what I mean? It ain't gonna necessarily start with Corey, but we're gonna throw Corey in that long line of people that's gonna be on this blackball list. And I don't give a damn if he talk about the powers that be is blackballing him. He needs to be blackballed, saying obscene and making obscene gestures about children. He deserves to be on that blackball list. He's earned it. He's campaigned, and that's his inauguration. And anybody else that think or do stuff like him needs to join him in the long line of people that is on the Titanic. And we need to bring back shame and make it a good tool, good effective tool These people don't need to be bold enough to come out publicly and say and do things that they are doing. They should be ashamed to do those things. And we're not going to normalize that. Not why I got breath in my lungs. We're not normalizing bad behavior. We're not making excuses for bad behavior. You know, we're not doing none of that. So that being said, the takeaway today is we bringing shame back. # make people shameful to be PDFs again. If y'all could do it with Drake, you know, and clown on Drake with the Super Bowl, with Kendrick and all this other stuff, and there's less proof that Drake is that, we're going to go ahead and make this guy who's saying all these words, you know, we're going to go ahead and, you know, we ain't necessarily got to put that jacket on him, you know, because he taking legal action on people who putting that jacket on him. But what we can do going forward, boycott his show, bring shame, make shame good again. Make PDFs shameful again. Put that on that red cap that the MAGAs be wearing. But anyway, man, we'll catch y'all probably later on today. I think I'm going to do my Super Bowl episode because that one seems to be pretty popular and I haven't gave my spin on it yet. So we'll probably do that one later on today, if not today, tomorrow. But anyway, man, I'll catch you on the next one. This is probably going to go private, but I'll catch you on the next one. Anyway, it's the Boxer Scholar, and I'm out. Ray J, sing to them. Sing to their souls, make them moral again, Ray J. Bring these people who's normalizing this. Serenade their souls, Ray J. Bring them back to the good side.
Wish to have a fancy car. Wish to have $1 million bucks. Well, I wish I don't be in love.